If you see an opening, take it. Over the tabletop, around the bowl hairpin, the not so flat hairpin now, and then getting the best acceleration they can. Both of them flying over the triple. Wow, wild landing from the number 9 there. And the 5 back in the lead. That's, well, back in the lead. This is the first time he's been in the lead, I think. That's Tekon and Loeffler. Where is Bruce Ross? He's way down now. Oh, come on, guys. You're the only 2 drivers in your section of the track. You're both going to bump up. Just take it easy. Take it easy. The body shell for Bruce has come off, so I think that is going to put an end to his drive. He's currently in 5th place. Still 5 minutes left in this one. There's a chance, but I don't think he's going to make up the laps. He's still getting repaired. His mechanics, or like a pair of mechanics down there, saying no chance. But he's back out on track. I'm not sure who they were talking to, those other mechanics. But these 2 drivers here are battling for the lead. I'm sure being told to calm down, take it easy. Oh, and nearly flying off the track is Tekon. So 4 minutes in this one. Dropping out has been Roger Koos, Boris Lass, Gerald Van Hetgor, and Rinus Visser not starting this one. Not sure why, so if you do know why and you follow the Dutch racers, go ahead and pop it in the chat. I'm sure someone out there knows, but no one up here does, so unfortunately we can't pass that information on. These guys driving steady now. In 3rd place now, it's Simon Andrew Godney. So we've got at least one Brit in the bump-up positions. And which car is that? That's car 2. Oh, that's our number 2 all blue truck, which is coming out of the L, but we're sticking with the lead cars. But just letting you know, Godney just nearly a full lap down as these 2 cars go flying sideways again. So that has really opened. Let's move to this blue car, just the next car about to go over the next truck about to go over the tabletop. This is our current 3rd place and final bump-up position, Simon Andrew Godney from the UK. Finally able to have a little bit of break in the racing action to show our 3rd place driver, and he's actually coming up on the number 1 truck of Zandbergen. Started in pole position, and so for whatever reason, don't know why, but fell back and fell back and fell back again. And now he's about to be lapped by our 3rd place driver, Simon Andrew Godney. So it looks like Willie Oates is still running. Willie is actually the next, 2 cars behind Godney on track. And if anything happens, fingers crossed, nothing will, but if anything does happen to Godney, Oates is going to be the beneficiary of any bad luck. So just about a minute and a half remaining. Running order still Loeffler, Tekon, and Godney, with Oates waiting to pick up the pieces. It's Germany, Turkey, and 2 UK drivers. So anybody out there familiar with RC racing in the 10th off-road sense, you've seen plenty of crashes, I'm sure. Well, just imagine if that car were to weigh 10 or 12 kilos, that's over 20 pounds, about close to 25 pounds, depending on the make and how it's configured and everything. And it's crashing at about 30 to 40 miles an hour, that, which is what, about 50 kph or so on the slow end. And that's what it's like marshalling these massive, large-scale, 1/5 scale beasts. And someone in chat earlier mentioning, let's go to the number 9 car if we can find him, Jim. I think it's this one just coming down the straight. Yes, so for number 9, our leader. Looks like he's going to be taking this one, followed by Willie Oates on track, running 4th at the moment, and then number 4. Next car past us is 2nd place driver Tekon, but we're focusing on our leader who's going to take this one. 2 seconds left. So this is the victory lap for Mike Loeffler. For some reason, the number 1 car has gone into the pits and come back out. So, I mean, time is finished, so I'm not sure why. And look how gently he's taking that triple now. There we go. And that is race finished for Loeffler. Tekon is going to come across to finish 2nd. Godney is going to finish in 3rd. So that's at least one Brit is bumping up. So how'd you like that one? That was a little bit less action than Pecco. So we kind of, sometimes you have to search around for stuff. We like to cover everybody if we can in the finals, but obviously the main action is are the bump up positions. Yeah, there's still continuing discussion of various types of large scale. Yes, there are 1/6 scale cars. A lot less popular, I think, now that 1/5 is actually pretty popular in Europe and the UK. The UK off-road large scale off-road series getting close to 100 racers at the national events, which is a really good turnout. I'd be surprised if a touring car gets that much, but maybe, I don't know. And 1/4 scale, I'm not sure how popular it still is, but it was popular in the States, but 1/5 is the preferred size, so just a little bit bigger. So the next group of racers out on track now for their warm-up. And these drivers, this is the 1/8 final B for two-wheel drive. So we're going to see a little bit different shape of cars now. It's a real mix of cars now. It's not all the short course and all the four-wheel drive and all the two-wheel drive all in one go. We've just seen short course truck. Before that we had four-wheel drive, and this time we've got two-wheel drive. So a little bit different shape. We're mixing it up for you today. Here on RC Racing TV at the EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships in Staric, Czech Republic, just outside of Trebic, in the south end of the Czech Republic, not far from the Austrian border. So we want to thank Elcon Models for providing sponsorship for this weekend. They're our main event sponsor, so we want to give them a massive shout out. Huge thanks for everybody at Elcon Models. We talked to quite a bit of them yesterday, and hopefully we'll be playing in those interviews. Elcon obviously TQing the two-wheel drive section with Wesley Van Helmond, who especially the Dutch racers will know from electric off-road. He was, we were watching him race at the Racco 2000 track a couple of weeks ago. I can't remember, I don't think he did all that great. Oh, we have a broken car already. That's the number 5 of Mark Higgins. Another one of our British racers. A good number of British racers here. It's great to see the Brits make the trip. So we've got in car 1, Milan Prusa from the Czech Republic, Danis Mikalanis from Lithuania, Jiri Adamek from the Czech Republic, Klanauskas Mendingas from the UK, Mark Higgins from the UK, currently in the pits. Hopefully he gets back out there in that car 5. Marek Kovar from Czech Republic, Uwe Stulp from Germany, Philip Dokladal in car 8 from the Czech Republic, Maris Garklavs from, I think it's Latvia, and Milan Let from the Czech Republic. And of course, Philip, Maris, and Milan bumping up from the 1/16 B final. So here we're going to start seeing our bump-up racers putting the second set of 15 minutes of hard driving on their cars again. So we'll see how gentle they take it. The smart way to do it is to just let everybody crash in front of you, and when you see a nice opening, take it and hold position as well as you can without overdriving your car and braking it, because if you brake, you're out. It's your last race of the week. So Higgins, the green and white car, Ian Audie's still working on it. If he's not able to make the grid, he's going to have to start from pit lane. I'm sure driver and mechanic are well aware of that. So 1 minute to start, going to have formation lap. If Higgins isn't able to get out for the formation lap, he's going to have to start from pit lane. There we go, looks like he's running. Ian Audie doing his Audified magic. Great job, Ian. Ian is our TQ man and defending champion for short course. So once again, you can check out all of the race dates and previous coverage for EFRA Championships on EFRA.ws. You can check them out on the EFRA Facebook page. Just search for RC Motorsport Europe. I am also on Instagram, which just reminds myself that I didn't actually get around to making that Reels post that I meant to make up earlier. All right, so we've got the cars in position. The race director, Wojtek. Everyone getting put in the proper box. Looks like we're missing car 6. Car 6 is in the pits. It's our Ferrari replica car. His mechanic's trying to get him started. He's going to have to start at the back now if he is able to get out. Hopefully he's able to get out in the next few seconds. Nope. Mechanics giving up on starting the car, so don't know what happened, but here we go. We're off. Horn is sounded. We're off and away. And the number 2 getting into the lead already. Follow these first 5 cars out, see how they sort themselves out. Hopefully very gently and without any breakages. For them, anyway. Hopefully for them. For us, we'd like to see as much action as possible, but we don't want to see big, huge dive bomb breakage passes. So running order 2, 4, 5, and 1. That is Michelanas, Mindaugas, Higgins, and Prusa. Higgins, I swear, he must be counting himself very lucky. He has Ian Audi, engine tuner extraordinaire, as his pitman down below him, because it didn't look like he was going to be starting at all. Oh, and he flips it! He flips it! Another car flips in sympathy. Higgins now at the very back of the field. So the first 3 cars away. We've got a battle for 4th, which is not one of our bump-up positions. So we'll follow and see what happens. Okay, it looks like we've got a little bit of sorting out to do still. But we did have the 2 and the 1. Let's follow the 8 and the 0 as they're coming over the doubles for now and see what develops. It looks like we have the 8 possibly moving up to battle with the 1. I think that's, yes, let's move up a couple of cars to the cars, the 1 and the 8, who are 3rd and 4th place positions. That's Prusa and Dokladal. So we've got still 13 minutes to go in this one. So 2-wheel drive buggies, 1/5 scale. Oh, and who is that? Number 2 flipping over, getting wheelies. He's off the track. He's trying to get back on the track. Oh, nightmare. That was our 2nd place driver, Michelanas from Lithuania. So now we got the 4, the 1, and the 8. So that's Mindaugas, Prusa, and Dokladal. They are away. So I think our big battle is going to be the 3 cars coming out of the bowl corner now. We got Higgins trying to move up, get back into what he sees, I'm sure, as his rightful place. He was running in 3rd, and then he made a massive mistake coming over the tabletop. These 3 cars coming in on the straight. Higgins already passed the 0 of Kovar. Now working on the number 2, who's just come back, recovering from going off the track of Michelanas. So these 2 cars are going to be quick, the 2 and the 5. But that 0 car, actually that's Milan Let. My bad. Sorry, Milan. They are, and the 2 getting sideways, coming off of that jump. So all 3 of these cars are probably equally fast. Higgins getting away now, as we do have an actual battle for the lead, but we're going to leave it. Oh, Higgins flying it again over the triple. So we'll let those guys catch up with each other. Let's go back to the doubles. It's all action on the camera. We're moving it all over the place. This is now our lead battle between the 4, the 1, and the 8. That's Mindaugas, Prusa, and Dokladal. Now, just a reminder, the top 3 guys are all bumping up. Whoever crosses the line in the first 3 positions at the end of 15 minutes, and there's 11 minutes remaining in this one, they will all bump up. So these guys do not have to battle so hard with each other. They need to take it easy. We definitely have a very good groove now on the fast sections, but as Ian himself was telling us yesterday, the cleanest line is not necessarily the fastest because of all the bumps and the dips. And then obviously as that evolves and moves around, and which car was that? It's a massive flip. I think it's the number 7. So he's not in the battle, but he's actually running 4th. That's Uwe Stumpf. So our lead battle down the straight once again. The 4, the 1, the 8. Stumpf in 4th. Higgins coming up on Stumpf. So we'll keep an eye on that as we're watching our lead 2 cars come over the 2nd set of doubles. The top 5 cars are all in about the same 10 seconds of track. So we're trying to keep an eye on what is happening and what is developing, who's moving up and who's dropping back. At least these guys are keeping it easy for us. Of course, as we go on through the day, the cars are going to get faster and faster, but the drivers will also get, dare I say, better and better. So they'll be able to keep it on the track just a bit easier than the cars in the finals ahead of them. Everyone wanting to bump up. Let's go to Higgins coming up on Stumpf now, the 7 and the 5. That's the white and the red car, followed very closely by the green car. Higgins taking a bad landing there. Let's hope he land it flat, guys. You don't want to be braking. Higgins coming up on, okay, that's the 3. He's being oh, and Higgins over. He gets caught up with lap traffic. That was Adamek, who is now, I think, broken or been given a penalty. I'm not sure. And he's broken. So unfortunate for Higgins, but at least that clears away one car from him, from his battle. So let's go to the next 2 cars coming over the tabletop now and into the bowl corner. We have the rad 80s surfer look number 8 of Dokladal, and the white and red number 7 of Stumpf. This is our battle, our battle for the final bump-up position. Stumpf throws it away as Higgins rolls it over on the triple. So there goes that battle before we even are able to focus on it. And Stumpf getting sideways again. I think Stumpf has a problem, so Higgins is going to be catching up to him. For now, let's just follow the number 8 car, because if anything happens to him, the 7 of Stumpf and the 5 of Higgins will be able to capitalize pretty quickly. So that number 8 car is Filip Dokladal from the Czech Republic. He's trying to catch Milan Prusa, the number 1 from the Czech Republic. And they're both trying to get to the, he's running under the British flag. Kalinauskas Mindaugas, which I'll grant you does not sound like a quote-unquote British name, but he's running under the BRCA flag, so we're going to call him a British racer. So these 3 drivers coming through the flat hairpin and the triples now, top 3 positions, or bump-up positions. Just under 7 minutes remaining. So while we have a very slight lull in the action, see what the word in the chat is. No, just a thumbs up. Thumbs up, everybody. Thank you for watching and viewing and being with us today. We got finals all day today. We're going to be very busy boys. We've got Ben out there capturing awesome footage and photos for us, which you'll be able to find later today on the EFRA Facebook page. We've got Jim Little next to us here, well, us in the royal sense. He's on the moving camera. And we've got myself, Frank McKinney, commentating for you guys and bringing in. We've got our battle between Higgins and Stumpf. It was there for a moment, and then Higgins went sideways and took it away, but the battle for second is not a biggie. So I'll keep an eye on Higgins and let you know when it's safe to move to him, because he is catching Stumpf, but he makes a mistake and loses several seconds. There's only 5.5 minutes left in this one, so we're running out of time for any further bump-up positions to be swapped around. So running order still: Mindaugas, Prusa, Dokladal, Stumpf in the car 7 and Higgins in the car 5 are pretty close together now. So let's go to the flat hairpin and the triples. These 2 guys, Stumpf in the lead car, Higgins in the following car. Good jump there. Well, decent enough. Stumpf getting up on 2 wheels. Higgins going to attempt to make a pass here in the L. Not through the Elcon L this time, but coming over the first set of doubles. Cutting it tight and too tight. Catching the pipe and flipping over. Let's stick with Higgins because in that green and white car because he is definitely the faster car. He just, unfortunately, just throws it away when he gets a little too close to Stumpf. Maybe just a little too aware that he needs to get a pass on Stumpf and then catch up to the cars ahead of him. Stumpf makes a mistake, so now Higgins again all over the back of him coming into the L. Higgins braking just a little too much. Only rear-wheel braking on these, I believe. So that's why they get sideways very easily under heavy braking. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they only have rear-wheel braking. Or I don't think they have disc brakes, I should say. They might do. They might do. I can't recall. I know the touring cars definitely have front and rear disc brakes, which is, I mean, come on. On an RC car, that's like super cool. It is one more thing to brake and adjust and pay for and everything, but, you know, and upgrade, of course. So 3 minutes left in this one. What can Higgins do? I think he's out of time. Our lead car is still the number 4, way out ahead of these guys. Higgins now getting harassed by the number 2 of Michelanas. That is an actual battle, so that car directly behind him. It's a battle for 5th, so unfortunately this is not going to be affecting the bump up positions. These guys are too far behind the 2nd and 3rd place cars of the number 1 and 8 of Prusa and Dokladal. We really should be focusing on anyone other than these guys, but this is the closest battle for position. So 2 minutes remaining. I think we're going to have to move away. So let's go back to our 2nd and 3rd place cars, number 1 and 8, coming over the first of the doubles. Unfortunately, I think time is, although Stumpf has made a massive mistake and let Higgins into 4th place, I think we're going to be out of time for Higgins to catch these two on camera now, Prusa and Dokladal. These guys just too far ahead. Don't have an easy way to see the gap distance, but it's a big gap. It looks like about at least 10 seconds of difference there. One of these guys would have to actually brake because there's a minute left in this one. So the only hope is that one of these two crashes out a couple times. And it doesn't look like these guys are driving very, very, very steady, which is the smart thing to do. So if you're not aware of the how the bump ups work, top 3 drivers in each of these lower finals will bump up, meaning start in the 8th, 9th, and 10th positions, or possibly even lower down. I'm not sure, maybe 11th, 12th, and 13th. But I think it's going to be 8th, 9th, and 10th in the next final, which is going to be the 1/4 final B. We're watching the 1/8 final B. And cars are coming across. The next time we see these cars come across the pit, let's go to the finish line, sorry. Let's go to the finish line and catch our leader. There's our leader coming across. That is Klanauskas Mindaugas, I believe. Isn't it? Is that car 1? Oh, wait. Car 1 is... It's car 0. I got myself a little bit mixed up. It was car 4 that was leading. There we go. Yeah, we got him. There's Klanauskas coming across to take the win. He's going to be starting in car number 8 as car number 8 and position number 8 on the grid for the 1/4 final B. So the next race we're going to see is another two-wheel drive final. It's going to be our two-wheel drive 1/8 A final. So you can see how the program works if this is if you're new to this sort of thing. Yes, so thank you, MMR, correcting me, letting me know that some cars do have front brakes and some don't, basically. So some cars will be driving like a real car where they have front brakes and it's all adjustable and hydraulics or mechanically assisted or however. Other cars will have rear wheel braking only, and that's where you might see them where they start to get very sideways under heavy braking. So it's a bit like, well, like driving a rear-wheel drive buggy, basically. only the rear wheels will be braking the car. And if you've ever experienced that in a real car, say, you know, in a very carefully controlled and empty and safe wet car park, and you're driving along at 20 or 30 miles an hour, and you just pull up on the handbrake, and you start to slide sideways, that is what it's like when you really drop the anchor on these things on the model car. So next group of racers already out on track. There's our 1/8 final A, and another group of bump-up racers out there. So in this one, we've got Radek Bambula from the Czech Republic, Michael Schultz from Germany, Yanis Zarins from Latvia, Elias Letamaki from Finland, 2 Swiss racers, Sasha Kuz and Fabian Ritter. And from Slovakia, I believe, is going to be Jan Masijic. And our bump-up racers from the 1/16 final A, Remco de Loof, Uwe Dombrova, and Kurt Hafliger. So we're going to see them out on track again. Same body shell, same drivers, just with different numbers on the cars. And again, they will have already completed a 15-minute race before this one. We've got another 15-minute race to do. And if they're in the bump-up positions once again, I'm going to start driving very gently. Make sure that they can finish the race first and get as far as they can in the next race, ideally into the another set of bump-up positions. So we've got 3.5 minutes before the clock starts. Sasha Kuz not checking in so far. Car number 5. See if he's out there. Might just have a broken transponder or who knows what. A loose wire. Anything can happen on these things. These cars take a lot of abuse. Car 5 is out there. Okay, so yeah, there we go. He's checked in now. So 2 minutes to go. The drivers are going to start getting called in to the pits now. They're going to come in, get into number order, and then just a final check for the mechanics if there is anything to check. No real need to refuel because these the fuel tanks can hold about 30 minutes of fuel at racing speeds. And then they'll go out for a formation lap, so one more lap. So it's a bit like F1 and MotoGP, or full-size racing in general. Full-size, formation lap.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know how it is.
So everyone in the pit lane.
One minute to start. All cars to your starting position. All
And the
cars to
referee's
your
telling him
starting
now
position.
to now exit the pit lane for the final, for their formation lap. Lead car not heading off yet. There we go. All right, so our race director, Voite, getting everybody into their starting boxes.
Number 6 will go from pit lane.
Car number 6 needs to start from pit lane, apparently. Okay.
10,
Okay.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Off and away. Everyone off in good order. Number 6 hasn't started yet, so not sure what's going on there. Number 2 taking the lead. And number 1 getting sideways over the first of the doubles, and also taking out, is that the number 5, number 4. So now we've got the 2, I think that's the 3, the 1, and the 5 out as our leading 4 cars. Number 6 has finally come out of the pit lane, but about a half a lap behind everybody. We've got a 3-car battle for second at the moment. Let's follow these guys. 4-car battle now. The 7 has decided, I want to have a piece of this. And we've got the 9 creeping up in there, wanting to make it a 5-car battle. Our leader, number 2, making a very slight mistake, so if he can have a clean lap, I think he's going to have a good gap, but we might have a battle for the lead here. Number 5 definitely moving up to challenge for the lead. Number 1 and 7. So we have 2 groups of 2, and then a group of 3. Let's follow this second group of 2. This is our bump up battle between the 1 and the 7. It's Bambula and Masijic. Once again, only the top 3 bump up into the next race, so every position is important, but these are the most important positions, is 1, 2, and 3. So the battle for the final bump up spot usually provides us the biggest amount of drama and battle coverage of these lower final races. Still 13 minutes to go. These guys need to drive it steady, but finish in the top 3. So primary thing is to finish in the top 3. Oh, mistake from the 7, flips over, lets the 1 get right up there. These guys side by side now, and who's this coming up to say hello? The car 9. 3-car battle for third place, final bump up position, coming down the main straight now, hung up on the pipe is number 9. Coming through the L, the 1 and the 7 having a disagreement of who gets to keep the corner, and the number 1 wins it. That allows the 9 to move ahead. That's Dombrova who we saw bump up from his earlier final. So he's happy about that for sure. Number 1 car, Bambula, definitely not happy. He started on the front row. And look at him, he's battling for third with these guys. Who are these guys? Bumping up from below and ahead of me now. Coming over the triple, these 2-wheel drive cars not quite able to make the triple, so taking it as a double single. Plenty of drama happening behind, but we're focusing on these guys. So who is that that's just flipped over and lost his position? That was the car 7. So now we're back to a 2-car battle for third between the 9 and the 1. Dombrova leading away. Number 8 car also trying to have a little look here. That's Remco Deleuve. Meanwhile, Michael Schultz and Sasha Kuz running away with it. 11 minutes to go. And the number 2 and 5 just driving it steady. They know that they are in the lead, and if these 2 guys behind them can keep squabbling over the final bump-up position, they will be very, very safe indeed. No need to push. Oh, and there goes the 6. Sorry, the 9. He flipped over, you see, and it looked like a 6 just for a moment. But that's the 9, actually. It's Dombrova. Bambula's gotten ahead of him now. So let's see if Bambula is able to pull away. Trying to make that triple. Not quite able to. These 2 cars coming down the main straight. Meanwhile, the number 8 car trying to catch up. That's Remco Deleuve. And then we got the 7 also trying to chase him down. Jan Masijic trying to make it a 4-car battle for third. At the moment, this here between the 9 and the 8 of Dombrova and Deleuve, I think it is. This is our battle for 4th spot. If these guys can keep it clean, they can catch up to number 1 car of Bambula in 3rd. But I think number 7 car of Masijic is going to have other plans and just try and get past everybody. Oh, and that is our number 1 car getting sideways, Bambula. So now these 3 cars almost all back together again as Dombrova gets sideways under braking. So our 1st and 2nd position drivers having a little disagreement over the tabletop, but that doesn't lose them much position now. We still have a healthy battle for 3rd, and then a battle for 5th developing behind them. So we're sticking with this battle for 3rd. Again, final bump up position. Most important battle on the track. Number 1 and the 8 still in that position. Bambula and Deleuve. If they can just keep it clean, they'll be able to catch up with these other guys. They're starting to have their own little squabbles. The lead cars of 5 and 2, that's Kuz and Schultz. Oh, and now a big disagreement. The Marshal, I wouldn't say taking her time, but definitely playing it safe. And I'm sure they were stamping their feet on the rostrum, but what can you do? These things are massive and they're scary. But that has allowed Masijic to move up into 3rd. So let's see what these guys now do. We got a 3-way battle for 3rd position. Although it's slowly starting to stretch out. Nope. Come back together again, coming off the tabletop. Masijic having a little moment there and allowing Bambula to catch up. And now they are together nose to tail down the straight, followed as close as he would like to by Deleuve, coming through the Elcon L. And over the first set of doubles around the unnamed corner. Quite a slow corner, so it's not very rutted up. That corner is, though. And then over the tabletop, into the bowl hairpin, into the now not so flat hairpin. We're well over halfway complete with this one. Less than 7 minutes remaining. So still plenty of action to come, I'm sure. The 7, the 1. Oh, and who's at this flip? It's the 8. Now he's got a battle with the 6. It's not what he wants. So running order at the moment, Kuz, Schultz, Pasijic in the 7. Followed very closely by the 1 of Bambula, coming over the triples. These two cars, this is our battle for final bump-up position. Gives us the opportunity, as it's getting stretched out just the tiniest bit, to thank you guys, thank you everybody, over 100 of you, I believe, watching at the moment, watching the EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships here from Starec in the Czech Republic, just outside the bit larger city of Třebíč. We're about 3 hours south of Prague and a couple hours north of Vienna on the southern side of Czech Republic. This race brought to you by EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles. We want to thank EFRA for organizing all of these races and clubs and the federations, the European federations, to bring you these amazing championship races year after year. It's been our pleasure and our joy to be here with you guys. We've got lovely weather. It's nice and sunny. It's not going to be nice and sunny tomorrow, which is why we're running all of the finals today. We ran 2 rounds of qualifying yesterday. Quite a lot of drama happening with only 2 finals to go. Well, 1 final to count, basically. Throw out your bad result, keep your good result, and that's it. Some drivers, like we saw Pekka Ivanen earlier, if you're feeling a bit bored, you want to see some fantastic racing action, scroll back to the I think it's the 1/16th A final for four-wheel drive, and watch Pekka's drive through the field, starting from 10th, lapping the field. I think he lapped everybody at least once. Great drive from him. Nearly won the European Championship last year. As we see our third place challengers in this race come together just very slightly. Still very close. Wondering when Bambula is going to try and make a big move. Try and steal that third place away from Bambula. Sorry, from Masijic. Bambula is the one in the number 1 car following. So yeah, just to finish my thoughts, we also like to thank our event sponsors, our main sponsor, Elcon Models. And these 2 cars about to go into the Elcon L. As you can see, it's kind of an upside down shaped L there. So we want to thank Elcon Models. Elcon, one of the few manufacturers with cars in all 3 categories of racing that we're watching. Obviously, the 2-wheel drive champion from last year is here. And the 1 flips over. Lands on his wheel, so champion's roll, but he loses a few seconds there now. So it's going to take some time for him to collect that back up. So number 5 for us is our leading car. We've got 3 minutes left in this one. Who's our number 5? He's quite a ways ahead. We'll keep an eye on this battle for third, but let's switch to our first place racer, number 5 of Sasha Kuz in that orange and green car. But yes, just to finish again, I keep going to distract myself. Elcon Models providing a good amount of sponsorship coverage for everybody. So yeah, if you're looking for a large-scale car, give Elcon Models a good look. You have quite a unique drivetrain layout with planetary gears, front and rear, that allows them to change the clutch engagement basically for the front and rear tires separately, which is quite a unique thing. It looks really weird when you first look at it, but once you learn what it actually is and how it works, it's quite a cool system that they've got. And I think we've just had, one of the cars has had a tire insert pop out. I'm not sure which car that is. It's either the 9 or the 5. So it could be the 3 who's just come to a dead stop. It's kind of hard to tell. Definitely had an insert come out. We do have a couple of other sponsors, RC Car Model Online and RC Fox. Both of these are German-based RC retailers. RC Fox, I know, particularly specializes in large scale as one of their main product lines. And Mr. RC Fox himself, Mark Kreisig, is here and racing this weekend. So doing pretty well. I believe he finished either 10th or 11th overall, so he's somewhere in the semifinals. We'll see when he pops up. So just less than about 30 seconds left in this one. Sasha Kuz, who's on camera now in that car 5, looking to have an easy win and bump up. Looks like the end of the road for Dumbrova and Kurt Hafliger. Had Yanis Zarens breakout not too long ago. That was the car number 3 that we saw get retrieved earlier. Got Sasha Kuz looking to bump up Schultz and Masijic as well. And they, if all else remains as it is, as time finishes, they'll be bumping up into the quarterfinal A, which will be up at, this is the 2-wheel drive, they will be up at 12:50, so in about an hour and a half time. So we got a little bit more time. Between them. So these lower finals, there's 8 minutes between each race. So that one, I'll grant you, wasn't as exciting as the Pekka race that we saw earlier, the 1/16th A. That's because Pekka definitely well out of position after qualifying. Kind of figured that he would at least bump up, if not win it, and he did win it. So again, if you have some free time later, give that one a watch. It's a good race. So next up is the 4-wheel drive 1/8 B final. So this one is going to have Peter Saul, Miroslav Jurenka, Tobias Vesthoff, Christian Shimsky, Michael Thompson, Richard Lufkin, Leon Satchel, Sasha Punk, Thomas Ryan, and Julid Yaman. Now, those are your drivers from cars 1 through 10. Bump up drivers from the previous final were Punk, Ryan, and Yaman. PO Racer in the chat saying, thanks for the live stream. Well, thank you very much for watching. We had about 100 viewers watching the last several racers each. So, yeah, we'd love to see those numbers go up. We do understand that if you're not into off-road, if you're not into large scale, maybe you're into 10-scale touring car. Maybe you're into electric touring car and watching some of the fastest drivers in the world in that category race. The number 1 car is just broken out. Number 1 car driving itself into the pits. People just looking at it. The mechanic going, what are you doing here? So it looks like a rear hub has broken. The drivers race down. So a bit of drama going on in the pits. You can maybe see that on the pit lane cam. So, yeah, thank you very much for watching. If you'd like to support RC Racing TV and help us bring more RC racing and support more RC racing to the world, and which helps support the RC hobby in general, we'd love to have you as an RC racing hero. So you can join, just find the join button in the browser window or in your YouTube app and check that out. It's $5 dues of your own local currency, and that is per month. You can stop it after the first month, but you will get a set of stickers, RCTV stickers, physically emailed to you. And the only other way to get those is to actually be present here at an RCTV event that we are covering. You also get a cool highlighted name and a little RCTV badge next to your name when you type in the chat, and we'll give you as many shout-outs as we possibly physically can. And also, quite importantly, you'll be able to get priority requests, follow requests priority when we are doing qualifying and practice. So you can get that by joining the RCTV YouTube channel. Just go to find, you may be watching us on Pool Start or EFRA or RCTV YouTube. Just go to the RC Racing TV YouTube channel and you can click that join button. Ongoing drama for that car number 1 that broke out. So the mechanic running back with a spare part. The driver's down there in the pits. We'd also like to encourage everybody to check out the RC Racing TV merch on rcracingtv.com. You can also find it if you click the shop button in the YouTube app or browser window. You can find that there. You can get some cool, some really excellent merch, hats, hoodies, and lots of different t-shirt designs. One-eighth final B for four-wheel drive has been called into the pits now. And they're about to go out for their formation lap. Not sure if Peter Saul in that number 1 car is going to be able to get back out. If he can't start once the formation lap has begun, I think the driver's still in the pits. So I think if he's able to get back out there, he's going to have to start from the pit lane, which means he's going to have to work his way through the field. But I think he's running out of time. We've got Connie Svensson and Craig from EFRA giving it a good watch. The driver's racing back up to the stand. But I think the drivers, once they're on the straight, okay, so I think that is the end of him being able to do his formation lap. So he's going to have to start from the back of the grid. So this might be an interesting one now. Is he going to be able to keep his cool? No, he cannot start. The formation has already started. He cannot start from front. He's being called back. He's going to have to start from pit lane. All the cars are going to have to, he will be told when he can start his race. So pretty standard for if you're familiar with full-scale racing. You can't make the formation lap. You need to start from pit lane. So here we go. Peter Saul starting from pit lane. So it's going to be Urenka, Westhoff, and Shimsky leading off the 2, 3, 4, and 5. Number 5 running Red Bull colors. And those Saul from pit lane. So he's already made up 2 positions, gone off the track. So let's stick with the battle for third at the moment, which is, I would say, is hot. Well, now it's a battle for second, because second position, car number 3 has thrown it away. So we've got the 4, the 7, 5, 8, 3, and then the 9 and the 1, who's moved up 2 positions. The track now very dusty. Completely different track from yesterday. And a big squabble over basically third place. It's about like an 8-car battle for third. Number 5 car coming out the loser that time around. It's a Red Bull driving car of Michael Thompson. He's going to fall way down the order. Number 1 car now coming a cropper of these other 4 cars ahead of him. So the lead car is the number 2 of Jarenka. Then we have Satchel in the 7. Meanwhile, we have a 1, 2, 3 car battle at the moment for third. And that's between Westhoff, Punk, and Shimsky. Then we have Ryan and Saul having a disagreement over who is going to be bumping up. A big, what is going on there? We have one of the lead cars coming into the pits. So I can't see which, that's a number 2 car has fallen out now. And way back, what's he doing? Have they changed the tires? Let's stick with the action on the track. I'm watching what's happening in the pits though, just to kind of report. Not sure what's going on there. Anyway, it's a multi-car battle for third. Many little disagreements going on. A number 1 car has moved up into the battle for third now. It's between the 3 and the 4, I think. Sorry, the 8 and the 4. The green car and the rainbow-colored car. Almost rainbow-colored. That's Punk from the bump-up position, and Shimsky. So, of course, now as I look down to get their names, it's kind of spread out again. Where's our number 1 car? Our unfortunate pole position man. Three, 1, and 8. So, according to the timing, number 1's running second. So, yeah, there he is on track. So, I think he's just died. I think number 1 car has just died. So our number 1 car, unfortunately, has just died out on track. Peter Saul, the mechanic. What's going on with the mechanic? Mechanic not paying attention. Needs to retrieve the car and restart it. See what's going on. Don't run across the track. There we go. Now it's safe. So if you can imagine running across a track with these cars barreling at you at 50k an hour or faster probably. And meanwhile, you're carrying a 25-pound beast of a machine that's also hot, moving, loud, and covered in mud or dust or worse. So now we've got the 3, 8, and 7 out in, that's our running order, first, second, third, Westhoff, Punk, and Satchel. So we're on our lead car. Let's drop back to the battle for second, just coming down the straight now. This is our battle for second between the 8 and the 7 of Punk and Satchel. So plenty of bad luck falling some of our potential leading cars. Absolutely, it looks like no compression in that number 1 car's engine. And at this point, still 9 minutes to go, or almost 10 minutes. Plenty of opportunity, but it's running out fast. If you think of your opportunity to get back out and get into a bump-up position, think of it like a very fast-flowing, emptying bottle of water. And that's your opportunity rushing away. So the amount of pressure on these drivers and mechanics, everyone knows what it's like. Most of the mechanics are drivers themselves. So Tobias Westhoff looks like he's running away with it at the moment. Sasha Punk and Satchel, Leon Satchel in second and third. Michael Thompson has just popped up into fourth, taking over from Thomas Ryan in the number 9 car. So our battle for fourth is actually hotting up. Where are they out on track? Somewhere in the middle, the 5 and the 9. It's our Red Bull car. It's a bit spread out now. The number 2 car wanting to have a say. No one wanting to make a good jump coming off of the triples. That's our leader's just gone past. Second, and then number 0 is not in it. It's Yaman, one of our bump-up racers. Battle for second between 8 and 7. Looks like it's our closest battle at the moment on track. Let's find where they are. I think they're just coming over the triple now. So this is our, let's follow our battle, our third place car, 7. The green and orange car, number 7. Leon Satchel. So no one around him really. The next car ahead of him is second place. So a question coming through on the chat. The main finals are on Saturday or Sunday? The main finals are today. Tomorrow is going to be absolutely drenching with rain. So the main finals are today. And actually, that gives me a good opportunity to tell you the times of the main finals. Short course final is going to be at 5:20 to 5:50 today. So again, that's today, not tomorrow, not Sunday. EFRA Nitro finals always finish on a Saturday, except for this weekend when we're going to have lots and lots of rain tomorrow. Two-wheel drive finals scheduled for 6:05 to 6:35. Four-wheel drive final, the fastest drivers out there, coming on the track at 6:50 to 7:20. Yes, they're all 30-minute finals. And that's, of course, provisional, provided that I think it's only semis are able to have a 10-minute delay. Now, we do have 6 semifinal races. The lower finals do not have a 10-minute opportunity for a tactical timeout. So meanwhile, while I have been babbling on, the 7th and the 8th have swapped positions. But yes, just letting you guys know, the provisional schedule for the rest of the day. So apologies for the timing if it's still frozen. We have let our technical guys know. MechOp is asking, do they not do track maintenance through the day by blowing it up and spraying it down? No, it's off-road. Timing on my RCM is still working. If the timing on the screen has stopped, apologies. We are working on it. We are sort of Coast Heart TV this weekend. So many thanks to Laszlo and David for their assistance and help this weekend. Many thanks to everyone who is watching as well. We do appreciate all of the comments and the chat and the help letting us know that the time is frozen, stuff like that. Still nearly 100 of you watching, so thank you very much. It's amazing that so many people are sticking with us through the day. If you're electric on-road racing, touring car is more your thing, you can check out the other live events happening on the EFRA YouTube and Facebook channels, and also RC Racing TV, because the electric touring car European Championships are also happening this weekend. We've got James, Zach, and Ash out there. Don't know what their weather is like, but our weather is glorious. Absolutely lovely weather today. It's not going to be so lovely yesterday. It wasn't great yesterday either. But today, beautiful. Do need the suntan lotion on though. I say suntan lotion, sun cream. So 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in this one. Sun's getting higher and higher with every passing minute, so I'm able to get my feet out of the sun, so it's nice. And the timing should be fixed at this point, so please do let us know if there are any other issues. So, less than 3 minutes left in this one. So, sorry, it hasn't been quite as much of a crazy race. But the car 3 of Tobias Westhoff has been leading, I believe, since the very start. Leon Satchel in the car 7, Sasha Punk in the car 8. Those are current bump-up positions. Germany, UK, and Germany once again. Top 3 cars fairly spread out. Let's give some love to our leading car of number 3. Where's he at? He's just coming over the first double in the white and red. Looks like an MCD. Although there are a couple other racers' car brands here that not super familiar with. I think it's APF and Ultron. It's an NPF. APR? I can't remember. I know there's Ultron, and I think there's APF, or the two other brands. Not too familiar with, but also present. And looking to take away the, walk away with the European Championship. The defending four-wheel drive European champion, Patrick Schweinzer, is here as well. Not doing super hot. But we'll see. Maybe he's more of a long lap, a long racer. We'll see. We'll see. Just going to nip off for a very quick natural break right after this one. Hopefully, we have a child in a stroller at the very bottom of our ladder that we've got, and hopefully not going to be in too much of the way. Try and get to the toilets. But stick around definitely for the next race, because guess who we've got? We've got Pekko Ivanen. I'm not going to say it like in our normal Pekko Ivanen way, but Pekko Ivanen, if you weren't watching the 1/16th A final for four-wheel drive, absolutely put on a racing clinic. I mean, imagine if you're, I mean, most racers I think will be familiar with maybe Forza, but especially Gran Turismo back in the day. Running Gran Turismo with a supremely overpowered car, running against 6 AI racers, and just absolutely just blazing through the field. That's pretty much what Pekko did. And it was quite fun to watch, I must say. There we go. That is time finished. So as soon as the last racer has crossed the line, we'll just go silent just for a couple minutes while we make our way, have our little natural break. This kid below us with the ice cream absolutely just like flowing down his chin. Okay, so there we are. There's our finishing order, Westhoff, Satchel, Punk. And so we'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, so here we are. 1-8 final A, 15-minute race. We got Dennis Zimmerman from Germany, Christoph Voigt from Germany, from Estonia. We have Hanno Kroes. We have Martin Kraus from the Czech Republic, Ricardo de Gius from the Netherlands, Milan Rubinek from Czech Republic, Martin Fitzpatrick from Great Britain, Pekka Ivanen from Finland. From Switzerland, we have Angelo Zuger and Alexander Kuhn from Germany. Cars have been pulled into the pit lane, and 1 minute has just 1 minute countdown has just started, so they're off on their formation lap. So once again, keep an eye on the number 8 because we are. The sound should be back. Please, someone give us a comment in the chat to let us know if the sound has come back. I was away from the mic for a couple of minutes just to sort a couple things out with the local restroom. I want to make sure that the sound is okay. Unfortunately, I have to wait about 20 or 30 seconds for any response to happen. Okay, good. Yes, well, I mean, the sound never went away. I just turned down my mic. So, yes. All right, so, once again, Pekko is in this race. He's in car 8. He's in his traditional green and white with black wing and the Finnish flag on the side pods. However, he needs to work his way through a selection of slightly faster racers than the group he worked through last time. We're going to follow the 1, 2, and 3, 4 off of the starting line here in about 5 seconds' time. But keep an eye on Pekko. Pekko's off safe. Hasn't made any contact with anybody yet. Just letting everybody know. Once he gets into, moves up a position or two, we are going to, and there he goes. He's already made up 2 positions, and he's over. He's been collected. He's okay. He's back on his wheels. So the first 3 cars off and away. Well, that's not quite safe. I think we're going to, once Pekko is safely past the 9. And he's closed the door that number 9 car has, but Pekko away. Number 4 stuck on a marshalling post. Number 2 going very wide. So let's move to Pekko now, currently in the 5th position. He's coming up in the 3-way battle between, I can't even tell, the 2, the 4, and I think that's the 6. So now it's a 4-car battle, including Pekko. So we got Dennis Zimmerman way out in front now. Pekko already, as I've looked down, has moved himself up. No, sorry. There's another car that has a very similar scheme. So he hasn't quite moved himself up yet. But these guys, he's letting these guys work themselves into a frenzy. The 6 and the 2, that is Rubinek and Voigt. Ahead of them is Kraus. So it looks like the 2 has already taken himself out. And there he goes now. Pekko's into 3rd. What did I say? All right, so let's see what Pekko does. Let's stick with Pekko. He's running 3rd. He's coming down. He's following the car 1 of Zimmerman now. Oh, sorry. Zimmerman's caught up very rapidly by the 4 of Kraus. Kraus, from the front, has a very similar scheme to Pekko, but a different color rear wing, so I need to keep that in mind. Kraus has a white rear wing running the number 4. So the 1 and the 4, let's move to them, the lead battle of the 1 and the 4, because Pekko's going to be catching these guys very rapidly because Kraus really wanting to get past Zimmerman. And he has done now. Pekko taking it easy over that double single. Now we're on the second place battle. There we go. Nice move from Pecco to get into the second place. And now Kraus Zimmerman overdriving it over the first of the doubles. And now Pecco's in second. So we've got a very big battle now, a 3-car battle for third. We're going to leave Pecco to work it out with Kraus and move back to the 3-car battle for third place, coming over the triples now. We got the 6, the 1, and the 2. That is Rubinek, Zimmerman, and Voigt crossing the line in that order. Coming around the Elcon L, the track kicking up lots of dust now, or should I say the tires of these cars, as Pecco has moved into the lead now. So you see that the next time they come across the finish line, you'll see that timing change on the left side of the screen, on the right side of the screen. So a multi-car battle for third place, the final bump-up position, the 2, the 1, and the 6. That is Voigt, Zimmerman, and Rubinek. Pecco now gapping second place driver Kraus. So we're watching this battle. This is the final battle. The final position for bump up is third. So these guys are going to have a very hectic 10 minutes and 38 seconds remaining in this one if it keeps up like this. Meanwhile, I am on Pecco watch, so don't worry about Pecco. If you're watching, Pecco's mom, Tara, usually watching his racing. He's doing really well. Oh, and there it goes, flipping it off into the on the straight. We got a dead car, number 2. That's Marshall might want to get out there at some point. We have another car with the bent up rear wing. No, that's just normal. Meanwhile, Pecco has made his way past that hecticness. So where are we at? The 2, 1, and 6, where are they? They're still in that order. I think Pecco is... It's the 1 and the 6 coming around the L. The 2 is way behind now. So this is still our battle for third. The 1 and the 6 coming over the doubles. And the second set of doubles. 9.5 minutes remaining. So this is the 1/8 A final. Next race after this, short course. They run almost the same speed. They're a little bit longer wheelbase, a little bit wider as well, and the body shells are a lot less aerodynamic. They're, especially in the wind. We had very high winds yesterday as these cars were going over the jumps. So the short course bodies acting as basically a massive sail or parachute, really slowing the cars down, really being affected by the winds, especially the cross winds. And these guys cross. So battle for third, heating up once again. It's at car 6, very slowly reeling in. Again, it's Zimmerman. It's Rubinek in the 6, making the pass, coming out of the Elcon L. Very good move there. Zimmerman getting sideways. Zimmerman's not going to be any slouch either. Remember, he qualified ahead of Rubinek. He's not going to make it super easy for him. Meanwhile, Pecco watch. He's doing fine. He's over a lap. He's about 80% of a lap ahead of these guys. Call it 3/4 of a lap. But it's actually slightly more than that. He's on the straight now, so he's coming up on. He's about ready to lap them in a few laps. Second place car, number 4, just crossing the line. So this is the only battle, the only significant battle on track. There are 1 or 2 other battles, but this is the only one that really matters as far as pumping up. And Now it's a battle for fourth between the 2 and the 6. Voigt and Rubinek. And you see Pecco coming up behind them to put him a lap down. Referee will be calling them verbal blue flags, as I call them. Just letting the number 6 car. Okay, that's the leader behind you. You need to let him pass. And getting past the 2. That's a terrible line out of that set of corners. The 6 car needs to let him pass because he's being told. Whether you agree with blue flags or not, it's the rules. There you go, he's let him pass the number 8 car. Looking set to, well, you know, the nice thing about winning a final from the number 8 position, you bump up, you don't have to change numbers on your car. There you go, see, isn't that great? One less thing you have to do. I'm sure Pecco's car is maintained as impeccably well. How you like that, Jim? How about that? Ace. I just made that up. So Pecco Ivanen in the car 8 leading this one. Martin Kraus in the car 4. Dennis Zimmerman in the car 1. Milan Rubinek in the car 6, attempting to get back up there. Pecco putting a pass on the car 1 of Zimmerman. Next up for him will be the car 4. Actually, the car 0 put him another lap down. So the 2 and the 6. Oh, no, that's the 2 and the 6. That's still our battle for 4th position. Following the 8, which is, it's all right. We may as well, because battle for 3rd, which is that number 1 car. The 1 and, we do have a battle now. The 1 and the 6, they are actually just trading spots now, so it's now the 6 and the 1. Just coming over the 2nd of the doubles. That is an actual proper battle for 3rd, and he's just been bumped, Zimmerman. Getting it very wild because he's got 2 other cars battling with him. The number 2 and the 4 trying to put him a lap down. Oh, and he's hit the number 4. Sorry, that's, trying to lap him. The 4 is Kraus in 2nd. So he really should have just let him go. But who can keep track of the numbers on the car when you're battling for position with several other cars on track? Upside down car that Pecco is able to maneuver around just fine. He's getting past the number 7. And now he's got about half a lap of clear track ahead of him. So Pecco, watch, just to let you know, he's completely doing fine. 4 minutes left in this one. Let's see where the battle for 3rd is shaking out. Got the 1, got the 2, the 1, and the 3. Okay, the 3 is out of it, but the 2 and the 1. So the yellow and red car, who's just passed the white car, who's flipped upside down. And then he's the 1. He's disappeared now. He's many seconds behind. So battle for 3rd has fizzled out. Battle for 4th is nowhere. Martin Kraus all on his own in the number 4 car. In the number 4 car. Sorry, that's the battle for 2nd. So yeah. No battles for bump-up positions. The car 8 of Pecco, we may as well go to him as he's coming around the bowl hairpin. As you can see, completely empty track all around. No one to take his eye and distract him. Keep his eye on the ball coming down the main straight, keeping it nice and steady. He doesn't even have to stress the engine or the clutch or the brakes or anything at all. Just keep it nice and steady. Rubber side down. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left in this one. And then we're going to play in one of the interviews that we did yesterday. A nice little thing. So those of you watching on RC Racing TV and EFRA will be able to enjoy that. Pekka making his way past the multicolored number 9 of Angelo Zuger. As I get to question the wisdom of having gummy snacks and then a Diet Coke. Pekka Ivanen once more down the straight, and I will just we'll stay on Pekka, but I'll just mark out where our number 4 car, second place driver Martin Cruz is. He's about at least a half a lap behind. Actually, a lap and a half behind. Half a lap, yeah. Number 2 car, Christoph Voigt, running third. I don't think that's going to be a battle. As he I think this might actually be a battle. A 2 into 1. Yeah, I think we do have a battle. Coming over the second of the tabletops, just about to go over the tabletop actually. That's our 1 and 2 cars. This is our battle for third. So they're coming through the not so flat hairpin. Taking the that's a terrible landing for car number 2 of Christoph Voigt. Terrible landing as Pekko's coming up to lap him. But let's stick with this number 1 car of that is Zimmermann, Dennis Zimmermann from Germany, because he now he's got Pekko immediately behind him, and then he's got the car 6 of Rubinek, who's actually the next car. We do have, if we take Pekko out of the running of these 4 cars, that's a 3-way battle for third. So this is very important. Oh well, too late. That is the order. Voigt not going to take this one as long as Zimmermann finishes. Voigt is out. So that is our number 1 car. Number 2 car, sorry, gone. So Pekko is going to take this one, nearly lapping the field once again. Remember, he did exactly that in the 1/16th A. So Pekko Ivanen taking this one in the car 8. Martin Kraus, car 4, taking second. Dennis Zimmermann crossing the line now to take third. And I'll shut up now, and we'll have a little bit of a feature that we did yesterday. All right, so we're here with young Alfie Jack and his mother Heidi from the UK. And so we last caught up with these two in Fehring, Austria. So how's it been for you guys?
It's been going really good, actually, especially at home in the UK Nationals. It's been a really good year so far.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And for you?
It's been incredible. I've upped my game a lot, and I'm close to winning the junior thing at the Nationals, I am. So, yeah, I'm proud of myself.
Well, you should be. That's excellent work. And I've heard tell that you're actually running in the top group here at the European Championships?
Yeah, that's right. I'm 7th overall, and I've got all of the top drivers from different countries right in front of me. So it's just an amazing achievement.
That is. I mean, you kind of took the words out of my mouth. That's fine. So, Heidi, is Alfie Jack already at that point where the young'un starts to outperform the parent?
Oh yeah. I've been left behind a long time ago. So, but I still do it. I love it. I enjoy it, and I like racing with Alfie Jack. So I'm not going to be hanging my transmitter up.
Well, that's good. I mean, we do enjoy seeing the family element here. I mean, you know, and in this one we have like kind of the total package here. We've got very easy to talk to pair of racers. Yeah. Brits, you know, always fun loving. The family unit and probably going to be a top junior racer. Well, it's not count on chickens, but you know, I don't know if there's.
Keep our fingers crossed.
So obviously it's been kind of a wet week here. What has you're mentioning before we started the talking about the travel and the conditions? What's it been like?
Looks like in dry conditions, Bruno Coelho and Eric Dankel are the two drivers to beat around this Türkheim circuit. Eric Dankel, who we are running with, still at the front of the field. Bruno just in front of him on the circuit, starting to catch some traffic. That's going to help Eric as well. Of course, they're obliged to get out of Bruno's way, but it's only a small moment of hesitance. Just catching them at very slightly the wrong place. See Michael Orlowski's kind of starting to come back into this now. Michael Orlowski less than half a second off the lead. So Michael's charging quite hard. He could get involved with this as well. Just under 2 minutes to go. Bruno Coelho back to the front. Michael Orlowski now less than 3/10 off. He's 4/10 off the lead overall. We're still with Eric, the second of the two cars. Bruno just out in front. Michael just behind. There's also some traffic in between. 1.5 minutes now. Bruno Coelho still leading this one, 1.5 tenths. Super close out in front. Let's see if we can move forward and find the car of Bruno, the all-white coloured car. There we go, just coming out onto the main straight now behind his teammate Alex Hagberg. Just over a minute to go. Bruno leading this one now by about half a second from Eric Dankel. We're just under 1 minute to go, so I'm going to go and have a catch-up with the winner of this heat. I will pass back over to Matt.
Right behind it, Mark, 1.8 seconds away. Thanks, Alexander Hagberg in 5.
40 seconds to go in this Monaco RC sponsored EFRA 1/10 electric track Euros. You're watching the top heat of modified go out as Bruno gets his way past his teammate. 15 seconds to go. Bruno still in the lead with Dankel behind him. Last lap now for Bruno. Is there anything Dankel can do at this point? No. Dankel just under a second behind Bruno.
Eric Dankel in second and Mark Reinhardt in third.
And we'll see if we can get a word with Bruno. Over to you, James.
Thank you, Matt. So, Bruno, well done. Second TQ.
Thank you very much.
So, it's got you front row overall?
Yeah, for the moment.
Yeah. No, I think it has. You're definitely first or second on the grid. No one can beat your score of 2 zeros now.
Yeah, it will be very difficult still. I mean, I don't know if the day will be dry still. So I'm a TQ for the moment. I have 2 TQs, which is very good, and I'm a previous TQ at the moment. But still, someone can make the overall TQ. So everything's still open, let's say. But I'm very happy.
What's the track conditions like? Is it completely dry now?
Yeah, I think it's completely dry, and I think the track is better than yesterday, I will say. I don't know my time in 5 minutes, but I think it was a bit faster than yesterday, I will say. So I think the track actually is better today, so yeah.
Okay, good. Well, any changes planned, or just go and have some lunch, chill out, and go out again?
No, I think that we are all very together, so in terms of speed. So for sure we are going to try to find something on the car to make it a little bit faster. I started very well, and I had a good gap to Dankel, but I spun out in and off straight, like I kind of drift in and off the straight, which I lose a lot of time and I need to recover in the hand. So I'm pretty happy with my car, middle hand of the race, but beginning of the race still we missed something.
Okay, well, good luck, and hope the rest of the meeting goes well for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
very much. Thanks very much to James for catching that moment with Bruno. And, well, that's Q2 done. And we have a break now. We are back in about half an hour for Q3. Already on the screen there, Q3 will be underway. But, yep, you're watching the EFRA 1/10th Track European Championships brought to you by Monaco RC. We are RC Racing TV. And we're coming to you live from Türkheim. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around half an hour. Thank you to Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies, and X-Ray.
These are 1/10 scale on-road racing cars, built to replicate the fastest four-wheeled on-road vehicles. And in this championship come in both touring car and formula platforms. Underneath the aerodynamic bodies, the chassis feature the same tech seen on most modern hypercars: carbon graphite, titanium, machined aluminium, and smart electronics. When it comes to drivetrain, formula cars are rear-wheel drive, while the touring cars are all-wheel drive. And to do the driving, racers stand on a raised platform to let them see the full racing circuit, sending signals to their car to precisely manage the steering, throttle and braking to battle for the race win. At just 40 centimetres long, it takes the quickest reaction speeds when battling door to door. Because on large tracks, these cars can reach speeds of over 80 kilometres an hour, requiring nerves of steel and excellent hand-eye coordination. Every track also features tight and twisty sections which provide many opportunities for passing. Everything on the car is completely customizable. From the aerodynamics, tyre compound and pressures, suspension including shock angle, camber and much more. And of course the electronics. Toy cars? These are not. These are highly engineered racing machines, designed to win international championships across the world.
Okay, we are back here from Türkheim. Just jumping back on after the lunch break. As you can see, sun is out, sun is shining as qualifying heat number 3 begins. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on Friday afternoon, here on RC Racing TV. Out on track at the moment, we have got the first of 2 heats of the front-wheel drive class. Lennart Buchholz with the number 4 car is currently quickest out there. Four minutes of this heat remaining, and Loris Buchholz has now hit the front with the number 1 car. That is the white, green and red coloured car. In fact, there's 2 white and red coloured cars out there. It's the one just coming out onto the main straight now. There we go. That is the now 2nd position car. And Oliver Heiser has jumped up to the front. We'll continue to run with this number 1 car, the 3rd position car. Much, much drier track than they had last time out. Around that long banked sweeper. These guys running the front wheel drive class, a little bit different to some federations. Quite a few places run a rev limited speed controller and motor combination. Here it's open motor with a blinky speed controller, but the gear ratio is limited. So they kind of do the same thing, the rev limit and the ratio limit. They achieve they're designed to achieve the same end. It's relatively pointless running both of them. A little bit of over rotation there, a bit too much curb. Grass is still quite damp, although the track is now completely dry, save for a very, very few bits offline where 0 cars have run. But yeah, you definitely don't want to be running out on the grass at all. Oliver Heiser with the number 3 car is leading. Let's see if we can find the 3 car. Here he's one of the 2 cars on the straight. I think he might be the white coloured car. We'll just catch him as he comes past the race control hut. Yeah, the 3 car is the, well, it's like whitey pink coloured car on the main straight. Just going through the banking. So we should pick him up. There we go. That it does look completely white on shot, but has a hint of pink about it. Heads off down the main straight. 1 minute remaining, leading this one by about 1.3 seconds. Emily Rathajski has got herself back up into 2nd position. .30 seconds left. You can see Oliver started quite a way down the field. Into the final 10 seconds now. Oliver Heiser will pop back up to the front as he crosses the line. Just no mistakes now on this last lap. This is really the place where you don't want to be throwing it away. Looks like he has successfully navigated that. You'll see him filter down the order, which just crosses the line and pops back to the top. So time expired, and he gets that by 3.5 seconds in the end from Emily Rathajski. There we go, Oliver Heiser taking that one. Just missing out on an 18-lap run. And we're now into the top heat of front-wheel drive. So we've got Daniel Pohlmann, who has taken the first 2 rounds of qualifying. So he's got 2 zeros, guaranteed himself a slot on the front row of the grid. His best 2 from 5 to count. He'll definitely be first or second on the grid. He can only have his score matched. Then it's going to come down to fastest times. Having a chat with Bruno at the end of Modified, then he felt that the track was slightly faster. Come the end of it, let's just have a bit of a refresh on their times, just to confirm how much quicker the track was in comparison. So, in fact, it was quicker last night by around 2 seconds. So, track very slightly faster yesterday, but would expect that just to continue building today. You can see on screen at the moment the overall scores for the spec class. Not running that yet, it's the front wheel drive class that's running out on circuit that we've got. And we've got Daniel Pohlmann with the quickest time and 2-round win so far. And that's the modified qualification showing up. See Bruno Coelho with his 2-round wins, Eric Dankel with 2 seconds, Mark Reinhard with a 3rd and a 5th in round counting. So kind of relatively normal names. Ronald Volker a bit further down the order than he'd like. He's got a 4th in round, but 25th in round last time. Quite costly for him. He'll be wanting to drop that, definitely. That'll launch him back up the order right in at the sharp end. Michael Orlowski also having a bit of an issue with a 12th in round to go with his 3rd in round. So once that's straight.
Did Michael get a penalty?
Not that I know of, no. I didn't hear anything about that. What have you heard something, or I've not?
Just word on the chat, but it could just be banter. But what happened to Olowski? Don't know. Some saying that Parker S is saying second corner before the main straight, all 4 wheels beyond the track limits. So a penalty, but that could just be hearsay.
Okay, that's news to us possibly, but we're now running out on track. Soren Sparbier, is leading the heat from Andy Murray as they're getting themselves up and running. So it's the 6 car that is leading. Let's see if we can pick up the 6. So Soren is the second of these 2 cars that you've got in shot. He is running in front of, that looks like Adam Isay in front of him on the split. Yeah, that's Adam Isay. So Soren started out behind Adam. The reason he's showing as in front of him, he started 1 second behind him and is less than 1 second behind him currently. So running nicely. Adam's going to be trying to edge away from him. He knows that Soren is definitely in front of him. You can definitely clock that is much less than 1 second. You can see Adam quite strong down at that end of the circuit. Just edging away. These 2 out in front. Andy Murray is currently in 3rd position. Andy is about 8/10 off of the lead currently. So we'll stick with these 2. Andy Murray is the sort of fluoro yellow car just in the back of your shot that you see occasionally. So if he starts edging much closer, we'll know that he is getting himself right in the fight. But Soren leading this one at the moment. And looks like our current quickest driver, Daniel Perlman, has not made the start of this one even. So maybe with 2 round wins, he's deciding to sit it out, see if anybody emerges as his competitor, because no one can absolutely seal TQ or seal pole position in after 3 rounds of qualifying, with only 2 rounds to count. We need to get at least to round number 4 before we know that anybody is nailed on for pole position. Clearly got some favourites for it that are pretty close to it. Andy Murray's got himself up into 2nd position overall, just in the back of shot. Andy's now actually moved to the front, so if we can move back to the yellow coloured car, there we go, just 1 car further back. That's Andy Murray. He is leading this one. There is currently about 3.5 tenths, so all 3 lead cars together on the straight, running in reverse order. Adam Isay is the lead of those 3 on the track. He is the last of the 3 on the clock. Soren Sparbeer is running in 2nd position, and Andy Murray is pushing hard up to the back of him, just trying to sneak into that gap that's been created. So Andy now about 4 tenths in front, and Andy just puts it on its roof, and that's really unfortunate. Just a little bit too much curb. So we were watching Andy Murray, and he'd done all of the hard work, got himself right out in front, and he will drop all the way down the order. So that will be really, really frustrating there for Andy. He had it in his hands, and just a little bit hairy across the curbs, and boom, over on its roof. All the way down into 5th position. Soren Sparbeer now leading. So let's see if we can find, with 30 seconds left, let's go back to have a look at Soren and Adam Isay. They are just coming out onto the main straight now. So Adam Isay is the blue coloured car. Soren is the 3rd of those 2 cars. So we can run with Adam Isay with a few seconds left. Adam's now actually leading this one. So across the line, let's see what their finishing time is. Adam has got that by about half a second from Soren Sparbeer. Enrico Jung up into 3rd position at the end. Andy Murray, really unfortunate for him, dropping down the field right at the end.
The victory is Fabio in 2nd and Enrico Jung in 3rd. So please bring your cars to the pit lane. We have to do 3. Marcus, wait for your move. You, Marcus.
If you just tuned in, we are watching the EFRA 1/10th track electric European Championships coming to you live, presented by Monaco RC. We're RC with James Stewart commentating for us, Ash on camera, Zach doing interesting things, and Matt McCallum. Hi. Thank you to Hobby Wing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies. Go to EFRA.WS, that's the website, if you want to find out more about this class of racing and other classes of racing. Covering them. In fact, right now, we have over in the Czech Republic of large-scale off-road. Couldn't be different to this class of racing, but yeah, they're 2-stroke petrol-powered. They're over on EFRA's YouTube channel and RC Racing TV's YouTube channel, Facebook page. You can switch and have a quick look at that, but make sure you come back We're obviously the games, but yeah, as we go into Heat 3, Q3, and we go to Formula 1.
We do, yes. F1's just getting themselves out onto the circuit. Very, very different track again. These guys had a wet but drying track last time. It's now pretty much fully dry for them. So, good opportunity for them. Pop in some good scores. Michael Mirk is going to lead us away from Aidan Gale, Andy Frattaroli. Andy really, really quick last time in the wet. Obviously starts off further down the order because although he's got like the best round score, he didn't have a very quick run time in the wet, but relative to everybody else, it was. Michael Mirk is the lead of these two cars. At the moment, his first lap a 19.3, Aidan with a 20.9, like 1.6 seconds. These two, kind of the class of this particular field. You see Darren Gale throwing some shapes as we came out onto the main straight. A little bit sideways there for Michael Mirk, who we're running with at the moment. Aidan Gale is dropping back slightly from him. In fact, Andy Frattarelli has moved himself up into second position in the heat. So we've got some kind of a problem for Aidan. Yeah, it looks like Aidan's been on the grass. Still running with our leader in this one, Michael Mirk. Quite spread out the field. There's 5 cars running. Early retirement from Darren Gale as well. He's managed 1 lap so far. Michael Mirk through on to lap number 6. The F1 class running as a European Cup this weekend rather than a European Championship. Not attracting sufficient entry numbers to qualify as a European Championship and crown a European EFRA European champion in the books. So the winner of this will go down as a European Cup winner. Andreas Stiebler coming up in the next heat. Looks in a pretty good position so far. Also winning the equivalent World Cup last year at Gubbio. Nice and steady from Michael Mirk. 2 minutes to go. He's got a pretty huge lead out there at the moment. So he is like 6 seconds down the road from Michael Hauptley. 6.5 seconds down the road. So gap's just increasing all the time. Growing bigger and bigger and bigger. Nice to keep it moving, keep the car rolling, circulating. No mistakes, 1.5 minutes left to go. Take that nice high line around the banking, just maintain corner speed, stay well away from any of that damp looking grass. One minute of this race remaining.
1 minute to drive.
Michael Mirka still leading from Michael Hauptli. Andy Frattaroli in third position. Aidan Gale, the only other driver circulating, currently in fourth position. Everybody fairly evenly spaced out as we come in towards 30 seconds to go. Into the final 10 seconds. Michael Mirka just needs to bring this one home. He's got a pretty huge lead. Michael Mirka taking that one. 16 in 3:03 by some 5 seconds from Michael Hauptli. Set for the top heat. Darren Gale having turned his transmitter off up there, done the step back.
I can hear some applause.
Yeah.
Some polite applause coming from the onlooking crowd and spectators.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody wanting to see other competitors out there on the track doing well, just not too well.
Well, lunch break is is done. So this is us now, all the way to the end of qualifying, I guess. Maybe some medium breaks, short breaks.
There are some sort of 10-15 minute buffers at the end of each round of qualifying. So we have, we're running, looking at the timetable now, we've got Q3 running. This will run through till sort of 12 minutes past 2 our time, and then we're back at 27 minutes, so it's a 15-minute gap. Obviously if there's any slight delays to the start of a run, that might drop into that a little bit, but that's designed to give officials just a chance for a little bit of a comfort break, and they're important. Having the officials that volunteer for these events, so it's good to look after them, leave them a little bit.
Just time for me to tell you about becoming an RC Racing TV hero and support our channel. What does that mean? Well, that means we'll send you a sticker pack, physical sticker pack to your house that you will get, and we will also follow the cars you request us to follow during qualifying and practice, if it's all possible. So by becoming an RC TV hero, all you have to do is click the join button in YouTube, and that makes you part of our RC Racing TV family. It helps us keep growing and keep supporting this sport that we all love, and it means that we'll follow the cars that you wish. So if you want us to follow a particular car during qualifying, hit the join button, become an RC Racing TV hero, and we'll be all over that car while qualifying continues.
And those sticker packs, they're very exclusive, aren't they, Matt? Even I don't have one.
They are.
So
yeah. I can arrange, right? We'll put that right. We'll definitely put that right.
Okay, but fair enough. But they're hard to come by.
I think you've earned one. I think you've earned one after all these years.
I've earned one over the years. Andreas Stiebler leading away here in the Formula class. So top heat. Andreas has taken the first 2 rounds of qualifying already, so he's locked himself into the front row of the grid. He people can only match his score. It's the kind of a similar situation in the stock class and the modified class as well. So we've got people with 2 zeros, and they're looking pretty good for TQ. They're definitely in the A final. They're definitely starting first or second on the grid. They've clearly got the pace in the cars, so it will take a bit of a reversal of fortunes, but nevertheless there are still particularly, well, in fact, in both stock and modified, I think. Simon Lauter, quickest so far in both heats, both rounds of stock qualifying, and Jan Rathajski looks like he's the nearest challenger. Certainly over a single lap, he's definitely got the pace. Simon looks just a bit more consistent over the course of a run, and able to string a few more of those sort of super fast laps together in modified. Pretty similar situation with Bruno Coelho. He showing his class, really, taking the first 2 rounds. Eric Dankel has popped up in front of him on occasion. Ronald Volker's in there. Michael Orlowski's in the mix as well. So quite a few opportunities for them to put in a good move. Let's see if we can pick up our leader in this, Andreas Stiebler. He is just coming off the end of the main straight now, around the bank sweeper. So he's the green coloured car, there we go. Andreas leading this one by around 3.5 seconds from David Erbar. Michael Lipperheider in 3rd position currently. Andreas taking really wide line, exiting out onto the main straight, so travelling a little bit of a further distance, but conserving the momentum in the stock classes. Sometimes that's a quicker way to go rather than sort of point and shoot modified. You've got almost unlimited power. Stock classes not necessarily the case, so you're just wanting to conserve that hard-won momentum. Although you're maybe travelling a slightly longer distance, might mean you can pull an extra tooth on the pinion, something like that, gaining a little bit more top speed and gain in the conservation of speed what you've just lost in being very, very close to all of the apices on the track. Looking pretty good with 1.5 minutes left. Stiebler's lead is getting up towards 5 seconds. So they go into the final minute. So catches a fairly leery slide. Throwing it in off the end of the straight there.
50 seconds. Another 16.8 from Elias, 7.0 for Davi, 7.2 for Michael, 7.2 also for Chris.
40 seconds left to go. Andreas knows that he's got this in his pocket. He just needs to bring it home. Even if David was lapping slightly quicker than him, which he isn't currently, it wouldn't be enough to close down the gap by the end. Ten seconds remaining. Andreas Stiebler, who we're running with, is going to... will he make it through for the extra lap? No, he just misses it. So he's just missed the 19-lap run. David Erbar is also going to join him on an 18-lap run, as will Michael Lipperheider and Gergo Valent. I think Chris Grenz also sneaks through onto that extra lap. Michael Friebel not having a great run. Let's see what that's done for the overall ranking lists. So Andreas Stiebler with the couple of zeros. Michael Lipperheider also with his 0 from round number 2 in the wet is going to be on 3 points. He's got a 1, a 3 and a 3. First in round, third in round, third in round. So he is looking pretty good for the front row. David Erbar will be, what's he got? He's got a couple of seconds in rounds. So Michael Lipperheider will probably jump him on the grid. We're going into the spec class now. So the largest class here at Türkheim with 6 heats. Mark de Witt will lead us away from Daniel Bergener, Sindrik Demir, Andrew Walters, Peter Knudsen, Vittoria Fenili, Laszlo Kiss-Orban and Jaroslav Kritz.
Chase Mackman says, James, who do you think will get TQ in and I'm assuming that's in mod?
In mod, I mean, Bruno's put himself in a very good position, obviously with couple of round wins, so you'd be hard pressed to bet against him. Erik Dankol looks like he's got some good pace in the car. If he can get himself up, if he can get a good clean run, he seems to drop off in like the 3rd minute and then it stabilises again. So if he can manage to get a good run, I think Erik Dankel's probably going to be the challenge, the biggest challenger, I think, to Bruno. That would be my feeling. And for stock, if the question's about stock, Simon Lauter looking the most likely suspect, but Jan Rathajski again similar. Looks like he's got the pace, but just needs get a little bit more consistency to it without losing some of that pace. So I would expect the current holders, but we'll find out in a little bit. Mark de Witte leading away from Daniel Bergener. And Sindrik Demir running in 3rd position. We'll run this opening lap with Michael de Witte with some kind of light gold coloured body shell. It's actually now changing colour in the sunlight. Some of these, I'm not even sure how you'd achieve that colour. It's like a gold that's been backed with silver, but a really thin coat of gold. It's looking at it on stream. It looks like a kind of a white colour. We're looking at the low shot at the moment, outside race control. We'll see if we can get onto the moving cam in a moment. Just to pick that up, still looking at the low shot just in front of the driver's rostrum. But timing is working quite nicely at the minute. Peter Knudsen is currently the fastest car with the number 3 car. Let's see if we can spot him out on circuit. So the number 3 car is the white, pink and blue coloured car. He's just going round to head under the driver's rostrum now. There we go. That is our leader, the number 3 car of Knudsen. We're still showing on the main display the low shot outside race control that you're seeing on screen, just working.
Finishing now, Litamaki. Just imagine if he'd had a spotter working with him and a headset, he would have been able to say, look, don't come in, there's still 40 seconds left. You could have made it if he'd been able to hold off the number 3 of Ceciulis. So this is Dalibor Rohac coming across to finish and take the win in this 1 quarterfinal B, with Martin Consul and Domantas Ceciulis taking the final bump up positions.
All right, so we're here with British racer Jack Keatley, running here from, obviously, the UK. Now, Jack, this is I'm told that this is your first time running an Elcon short course. So how's that been going for you?
Yeah, it's been going really well. Been a lot more consistent with it this year. It's a lot different to drive than my old car. But yeah, just the pull and the drive is just phenomenal.
Are there any? Do you have experience with running four-wheel drive in it as a buggy in this category?
In the past, yeah. I haven't done buggy for a couple of years, but I used to do it in the past.
Okay. Are there any? What kind of train? Because obviously the short course are four-wheel drive. Apart from the full body, and I assume there's a inner roll cage or not on these. Okay.
No.
Some of them do, but yeah, it's so what translates over from four-wheel drive buggy to short course, and what doesn't? What's completely different?
The truck is a bit different to drive because it's not as nimble as a buggy. Like the four-wheel drive concept is still the same as like a buggy to a truck, but you just can't be as nimble and as quick as one of these as you can with a buggy. But everything else is pretty much identical. So if you drove a buggy and just came over to here, you'd find it really easy. So.
And we've seen the short course in the past several years. We've seen the short course class kind of build up and up. So what makes it less nimble than a buggy? Is it purely just the body and the aerodynamics, or what is it about it?
I think it's a bit of both, to be honest. The size of it and the aerodynamics and the shell. I'm not too sure, but it's a combination of both of them, I would have said.
All right, and you were saying that at the moment, at least up to the point where we are at recording this, you're leading the category here in Czech Republic at the European Championships. What's it like? Have you stopped getting engine tuning tips from Ian because you're running his engines, or how does he feel about that?
No, he still plays with the engine when I need him to. But yeah, it's really close, to be honest. Like between me, Ian, and Taylor, which is the top three, I think there's like 3 seconds between us three. So it's tight, but it's at the moment in a good place. So just hope it carries on till the end of the week.
I mean, to be honest, as a commentator, I hope it will too, because Ian kind of ran away with it last year. So we do hope there's someone to give him a really good battle. So good luck in qualifying and the rest of the finals.
Thank you. Cheers.
Okay, hope you enjoyed that chat with Jack Keatley. Pretty interesting talking to these top guys. Jack Keatley, of course, British racer, running with Ian Audie quite a lot and Taylor Letchford. So we'll see what happens there with these guys in the final. But the main thing is, first of all, we'd like to welcome a brand new hero. We've got a new hero. Thank you, John Toman. Get a massive shout out. Thank you so much for becoming our latest RCTV hero. I haven't seen you in this chat, so I'm assuming that you have joined the hero club thanks to our coverage in Türkheim with James, Zach, and Ash. But thank you anyway, no matter how you have joined us. So if you'd like to be a hero, and all you have to do is find the join button on the YouTube browser page or in the app if you're able to. If you're not able to, just go to in any browser, find RC Racing TV and find the join button. You get sets of sticker. You get a sheet of stickers. You get a big shout out like this one, because John Toman's awesome. Everyone wants to be awesome. Everyone wants to be like John Toman. You also get a highlighted name in the chat, and also a cool little badge that says, hey, I donated. And look at that, we got Nuno Gaspar, another one, another hero. Thank you very much, Nuno. Massive thanks for helping support RC Racing TV, support RC Racing, which supports RC. How about that? You can also help us out by joining. I mean, you guys don't have to. You can if you want. No one has to. But we welcome everyone to check out the RC TV merch shop on rcracingtv.com. And you can check out, there's some really cool shirts and hats and hoodies are all on there. Use RCTV10 to get 10% off your first order. Yeah, so some chat about what happened in that last final. Basically just a tactical mistake, I would say. And not having the knowledge that a spotter would be able to tell him. You can't imagine how loud these things are. I'm wearing noise-canceling earbuds under over-ear headphones, and still plenty loud. So it's not like you can shout down saying, "I'm going to come in," and then hearing someone saying, "No, don't. There's only 2 laps." It's not really how it happens. It's very loud and very hectic, of course, on the rostrum like it is all the time. So we do have a question in there. Why aren't the tires 3-piece? Well, because it's too heavy, basically. So 7 seconds left. And they're off and running. Korsic, Jilkova, Helbich, Leruzik, roughly in that order. And then we've got Zabludil, Pfizer, Sivens, Kuz, Schulz, and Nasijic. Some of these names, hopefully, you will recognize from the bump-up positions. Who's that? That's gone over the number 5 of Zabludil. But we do have the 1, 2, 3, 4 out in order. Then the 7, 6, 8, 9, 10, and 5. So we're following this first group of racers. And as usual, the leader has a nice little gap at the moment until or unless he makes a mistake, just like that. So now second place is caught up just a little bit. Third place, running up the track and flipping, trying to get back onto the track. So he's lost 2 positions there. So let's focus on this gaggle of cars. It's kind of fighting over the scraps of third place, and the number 6 going very, very wide in the dust. Remember, we do have a definite racing line now. We have a very high grip section and then a very, very loose section. But the high grip section, lots and lots of cars driving over it, also is getting the most wear. So we're seeing lots of potholes and ruts starting to form at the end of the day yesterday, and it's not going to get any better. There's no track maintenance happening in between. It's off-road, baby. So we've got the 1 and the 2. The 7 is flipped over, so now that's given up the third place to cars 3 and 8. The 7 way down the order now, so this battle between the 3 and the 8 about to come over the second of the doubles. It looks like it's at the moment a 2-car battle, but the 9 is trying to get in there. That's the Sivens, Helbich, and Schulz cars. At the moment, we've got Czech Republic leading in the first 2 positions. Then we've got Neil Sivens from the UK, Slovakia actually taking 3rd. Our British racer falling way down the order to 7th. That's our number 7 car that got turned around and flipped. So the number 3 alone in 3rd. So number 10 flipping over, wanting to test out the robustness of their alloy suspension arms. Let's move to this battle for the lead. Coming down the straight now, the first 2 cars, the 1 and the 2. That's Korček and Jalova. They're off and leading at the moment out on their own. have a building battle for third. Between the 3 and the 8, that is Helbich and Kuz. So let's try and keep both of them in the picture. And I do apologize to Jim just publicly and out loud because I can't see actually what the camera is showing. So there we go. Wow, that's a great pass. Under power down the main straight by the number 8 car of Sasha Kuz. Actually, our first of the bump-up racers in this one. So he'll be very familiar with the track conditions, more so than the rest of these guys, which will help in the early running for sure. And now he's lost that position. Or no, he almost lost the position. So, oh, and getting sideways there. Of course, the second place, zooming down the main straight. 3 and then the 8. So yes, he did lose that position when I said he did. Coming over the first of the doubles. Korchik, Jalova, Helbich, and Kuz. That's our running order, first through fourth. Helbich, and luckily for me anyway, positions 1, 2, and 3 are occupied by cars number 1, 2, and 3. Ooh, wow, that's a risky pass there. I think it just about pulled off. Car number 8 fighting for his life in that fourth position to try and get back up and so he can fight for third. You go from one knife fight to another. A bit like a John Wick movie. And let's see what kind of power he's got now. Not able to put it down. So the 3, the 2, and the 8 goes sideways, gets caught up, and now he's caught up with the, disaster. Disaster. Let's follow this 3 and 2 as they're coming over the second of the doubles. This is our battle for second. So the loser out of this one is going to be their final race, and no one wants that. And a broken car number 8. That is tragedy for our Swiss racer of Sasha Kuz. Coming off the stand, shaking his head. That is dreadful, but that is racing sometimes. Number 2 going over after a bad landing off the first double. So that lets the 3 of Helbich get past. Running order still, Korchik, Helbich, and Jilkova. Neil Sivens is actually right there behind him. So we got a 3-way battle for second. Loser out of this one, again, well actually, yes, I was incorrect before. The loser out of this battle is going home, packing up. After they turn marshal, of course. You got to do your racing duties. Oh, that's not a great landing. Oh, and don't rev it because now that's going to make your, that's going to possibly explode. And then, Neil, what you doing, man? Revving it out of frustration, but that made his tire turn into a pizza cutter, as some RC folks like to say. And that could have destroyed his rear tire insert, which then basically makes it completely out of balance, and then that'll eventually, after all this wear and tear and landing and everything, take the tire off the rim. So whatever you do, don't rev it when you're upside down. Be frustrated, but don't punch anything or just pull the trigger. So Korchak, Jokova, and Helbich. It's still a running order. Sivens still in fourth, so he's holding on to it, but he's got a battle on his hands with the 4 and the 0 cards immediately behind him, like Ruzic and Masijic. And I think what I predicted has happened. He's lost position. He's lost 2 positions just in the time it took for me to turn around. He's lost that rear tire, I think. He's running on 1 rear flat tire, basically. Oh, and a broken car 10. That gives Sivens a spot, but it's the car 10 broke immediately in front of him. Rear end breakage. But now Sivens running on a flat tire. Number 1 and 2 running away with this one, about to go over the tabletop. We may as well, I think we've been focused on them already. Coming around the not so flat hairpin. Taking it nice and steady over that. Double single. Let's see if we can reset here. The 1 and 2 running first, second. That makes it very easy. They're running together, but they're not battling. The number 3 running third, and the number 4 running fourth. So let's focus on that number 3, just about to come around the not so flat hairpin now. The car immediately behind him, that bright green and orange, very much like my Mazda 787B replica socks. That is the 4th place car. If you're a Le Mans racing or World Endurance car fan, you'll know what I'm talking about. I'm more about Group C. That's my deal. But yeah, it's not quite the diamond sort of shape of the. Whoa! And what happened there to the car 3? He went completely straight. He's gone outside of the track. The marshal trying to jump the fence, falling on his face. He's stuck in the fence. And other drivers, he's gone. That car is gone. He lost radio. He's coming off the rostrum now. A very sad Marek Helbek from Slovakia. Wow. The mechanic running around and retrieving the car, but that car is done. Still in one piece, but whew. So now we've got the number 4 in 3rd place, with the number 5 in 4th, the number 6 in 5th. So that puts it in, actually what's happened to Peter Korchak? He's gone over somewhere. The number 1 car has lost his lead position. He's made a mistake while we were paying attention to that. High attrition rate so far in this one. Well, not really. 2 cars out, 3 cars out. So we do have a battle for the lead between the 2 and the 4. So I believe they're coming over the triples now, with the car 1 in 3rd just behind them by about 5 seconds or so. So this is our battle for the lead. And I'll keep an eye on the number 1 car. because if he makes any more mistakes, he's got the number 5 car, Mikhail Zabladil, wanting to take that spot off of him. You got to keep your eyes on your head on a swivel here. All kinds of action going off. So this is coming to the very end. 1 minute left in this one. The very end of the two-wheel drive 1/4 A final. Next up in about 10 minutes time, 9 minutes time, we've got the four-wheel drive 1/4 B final. So we're going to have some very good racers in that one. And then we're going to see Pecco in action once again at just before 2 o'clock local time. That's Central European time. Meanwhile, out on track, the number 2 car of Petra Jilkova. Then it's the number 4 of Ethan Leruzik. Petr Korchik in third. And he's got the number 9 car immediately behind him, but he's 3 laps down, so he's completely fine. Number 5 car is about 10 seconds behind Petr. So I think he's okay. In fact, time has ended. So this is it for everybody. There we go. Petra crosses, Ethan crosses. Czech Republic and France celebrate once again. There's Czech Republic racer Petr Korček. And then 2 more Czech racers, or German racers, already finished in the car number 9. There we go. That is it. So Petra Jilkova, Leruzik, and Korček bumping up into the semifinal B, or semifinal A's for two-wheel drive. Next up is four-wheel drive.
Thanks, drivers. Thank you.
So, hope you enjoyed that race. Thank you very much for watching. Close to 120 viewers now. Fans of large-scale off-road, thank you very much. So we'd like to thank everyone for joining us here. We are live, broadcasting live here from Starec in the south of the Czech Republic for the EFRA large-scale off-road European Championships. And we are about to go into the four-wheel drive category now. You were just watching two-wheel drive go around. Short course was about half an hour before that.
5 minutes to start.
So track is open.
All right, so now we're here with Thomas Kraus, local Czech racer here for Elcon. So Thomas, if I were to get started driving one of these, what kind of tips would you give me to go around this track? Maybe when it's a little bit drier.
I don't really know, but you have to have quick car because it's a quick track, and some good handling, speed to the jumps, and
that's everything.
Yeah.
Everything that your Elcon gives you. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So your brother is a former European champion?
Yeah.
And so, is he here mechanicking for you or helping you out in any way?
No, he is driving full-wheel drive, and he is doing well.
Okay. All right. So, Are there any tips that your brother has maybe been able to pass down to you to help you in your quest to be top junior?
Yeah, we have a headset, so he is on the radio and he gives me some advices, like where I can be faster, how can I jump, and tell me lap times.
Okay, so he'll be listening out for your engine compared to everybody else's that are out there, and go, oh, you might be coming on power a little bit too much in this point, and maybe try a different line at this point, or something like that.
Yeah. Definitely.
Okay, well, it's a very unique thing. I mean, a lot of people aren't aware that even in model car racing, the drivers will have spotters, basically, just like NASCAR and World Endurance Championship or Le Mans. They'll have spotters. So, is there anything on this car that makes it that gives you just extra confidence out on the track?
I think nothing special, but the engine is good and exhaust that give me so much power in the car, so I can be faster.
Oh, that's great, and hopefully you're able to pass on your local racing knowledge tips to the rest of the Elcon team.
Hopefully I can. I will try to help them if they need to, and yeah.
Okay, no, it's perfect. All right, well, thank you very much, and good luck in qualifying and the rest of the finals.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bye.
Bye. All right, so as you can see, drivers still in or cars are still in the pit lane. And we're just counting down, waiting about 20 seconds before they're going to be allowed onto the track for their formation lap. No dramas so far with anyone not starting. Of course, we have seen drivers break out literally on the formation lap. So that's some rotten luck, let me tell you.
One can still take TQ by winning 2 rounds and doing a faster time. So, yes, in that sense, it would probably a rain shower now would probably guarantee him pole position, because even if someone was to match his score, they're not going to beat his time then that he's done, because he's done it on a dry track. Their time would be on a wet track. So, yes, in that sense, it probably would help him a little bit, but he's already there, he's already at the front, and it would, I don't know, it would introduce another variable, which he might not be quite so keen on. Martin Huddy going to lead away.
Just time to welcome.
Okay.
Just before we get started, very, very quickly welcome to Gary Burns, our latest RCTV hero. Gary, thank you so much. We probably couldn't do it without you, so thank you so much for becoming an RCTV hero.
Martin Huddy leads away from Manuel Wagner and Benjamin Elbisser, Lucas Ellerbrook, Enzo Rousselon, Maxim Repo, Alexander Kunkler, Soren Sparbeer and Stefan Schultz. So not the best opening lap from Martin. It's only the 6th quickest in the heat, but we'll give it a couple of laps, see how everything settles in. You're only talking a matter of tenths separating everybody, so really subject to change over the first 3 or 4 laps. Martin Huddy now up into 3rd position. We're running with him. Lucas Ellerbrook is the quickest car at the moment with the number 1 car. Let's just see if we can spot him. He is the white, fluoro, yellow and blue coloured car. He's just coming off the banking now and heading through there in the centre of shot. Picked him up nicely as he comes out onto the main straight. Lucas Ellerbrook leading this one. Again, best lap, a 13.843. Jumping around all the time as they cross the line, depending on where they started. Lucas starting in 3rd position, still in 3rd place on the track. Martin Huddy now gets himself up into the top 3. There's Ellerbrook from Wagner from Huddy. Lucas lead about 6/10 currently. In fact, it's grown, it's 9/10 now. We're running with Lucas Ellerbrook leading the penultimate heat of the spec class. So pretty much, if you're the quickest car in this heat, you'd be pretty disappointed not to make the A final. If you get yourself manage to seed yourself into this heat and are typically the quickest car in it, don't forget the seeding is carried out over consecutive laps rather than pace over a 5-minute run. So you'd hope that if you were the quickest car in this, you'd be pretty unlucky to miss out on the A final. That's what Lucas is going to be hoping for, to slot himself in to a gap at the back of the A final. 2 minutes to go, and just collect some traffic. That was really unfortunate. So he's got a bit of a body tuck at the front as well. That's opened the door for Wagner. Manuel Wagner taking the lead. So that was just an example. Lucas Ellerbrook didn't do anything wrong there. He just drove into somebody else's accident. That's super unfortunate. Got a body tuck at the front as well. That's going to make the car feel a little bit funky. Let's see if we can find Manuel Wagner with the 8 car, who has picked up the lead. So the 8 car is the all-white car, going through the banking now. And there we go. Manuel Wagner, our leader. Lucas Ellerbrook dropping down into 4th position. .40 seconds to go. Manuel Wagner still leading this one. He's got like 1.2 seconds over Soren Sparbeer. 20 seconds remaining. Manuel Wagner looks like he's going to take this one. Super unlucky for Lucas Ellerbrook. Looked like he had it in his pocket and then got involved in somebody else's accident. Couldn't do anything about it, just drove clean into it. So I think Lucas exiting the rostrum pretty quickly there. He's going to be quite upset with himself. A little fist pump for Manuel Wagner. He's happy enough with that.
EFRA 1/10 track Euros electric, of course. This is Monaco RC live stream, live from Türkheim. I was just welcoming Gary Burns. Thank you, Gary Burns, for being our latest RCTV hero. Well, that gets you. We'll send you some stickers. A very exclusive RCTV sticker that even some of our most premier commentators don't have their hands on those stickers, but you're going to get some.
Or me.
And also... And if there's anybody you heroes want us to cover in qualifying, just shout up. Holler and we'll give them a follow. I invented that and I don't like it anymore. It makes me cringe a bit. Anyway, shout up and we'll follow them for you. John Toman, he's a hero, says, is it best 2 from 5, James?
It is best 2 from 5, yes. So nothing confirmed this round. Nothing can be confirmed. But yes, it's 2 from 5. So it will be the next round of qualifying when anything is confirmed. So we'll, as soon as we have any confirmed TQs for stock and modified, we'll be over there to have a chat with the drivers and get their thoughts on it.
There are your drivers for this heat on the screen right now.
Yep,
Thank you to
Simon
Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies, and X-Ray.
Simon Lauter has taken the first 2 rounds. Jan Ratajski, like we said, looks like he's got the pace to challenge him, and a little bit cheeky from it. You wouldn't necessarily see it on that low shot, but Jan pulled himself up on the line, kind of exactly where Simon wanted to be. So Simon had to sort of just navigate his way a little bit over the curb and just, not on the cleanest part of the track. So maybe this is, this is Jan thinking already that he just needs to, this is what he needs just to gain himself a slight advantage. We'll see. We'll see if Simon's opening lap is a little bit slower. Probably not, but there you go. Let everything open up. Let the first lap complete. Ollie Bultink quickest on the opening lap from Simon Lauter. Ollie Bultink still after 2 laps. Max Mackler up there as well. And Adam Isay actually moving to the front. So we're 3 laps in. Let's just wait and see. Max Mackler now hits the front. And Adam Isay. Let's see if we can pick up Adam then. He is a kind of a sky blue coloured car. One can, but fortunately he's chosen something quite different. He's just coming out onto the main straight now. So the second of these 2 cars that we've got, there we go. That's Adam Isay's car, pretty distinctive. Hungarian driver, but he's running under an Austrian licence this weekend. Let's just see as he crosses the line whether he is maintaining the lead. He is at the moment, leading by about 3/10 from Max Mackler. And still leading this one. Started out quite late in the run, so you'll see Simon pop up to the top. Simon has now got himself sort of fairly comfortably by about 1/10 of a second when I say that, but he's got himself in front of Ollie Bultink and Max Mackler consistently. Jan Ratajski starting to enter the chat as well. But Adam Isay leading this one by about 6/10 from Simon Lauter. We're running with Adam at the minute. Adam's lead down to about 7/10 now. So just coming up to half distance in the run. Running with Adam Isay. Through the banking, through the sweeper, we're keeping an eye on where Simon Lauter is relative to him. Overall in the run. It's good from Adam still. Still really, really close for second position in the heat. It's about half a second now, Adam Isay's advantage. But if he was to drop by 1 second, he would plummet down to about 6th overall. So super close. Racing here at Türkheim. See as they cross the line. Where he pops out, Adam Isay still leading this one. It's about 3/10 now. 1 minute 30 to go. So I think there's a good chance that Simon Lauter's going to get this. His pace is just like super, super consistent. Other drivers are challenging him through the run. Still 0.2 of a second, Adam Isay's lead over Simon Lauter that last time round. They're going to come up to the 4-minute call in a moment, any second now. It's kind of stabilised. It's 0.3 now. The gap between Adam Isay and Simon Lauter. Still running with Adam Isay. Sky blue coloured car. Leading the way out in front. Let's see if he can be the first person other than Simon Lauter to take a round here at Türkheim. Still Adam leading this one by about 1/4 of a second at the moment, so it's still really, really open. Only takes one slight bobble and Adam would lose out. Still about 1/4 of a second the gap into the final 20 seconds. So they're going to have this lap plus one more. So they cross the line again. Adam Isay back to the front. It's still that 1/4 of a second gap. Adam's done everything he needs to under massive pressure. So we're going to cross the line. Simon's going to flick around to the top. And then we're just waiting for the finishing times to appear. So Simon Lauter's crossed the line. We're just waiting for Adam Isay to come across. Make sure he makes it. And he does, and drops down into second position. So Simon Lauter gets that right at the death on the last lap. So amazing last lap. Of a 14.153. Next quickest lap on that final lap was a 14.367. So Simon Lauter nicks that on the last lap from Adam Isay. So that's 3 rounds from 3 now from Simon. So for anybody to take that off of him now, they've got to get the last 2 rounds of qualifying and do a faster time. So super impressive from Simon there, just stealing that on the last lap, nicking that away from Adam Isay. Getting ready to go into modified now. Until the start. Tim Coman leading away this first modified heat with the number 2 car. 3 heats of modified got running out there. So immense power. You can see a little bit of rear stepping out as he gets on the throttle. Ben Jabira is leading this one. He's the number 3 car. Let's see if we can pick up the 3. Just looking to spot where the 3 car is. It is the yellow coloured car with the black stripes down the roof. So he's 1 car in front of the car that we're following. There we go. Just down through out towards the main straight. Benjamin Jabira caught and passed Tim Coman on the split, and now a second in front. Coming together there between what was the leader and someone else making a bit of a hash of a corner directly in front of them. It's going to drop him down. He'd crossed the loop, so it's not going to affect him on that last lap. It will reflect as they cross the line now. So Tim Coman back to the front, and Florian Wilhelm in second position. Half spin there as well for Ben Jabira. Let's see if we can find our leader at half distance, Tim Coman. He's about 9/10 of a second in front. He is the number 2 car. He's the all white coloured car. Just going through the banking now and heading round. There we go. That is the number 2 car of the leader, Tim Coman. Had lost the lead to Ben Jabira, who then got caught up with a little bit of traffic and ended up on his roof on the grass, and now some 4 seconds back. That's exactly what you want traffic to do, crash in front of you, step out of the way. Tim Coman leading this one from Florian Wilhelm. Gap 1.9 seconds now. Car looking like it's doing a bit of a double steer on entry. It's sort of taking 2 goes at initiating the turn. It's like driving around the edge of a 50p piece. It's not flowing particularly smoothly. It's effective. It just doesn't feel like it's or doesn't look like it's going to be particularly nice to drive and quite that pretty. But it's getting there. It's moving around the circuit and circulating. Into the final 30 seconds. Tim Coman still leading this one. Going into his final lap now. Makes the split pretty comfortably with 5 seconds to go. Tim Coman taking that one by 4 odd seconds, just over 4 seconds from Ben Jabira. Probably the amount of time that Ben lost in his accident, actually.
If you're just tuning in, well, it's qualifying day at the EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships here in Germany. And this is brought to you by Monaco RC. Go check out Monaco RC. Fantastic shop where you can buy all your RC requirements. So yeah, check in with Monaco RC, search on Google and check in with them. Also thanks to Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies, and of course X-Ray for supporting us throughout the season of racing. As you can see, we're in Türkheim, the mcc-turkheim.de, fantastic club. Second time we've been streaming from this facility, and I personally am a fan. I love this part of Germany, Bavaria. It's very nice part of the world. Just hoping that the weather will hold out, but you know, you never know. You never know. It could get really exciting.
Yeah, I think we're safe for this round. What we're seeing forecast is arriving around 3 p.m, so in sort of 1 hour's time. We've got 2 heats of modified left, and then we've got a sort of 10-15 minute-ish intermission before we go again. So we're going to be starting again around 2:30, just before 2:30, or 2:30 local time. So it'll be like 1:30 in the UK. And yeah, that will mix it up a bit. I think they'd get effectively it would start raining pretty much at the start of, if it at 3 o'clock is correct, it would be at the start of the spec class. We should get front wheel drive done, we should get formula done, and then yeah, it's spec that it starts to mix up in effect. What we need to look for is if like one heat of spec, the bottom heat of spec, get out there, manage times, and then it rains. It's going to then have quite a profound effect potentially on the overall round positions for people. Tim Val leading this one with the number 3 car. He set out in first position, so I believe that we're following him at the moment. Yeah, that is Tim's car that we have on shot. So Tim will be looking again from this heat, being one of the quickest in this heat. He's going to be looking to pop himself up into the A final. He is currently 6th overall in the overall rankings, with a 4th in round last time. They were, it wasn't slippery, it wasn't wet, but they were slightly green conditions, I think. Track's more rubbered in now, so expecting to see probably quicker times than we did yesterday. We'll have a look and see what the sort of predicted overall is. Tim is predicted a 24 in 3:12 currently. I think Bruno's best time was yesterday a 24:308 that he managed. So we'll keep a close eye on that as we move up the heats, but would suggest that the track is approaching its peak, and maybe the fastest we'll see it all weekend, if indeed we do have that rain shower coming in at around 3 p.m. It depends if that manages to dodge us. Still leading though, Tim Weil is looking pretty good out in front from Antoine Brunet. His lead is around a second at the moment. That was pretty close there. I think that was the closing speed of these modified cars in particular is absolutely immense, and I think it's a truism that most people can drive the car around themselves relatively okay. It's when you then start having to deal with needing the spare mental capacity to deal with where other cars are on track and the speed that you're approaching them, they're approaching you, where you slot in on circuit. That's the difficult bit, and one of the things that sets apart the top drivers from the rest of us. They're able to cope with the extra speed, pace of the cars. Under 2 minutes left now of this heat. Tim Weil still leading from Antoine Brunet. Marco Kaufmann in third position. Tim will be looking to put together another strong run. He's already got a fourth in round. There's a strong chance that is going to give him a position somewhere in the A final, but he'll want another good score to go with that. He's doing everything right, making all the right noises. Shaped, dropped off on a predicted to a 23 in 301, 301.7. So just dropping back on pace very slightly. Seconds remaining. Tim Weil comes onto what will be his last lap, beginning that. Going to drop in to the front, so Tim crosses the line. 23 in 301. Antoine Brunet only half a second back, actually, so Antoine getting pretty close there at the end. But that's a decent run come together. All set for the top heat then.
Moving up to the top heat.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Bruno Coelho, Eric Dankel, Michael Orlowski, Mark Reinhard, Ronald Volker, Robert Peach, Alex Hagberg, Yuri Weisin, Oliver Havranek and Alessio Menicucci. Just settling themselves on the rostrum. Do all the little pre-race rituals. Robert Peach running sticks.
We know Eric Dankel well as a racer over many years, very successful. But are you surprised to see the positioning of is basically him taking it to Bruno? Do you surprised not to see some of the other names up there?
No, I mean we know that Eric. I think Eric's he's relatively recently put quite a bit of focus into electric touring cars. So it's he's, as you say, he's an established racer. He's just really concentrating on it, and I think that's showing in the results.
We have a request from one of our RCTV heroes, John Toman, to give Michael Olowski a little bit of screen time, if possible, during this one.
Okay, we'll try and follow Michael. So car number 5. He has previously been running an all-white body shell. And rather helpfully, there's 3 of those out there. So we'll have a look. I can see Bruno's got one. So Bruno will be off first. Michael will be off third. So yeah, he's the second of the all-white cars. Who's the other one? Car number 6. So Robert Peach is also running an all-white coloured body shell. Mark Reinhard looks like he's on race paint. So does Alex Hagberg, Ronald Volker, I can see. Yuri Weisin. Bruno Coelho, who isn't on race paint, is leading away from Eric Dankel, running primrose yellow body shell. And Michael Olowski in third. And wow, Eric Dankel, what an opening lap from Eric Dankel. Let's run with him very briefly before we pick up Michael Olowski. He's caught Bruno, and wow, that was amazing. Sort of, Bruno had to jump out of the way. We know that Bruno's no slouch. And Eric just nailed the opening lap. That was, yeah, amazing. Michael Olowski, though, has now hit the front. So let's move back one car to that white car. I believe that is the car of Michael Olowski. It is the car of Michael Olowski, so he's got past Bruno. Just had to double check because there are 2 white cars out there. Michael Olowski swapping positions with Eric Dankel out in front. Eric has got this one by it's like 200ths of a second at the moment. So Michael Olowski running in second in the centre of your shot now, and the yellow tinged car of Eric Dankel just out of the front of shot. Eric now like 7/10 up. Bruno looks like he's struggling a little bit. Bruno dropping down the order. Bruno has not had a particularly good run. He's running overall somewhere towards the bottom of the heat once everybody crosses the loop, crosses the line. Michael Olowski now back to the front by 2/10 from Eric Dankel. We're running with Michael Olowski on screen. We'll see if he can catch and pass Eric Dankel. Eric just out of the front of shot. It's ebbing and flowing as they're catching passing traffic. I think was that Yuri Weisin that just had a half spin in front of, it was the number 8 car. No, it was Alessio Meniciucci had a half spin in front of Michael Olowski. That would have caught Michael's attention a little bit to see another car facing directly at him. Michael now trying to edge in on the back of Eric Dankel, leading by 0.3 of a second. Started out 1 second behind Eric. Currently running around 7/10 behind him. So puts him 0.3 up on the split. Bit of understeer there for Michael. Just cranked it in a little bit too hard. Still managed to get it slowed down and stopped. 2.5 tenths now, 1/4 of a second. Eric nicked 1/2 tenth back on that lap. 1 minute 40 to go. We're running with Michael Olowski with Eric Dankel just out of the front of shot. Eric catching some traffic in front of him. Needs to catch and pass, get past that cleanly. First one will be car number 9 of Yuri Weisin. With the pair of them, Yuri's rolled it in front of them. That's convenient. It's not slowed either of them up. Little wobble there from Eric Dankel. Michael Olowski charging hard. 1/2 a second now he's got in his pocket over Eric Dankel. So 1 minute to drive. Michael Olowski looking to take this round if he can. Still half a second in front. Still traffic in front of them as well. Who is that? That is the 10 car of Oliver Havranek. Just watching with 35 seconds to go. Dankel's through. Orlowski's through. I don't think they're going to catch any more traffic before the end of the run. So this is a straight fight, half a second between them. Eric desperately trying to pull away. Michael desperately trying to cling on. It's so difficult to judge exactly what the gap is. Lexon meets Tarmac underneath us, picked up on the ambient mic, but we're watching this battle out in front. Michael Orlowski filters back to the top 3/10 now as they go on to the last lap. This is going to need a mega lap from Eric Dankel. Similar to his first lap. Don't think he's done enough as he crosses the line. What's he done? He'll move to the top, and then Orlowski throws it across the line backwards. 2.5 so quarter of a second. Ronald Volker pops out in third, but Michael Orlowski just gets that right at the end from Eric Dankel. Super close as they bring that in, but that is round number 3 of practice done.
That was did you expect that? John Toman, RCTV hero, requests us to follow Orlowski, and complete turnaround for his qualifying round.
Well, Michael he's always had the pace and been sort of up somewhere near there, but yeah, very good. Just to see him sort of pop up there. That's got him in second position overall on the grid at the moment. So Bruno with his 2 round wins, Michael with a round win, Eric with a string of second places. Finally does it. You think, yeah, finally I've beaten Bruno, and someone else jumps in front of him as well, takes the 0. Ronald Volker is currently 4th. Mark Reinhard is 5th. We know it's quite warm because Mike Reinhard isn't wearing a hat. Alex Hagberg is 6th. Tim Weil is 7th. Robert Peach 8th. Marco Kaufmann currently 9th overall, and Antoine Brunet is 10th. We have a short break now of around 10 to 12 minutes before the next track action. I think,
fantastic.
Before that goes out there, so I think everybody take the opportunity for a quick drink and keep us moving, keep us occupied. Then when we come back, got round 4 of qualifying coming up, so that will be I think 27 minutes past according to the time schedule.
Awesome. We'll see you guys after this.
These are 1/10 scale on-road racing cars, built to replicate the fastest four-wheeled on-road vehicles. And in this championship come in both touring car and formula platforms. Underneath the aerodynamic bodies, the chassis feature the same tech seen on most modern hypercars. Carbon graphite, titanium, machined aluminium and smart electronics. When it comes to drivetrain, formula cars are rear-wheel drive while the touring cars are all-wheel drive. And to do the driving, racers stand on a raised platform to let them see the full racing circuit, sending signals to their car to precisely manage the steering, throttle and braking to battle for the race win. At just 40 centimetres long, it takes the quickest reaction speeds when battling door to door. Because on large tracks, these cars can reach speeds of over 80 kilometres an hour, requiring nerves of steel and excellent hand-eye coordination. Every track also features tight and twisty sections which provide many opportunities for passing. Everything on the car is completely customizable. From the aerodynamics, tyre compound and pressures, suspension including shock angle, camber and much more. And of course the electronics. Toy cars, these are not. These are highly engineered racing machines, designed to win international championships across the world. These are 1/10 scale on-road racing cars, built to replicate the fastest four-wheeled on-road vehicles. And in this championship,
And we're back.
We are back. Getting set for heat number 1 of round number 4 of qualifying. This is where we're going to start seeing positions confirmed, some grid positions confirmed. Managed to have a very, very quick catch up with Bruno during the gap, during the break, and he was running used tyres that time. Him and Mark Reinhard were both on used tyres. Everybody else was on new tyres, explaining their pace relative to everybody else. So quite a
dramatic.
It's a bit of a gamble. It really depends on what the weather does. The thing is, now he's got a new set of tyres in his pocket that he can use in the last round of qualifying if he needs it to hold on to TQ. Michael Olowski doesn't have that now. So if Michael was to win the next round, Bruno can go into the last round knowing that he's got a fresh set of tyres. But obviously if the track's wet, it's zero advantage. So bit of it's gambling on the weather by several teams out there. Lennart Buchholz is going to lead us away. First of 2 heats of this front-wheel drive class. Lennart looking, he's looked pretty strong all throughout qualifying. In with quite a good chance of putting himself into a final. He was, let me just check the ranking lists, where he's sat 8th overall currently with a 5, a 10 and a 12. If he can turn the 5, definitely he'll want to count that. If he can turn that 10 into a 7 or an 8, I think he'll be looking pretty good. So that's got to be his aim over the next 2 rounds for Lennart Buchholz to do that, get himself something slightly better than the 10. What he's got currently may well be enough to get him in there on 15 points, but he is tied with Sebastian Mederer on 15 points as well. Currently BQ is Emily Rathijski, who is also in this heat. She is car number 2. She is on 18 points, so it wouldn't take a huge turnaround to push Lennart out of this final. So he's going to want to do something, make sure he's got something a little bit better, a little bit stronger. So see what he can manage to pull together. Typically, if you win this heat, you're going to be guaranteed a top 10 score in round, even if all of the guys in the next heat finish, which you wouldn't expect them all to have completely free, clean runs. So that's what he'll be looking to do. Looking pretty sensible at the moment. Sort of flying around the circuit, pops a tyre up onto the curb. Remember, these front-wheel drive cars, a little bit different to some rules. These cars are ratio limited rather than using a rev limited combination of speed controller and motor. 2 subtly different ways of achieving pretty similar results: rev limiting and ratio limiting. Dropping down the field slightly though, Lennart Buchholz. Loris Buchholz has taken the front now with the number 1 car. Let's see if we can spot that out there. Number 1 car is the white, yellow, green and red car on the main straight now. There we go, 1 car back. So this is Loris Buchholz we're running with. Emily Rathijski running in 2nd position. Lennart Beichholt, who we were running with, is currently in 4th position. Oliver Heiser got himself up in the mix as well. Just over a minute left.
17.6 for Lennart, 7.7 for Lawrence.
So pretty close at the front. There's top 4 covered by around half a second. So super close racing. This front-wheel drive class produces mega close out at the front of the field, and only takes a slightly dodgy lap or two to knock driver off the pace.
30 seconds before the race ends.
So about a second now between the top 4. We are running with Loris Buchholz, the leader. The car directly in front of us is in 4th position. In fact, Emily Rathajski's got herself up into the lead. It's only 10 seconds to go, so we'll stick with this car that we're on. We wouldn't manage to find Emily before the end of the run, I don't think. And Emily, in fact, crosses the line in 2nd position, so the car that we were with by less than half a tenth in the end manages to take that. In fact, no, we've got one more lap, haven't we? Let's just see what Emily manages on the final lap. Emily pops up in 2nd position, so yeah, a tenth of a second then, covering Loris Buchholz and Emily Rathajski at the end of that. Oliver Heiser in 3rd position. Lennart Buchholz, who we led away with, dropped in 3rd position at the end of that, and pretty close on times. Good to see. Top heat of the front-wheel drive cars coming up now.
Question coming in for you from Nicholas Morgan. What number of motor turns is classed as stock and also modified?
So modified is that's an open choice. Stock is 13.5 that they're running. Front wheel drive is 21.5.
Hello to Noah Ben Mohammed, who says hello. Hey Noah, how you doing? Noah, very promising upcoming off-road racer. And Yevers Kura, awesome, what a show by Dankel and Olowski. What a show indeed.
It was absolutely.
Should be on for some good finals.
We should be, yes. They've obviously taken a slightly different path on tyres compared to everybody else, so they're relying on rain effectively. Michael now has the quickest time over 5 minutes over Bruno, so he's now relying on it raining and being able to win another round. Bruno's got the 2 round wins in his pocket, so he's now hoping that it stays dry and he will have fresh tyres to go and attack that time on a better track condition, which should result in him doing a quicker time. So each of them have got an advantage in their pocket. One's got the round score, one's got the faster time. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. Daniel Perlman will lead us away, though he hasn't checked in. He hasn't crossed the line as yet. Adam Isay. Oh, so Perlman's not out there. So Adam Isay is leading away. So Perlman already taking 2 round wins, but he's not out there, not running. So let's see what Adam Isay can do. Soren Sparbeer, Enrico Jung, Andy Murray. Andy actually took the lead in the last round and then had a bit of a unfortunate incident, just an accident all of his own making, managed to put the car on its roof and lost out on his decent time.
Request to, is it possible to give Andy Murray a bit of screen time?
Yeah, we can move on to him. He's running in second position in the heat at the moment. I think he is the all yellow coloured car out there, so or like the fluoro yellow coloured car out there. So it's not that one. There we go. We've just got him in shot now. So that's Andy Murray's car coming down the main straight. Andy trying to push himself towards the front of the field. He's already fairly well locked into the A final, but currently sort of mid-grid. Would like to get some low round scores, get himself up there. Andy currently third in the heat at the moment. He is less than a tenth off the front though. So let's see what happens as he crosses the line. Again, super close racing with this front wheel drive class. He's 1.5 tenths off of Enrico Jung at the moment. So taking quite a lot of liberties over some of the curbs. And he catching and passing some traffic out there. Who's that? He's just gone past the 7 car of Sebastian Mederer. And very, very tight line off the end of the straight there from Andy. Got himself to the front of the field though. See as he crosses the line where he moves to. Drops down into third position. Soren Sparbier has got himself out in front now, actually by quite a lot, like half a second with 2 minutes to go. Let's see if we can find Soren with the number 6 car. Try to find. So Soren is on the main straight now, the last of the cars going round the banking. He's just driven underneath another car. He is the middle of those 2 cars. There we go. That is our current leader, Soren Sparbier. Soren Sparbier closing in on the back of Andy Murray. Andy running in second position. Soren Sparbier looking like he's going to take this one. And Soren has got that by about half a second from Andy Murray. So Soren will be happy with that, having taken that run. So just going on to the Formula class now.
Please bring your cars back to the pit lane. Marshals, wait for the next marshal, please.
So, as we move into the F1 class, Q4, it's the penultimate round of qualifying. Qualifying will be in the bag today, so we'll have our top qualifiers by 6 p.m. local time, 5 p.m. in the UK. And Heat 3 is just about to go out.
Okay, attention stock drivers. Attention stock drivers. We have had a debate about the tyres for A finals, and the decision at the AGM was one additional set, and there was a typo in the current 2023 rulebook. So the decision was made to go with one additional set for the A finalists. Thank you.
Just listening to an announcement there, Steve, about the time that will bring the tyres for the finals. It's a little bit of a delay before qualifying gets started for this heat. So we just waited. The track was closed for the announcement about the tyres. But in the meantime, you're watching the EFRA 1/10th Track European Championships 2023 coming to you live from Türkheim in Germany. And you can see the banners there. This is brought to you by Monaco RC. Go and check out Stick, seller of RC goods. All your RC needs can be catered for by Monaco RC. Go and check them out. Missing TV. And if you want to become a hero, then why not hit join on support what we're doing? We're here to support RC and help RC race. So if you could, we would be so grateful if you hit our channel. And if you do, we'll send you some stickers. We will follow the cars you request us to follow in qualifying. And we'll be your best mate for life, essentially. That's how it works.
Right, we have 4 cars on track. Fourth qualifier group number 3, 5 minutes time for you guys. We have Michael, we have Aiden, we have Michael Holtby, and we have Darren.
So we'll have a little bit of time following around this bright beetroot coloured car, which I think is Michael Miricki from Germany. Who is currently the fastest person on the track. Interesting, Andy Frattaroli of the Swiss Federation. I know Andy well, chairman of the Swiss Federation. I don't know if he still is, but he certainly was the chairman of the Swiss Federation. Has been in a class of his own in this heat, but not running this time. So not sure why that is.
Michael Mirka
himself and.
Oh, sorry.
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you. Michael Mirka leading this one by the looks of it from Darren Gale. Darren's got himself opened up. Yes. Thank you for filling in briefly.
No worries.
Michael Mirka leading this one from Darren Gale. Darren having a bit of a better run this time. Aidan Gale pops himself up into second position with the number 3 car. Let's see if we can find Aidan out there. He is heading out towards the main straight now, so he's just entering the main straight. The predominantly red coloured car with some sort of white flashes on it. A little bit tail happy there, just exiting that corner, a little bit sort of sideways, pitching it into the corner, but managing to get round. Aidan running in second position at the moment. Michael Mirka, and a bit of a grassy moment there for Aidan. Michael Mirka is coming in to... and Aidan's just put it on the grass. I think that's Michael Mirka just putting a lap on him to lead this with the 2 car. It was. So Michael Mirka now, well, once he's got 1 second in front, he's a complete lap up with 1.5 minutes left. So let's move forward 1 car and pick up Michael Mirka. This is our leader sort of running for home. One minute 10 left. Michael heads down the main straight once more. Just looking to bring this home. Michael is currently overall 8th, so he's got himself pretty well secured up in the A final, and he's got a 7th and a 7th in round so far. It's quite a strong result. Last couple of laps coming up. Michael Mirka pretty comfortable out in front, looking to cement his place in the A final. He should be there quite comfortably. I think he just needs an extra score to see if he can bump himself up on the grid. So it's quite nice when you've got a couple of good round scores, you've got a couple of good bankers in, you know pretty much in this field that he's going to make the final. He can now start pushing on a little bit. So there will be 1 round of qualifying remaining after this one. And this qualifying 4 of 5. Today, the longest day of track action here at Türkheim. So time's expired. Michael Mirka takes that one from Aidan Gale. Michael not quite a lap in front, but very nearly gets to within half a second of being a lap in front.
Sparkcars C, do you know if there are any Serpent X20 racers driving this weekend?
In the Formula, I've not seen any, to be fair. I'm just having a look down the entry list. If there are, there's no there's no top recognised drivers running it. There may well be some privateers. I'm just having a look down the lists to see if there is anyone that I can spot. I can't see
like
anyone.
Diplomatic tone again, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, just having a look, see if there's any Serpent guys. There's no one. There's no one admitting to running a Serpent that's declared it at the point of booking in. So yeah, it's at the point of booking in. But we're getting ready now for the top heat of stock. So Andreas Stiebler set to lead away from Michael Lipperheider, David Erber, Gergo Valent, Chris Haller, Rainier Haller, and Michael Freeball. Michael Freeball having some electronics issues earlier, hoping to be on top of that. Drop himself up into the A final.
Just saying, during the last F1 heat, Andy Frattaroli was in a field of his own in the previous qualifying rounds.
In the wet,
in that
yes,
group,
he was.
But he didn't even run in this one, unfortunately. So we'll never know. Well, we won't know. Maybe we'll know in the next one.
Potentially, it's a tyre saving thing. Essentially, he looked very quick in the wet. So, I mean, you've got completely different cars. They may well be running, a wet car and a dry car. If the wet car works, he's already got he's got himself a very strong round score. So, maybe content to sit on that. Give yourself a tyre offset in comparison to other drivers. So come the last round of qualifying, if it's dry, he's got fresh tyres, fresher than everybody else's. He can maybe do put in a really good score in the last round. It's risky, but if he thinks he's already made the A final, then it could well launch him up the grid a little bit. Andreas Stiebler is leading this one. We're running with him at the moment from Gergo Valent, and Michael Lipperheider in third position. Andreas, look, the class of the field really this weekend, just consistently a step ahead of everybody else. Car looks quite good, quite comfortable. I think we identified yesterday that he had runs a wider, higher line round the bank corner that we're just heading towards now. Sort of tends to drive around sort of an early apex and runs quite high on the exit of that. When we see Andreas on track with another driver as he catches and passes someone, it's noticeable how much more to the right-hand side of shot he exits that corner. Compared to another car. This might be a good example of it coming up this time round on some traffic he's closing in on. If we see them in shot, and he should get there. Car pivots around the front really nicely. Let's have a look, and you can see has to, cut it to the inside actually through some traffic, but he's made his way through that quite nicely. Didn't really get to see a demonstration of that, but essentially he's turning into the corner very, very early, making quite an early apex to the corner, and then just sort of maintaining the speed through the corner. It's not pivoting and scrubbing the speed off the car. So again, with these stock class cars, conservation of momentum is kind of the most efficient way to be fast. It's feels like quite a boring thing, and people sort of wonder sometimes where the challenge in driving these spec classes and these stock classes are in comparison to modified, and it's maximising the power that you have, so that you can not lose any corner speed. That's where the different challenge in it. It's not really that one class is necessarily any better than the other. They're just presenting two very different challenges, and of course the very best drivers are equally quick at both. They're adaptable enough to drop into either class and do exceptionally well. Andreas Stiebler, though, is leading this one by about 1.5 seconds from Gergo Valent at the moment. Sort of looking very, very comfortable. Just catching and passing traffic. He's got a little bit of a buffer. He knows that when he catches them, he doesn't need to be past them immediately at the next corner. He can just hold on, just wait, a corner or two, give himself the opportunity. It's a really nice position to be in. That you can just drive away at the front of the field. You feel like you've got all the time in the world. Really, when your car's it's a strange thing that your car, everything feels like it's happening in slow motion. Your car doesn't actually feel that good. You're just aware that it's circulating and you're lapping quicker than other people. It's a bit of a weird scenario that you can sometimes find yourself in, and everything is just happening automatically without thinking about it. And you're kind of zoned in on exactly what you want to do. Everything happening on autopilot. It's still at 1.5 second lead for Andreas Stiebler from Gergo Valent. David Erbar about 6 seconds back. So quite a distance. Gergo Valent looking like he is stepping up the pace a little bit to sort of match Andreas later on in qualifying, so could potentially be something to watch out for in finals when we get there. 13 entrants in the class, so there will be an A final and a B final, so I think we'll see 10 cars and 3 cars out there tomorrow. Some of the other classes we might end up with the rounds running a little quicker because we've sort of got 8 and 9 car heats. They'll condense down into 10-car finals, so we might scrub a final, particularly from the stock class. I think might end up sort of scrubbing one race out of a round. So we'll be bringing you all 3 legs of the finals tomorrow. Andreas Stiebler takes that at the end. Not massively. Gergo Valent came back at him towards the end of that run. They go sort of 7/10, so not a huge advantage for Andreas, but that's all 4 rounds that Andreas has taken. No, it's not. Sorry, Michael Lipperheider took the wet round earlier on. So Andreas, though, with 3. Michael Lipperheider with 1 round win, but Michael would need to take the last round of qualifying and do a faster time than Andreas has managed in order to steal TQ from him. Into the stock class now.
You're watching the EFRA 1/10th Electric Track European Championships, coming to you live from Türkheim in Germany. What a fantastic facility. And we're really happy to be here, brought to you by Monaco RC. We're RC Racing TV. Why don't you get involved? Why don't you become an RC TV hero by clicking that join button on YouTube and supporting us to help RC Racing grow. Thanks to Hobby Wing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies and X-Ray for being here with us. And we're in the penultimate round of qualifying.
Indeed, we are.
Back on track.
Cars are back on track. So we're now at the point in time where we've sort of been forecast. We're at the 3 o'clock point where we've been potentially forecast the rain that we were looking at. See how that pans out. Mark DeWitt leads away from Daniel Bergener, Peter Knudsen. In fact, it was Bergener and Knudsen who had the quick times, or the quick runs, earlier on. And in fact, Peter Knudsen moves himself to the front. Andrew Walters shuffles his way forward now. We'll let this all play out over a couple of laps. So Andrew Walters leading. He is, let's just see if we can pick his car out. I believe he is the orange front, green rear car that's just about to come past race control now. He is, yes. There we go. So Andrew Walters leading us round, and a bit of an over rotation there. That's, believe it or not, what happened with the camera. It's surprising when you're driving exactly how often that happens, that the car starts over-rotating and your head keeps on moving, anticipating the car coming out of the corner, and it doesn't. And you suddenly sort of quickly move your head back. And it happens the opposite way as well. You turn into a corner, you think you've crashed, your head stops and looks at something, and the car makes its way through. Yeah, happens to all of us. But seeing out there on circuit, Andrew dropped down the field a little bit with that sort of half spin onto the grass. Let's just see how he can pick up the pace. He's dropped off of it slightly now. That's also another weird thing that happens. You get into a rhythm at the front of a run, and you can be running quite comfortably towards the front of a heat. You make a small mistake and drop back, and you just cannot get back on the pace that you were on earlier on, when everything was flowing nicely, and nothing's really changed. You've dropped your focus slightly, and you're arguably overdriving, just slightly out of out of your comfort zone. Laszlo Kiss-Orban is now leading this one with the number 4 car. It doesn't look like it at the moment, but he will move up to the front. So I think he's one car forward, the 4 car. Let's see if we can spot him. He is he's the car with the orange roof, I believe. Let's just have a look as he comes through. Make sure that is the 4 car. Yep, that is the number 4 car. So we are running with our leader at the moment. Just getting a little bit unnerved by some traffic in front of him. And again, all too easy to disturb that focus, disturb that rhythm, but Laszlo managing to keep it together as we drop into the final 2 minutes of this run. Spec class Laszlo Kiss-Orban leading this heat from Daniel Bergener, Mark DeWitt. Laszlo's had a bit of an issue, dropped down the field. Let's see if we can find the number 8 car of Daniel Bergener. That's our new leader. Pick him up in a second as he comes through. With 1 minute remaining. So the 8 car is the blue and white coloured car. There we go. He's dropped down to second as Peter Knudsen hits the front. But we will stick with Daniel Bergener as we run for home with 30 seconds of this heat number 5 of round number 4. On to their final laps now. This car we're running with of Daniel Bergener has hit the front again. He's got himself in front of Peter Knudsen. Just. So Bergener has crossed the line and takes that one by about 0.6 of a second in the end. From Peter Knudsen, Andrew Walters in third position. It's a decent run for Andrew. Kind of needed. Kind of required. Entering the rostrum then for heat number 6, round 4 of qualifying. Michael Zerold, Sinan Kaptan, Dominic Schmid, Franny van Skorich, Corentin de Kret, Patrick Kolliker, Zelko Selman and Philip Lishka. Going to keep an eye out there for Dominic Schmid and Franny van Skorich. It's been fairly close between them on track the last couple of rounds. They've kind of held each other up a little bit, yet just by being the same pace as one another. So we'll see if that one plays out again in this round. Just getting the 30-second call. Zerold eager to get away there off the start and doesn't help himself by just bobbling over the grass. Everybody is off and running. So let's move back 2 cars to pick up Schmidt, and immediately behind him we have got Skorich. Skorich leading after lap 1. Schmidt is the sort of car in shot, the white front, yellow centre, black rear. Skorich is the white, blue and pink car immediately behind him. These were the 2 that we were saying had been... oh, well, that's resolved that one. Schmidt off the track, so let's stick with Skorich. Skorich now broken away out in front. He was... him and Schmidt had been having kind of issues with each other, just getting slightly in each other's way. A little bit of a confidence wobble there as he drove past the marshal, just to keep him out of mischief, keep him out of the way of any other cars on the track. Franny van Skorich leading this one. Kolliker in second position. Dominic Schmid in third position. Patrick Kolliker was somewhere near the front too as well, and was leading at points during this heat in the last round. Running with Skorich, the leader, currently through the bank sweeper off the end of the main straight. Torturous for tyres. We saw earlier in Modified when Bruno Coelho ran used tyres, quite how much slower he was, even on the opening lap. Eric Dankel caught up on the split and straight past him. Michael Orlowski just taking that round of qualifying. So we'll see how this one plays out. If Bruno takes this round, then he has got 3 wins. Only Michael Orlowski can deny him. So in fact, Modified can't be decided in this round. It's only the stock class that we'll be looking out for. Simon Lauter can, if he takes this round off stock, will confirm himself on pole position. Having taken all 3 rounds, he took the last one from Adam Isay on the final lap of the race. Adam had been leading it pretty comfortably the whole way through, and just edging forward all the time was Simon Lauter, and just caught him and passed him with a super quick last lap. Running with Skorich out in front here. Dominic Schmid's got himself up into third position, so I'm 3 seconds back. Probably that 3 seconds that mistake cost him. You just see him entering the back of shot now. So actually that mistake's probably worked out well for this pair. You won't have felt like it at the time, but it's probably enabled them to have slightly cleaner runs independent of one another, rather than really fighting together all the time over the same piece of track. The problem is that they're lapping very similar paces, and they're quick in different parts of the circuit. Separating them out from one another has allowed the pair of them to get the hammer down and move apart from one another. Run around the circuit quite nicely. Skorich still leading from Kolliker with 30 seconds to go. So Franny van Skorich just beginning running around his final lap now. Skorich, as he crosses the line, has finished. Time expired for all those drivers. Franny van Skorich gets that from Patrick Kolliker and Dominic Schmid.
Keep your comments coming in on the stream. Love to hear and see the debates going on. Rain for Q5, Victor says. Possibly. It's forecast around possibly any time now-ish. Just checking for latest update. There's an 80% chance. I'm just having a look and seeing when. It's sort of 40% chance at 4 p.m.
and then that moves to 70% chance at 5 p.m. So I think we're going to, potentially towards the end of Q4, we're going to see it. We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see how that pans out. Potentially during Q4, maybe during Q5. So we're just keeping an eye out. It could have a relatively big effect on overall results in terms of who ends up on pole position. If it was to rain at this point, it would pretty well guarantee Bruno Coelho pole position. He's already got 2 round wins. Michael Olowski has got... No, actually it wouldn't, because Michael Olowski's got the quicker time. So, no, actually it would still leave it pretty open. So it's all to play for in modified. It's the one that we're looking for in this round is the stock class. Simon Lauter may well be able to secure a TQ position. So everybody lining up on the driver's rostrum.
Just time before we start to say, go check out monacorc.com and buy your next RC purchase. Thanks to Monaco RC for supporting this stream.
Mark Valent going to lead away from Riccardo Fanili, Valentino Malaghetti, Victor Litvinenko, Boris Salardi, Flavio Paladin, Darko Meister, Yaroslav Kritz and Roberto Fabiano. So first lap's complete. Boris Salardi quickest on the opening lap with a 14.6 compared to 14.8. And Mark Valent already pulls into retirement. And then his mechanic drops the car just for good measure. That probably won't be the worst thing it experiences this weekend. Boris Salardi leading with the number 3 car. Let's see if we can pick him up. So the 3 car is the all-white car on the main straight, so he's like the middle of the cars, just exiting the banking now. There we go, focus in on him. He is running, he's now in 2nd position. It's the 8 car of Paladin, which will confirm, it may well be the car directly behind him. We'll confirm as they come across the line. It is the car directly behind him that is leading. So if we move our focus back 1 car, we'll pick up the leader. That is Flavio Paladin. Leading this one, but watching Boris Salardi edge away in front of him. Gap currently 0.3 of a second, or the lead still currently 0.3 of a second, but we'll see any more of this sort of fast lappery that we've got going on from Boris Salardi will move him to the front. Paladin hangs on to it, but it's less than a 1/10 now. So over the course of the next couple of laps, pretty much expecting to see Boris Salardi move up to the front. Boris Salardi, remember, that white car just in the front of shot, and has a door handle to door handle moment with Litvinenko as they come onto the straight. That has allowed Paladin to hold on to the lead. Paladin has to negotiate Litvinenko though. He has just about maintained it, and in fact the gap's grown slightly as they're making their way through this traffic. So the 2 leaders are this car that we have on focus on the screen of Flavio Paladin, and Boris Salardi, which is the white car just disappearing out of the front of the shot. They started out 1 second apart. That's worked very, very well for Paladin. The traffic in between them spinning in front of him means he hasn't got to negotiate his way past on track. It's just happened, and they're falling apart. So clear track in front of them now. See if Boris Saladi can start to edge away, and Boris Saladi has now taken the lead again, and Roberto Fabiano now hits the front with car number 4. So whilst all of that track action was going on, we've had a change of position. Let's see where the number 4 car is. Number 4 is on the main straight now. It is the white, blue and orange coloured car, just behind this yellow one. So we have picked up the new lead car. Fabiano moves to the top. He started out quite low down in the heat, which is why he's taking a while. He's dropping quite a long way down the order, and then updating, leading this by about 0.4 of a second with 1 minute to go. Tries to pick up a bit of a nice toe down the main straight. Hanging in, he could do with this car getting out of the way, this yellow car directly in front of him. Let's see, does he hasn't opened up for him. That's the 5 car, and yeah, well, that was the 5 car of Darko Meister. Didn't really open the door, made a bit of a mistake, and I think at the very, very last minute realised that he had to get out of the way, and that was the one of the lead cars. I think that moment of hesitation cost Roberto Fabiano a tiny amount of time. He's about 0.2 of a second down, so he's got to push really hard over the next couple of laps. He's moved back to the front, but it's like a couple of hundredths of a second between them as they're heading round. They're not going to be for their finishing times yet, so he has begun what will be his final lap, so I need to stay with him all the way round. He's still leading. Let's just see as he comes round towards the line. So Boris Saladi moves to the top, and Roberto Fabiano nicks it at the end. So 1/4 of a second, he manages to get that by.
Heat 8 up next. A couple more heats of spec before we get into modified. Lots of discussion about different RC brands, different chassis manufacturers. Some known, some lesser known. Obviously the TRF was incredibly dominant when RC Racing TV started. You'd have all of the Reinhard, Yillis, Victor, they were all running the Tamiya's. Interested to see that there's a couple of drivers running TRF at this event. Tim and Di, apparently, according to Christian Vossen. Sorry about that.
Not have a professional team of drivers. It costs a lot to send a professional team of drivers to every race, and they made a decision to move their business model away from that. They don't sell as many kits, but it doesn't cost them as much money. It's a difficult, it's a balance to strike. It's, as racers, yes, you want to see you want to see the best guys out there doing the kit, but these are all businesses at the end of the day. They have to make a decision that makes financial sense to them. Yeah, that's the way that it works. But yes, they still absolutely produce top-notch competitive kits, as do a lot of manufacturers. There aren't really any really bad cars out there anymore. Most cars, they've all got their quirks, they've all got their foibles, but there's no really bad, terrible vehicles out there anymore. Yasmin Donath has hit the front of this one again. So Yasmin, she made a mistake last time out and had a bit of an unfortunate accident, few issues. But let's see where she pops up as she crosses the line. So she's in third position at the moment. Jeremy Delalondre is leading with the number 6 car. Let's see if we can pick out the 6 car. He is I think it's the white and purple coloured car, coming through bank sweeper now. So for the last of the cars, there we go. I believe that is Jeremy. Jeremy Delalondre. That is indeed the 6 car. Got pretty small numbers on some of them. Not the most helpful in terms of picking out the numbers and spotting exactly where they are. Jeremy running in second position currently to Jasmine. Let's see if we can find Jasmine's car out there. Hers is a pink fronted car. It's on the main straight now. There we go. So this is Jasmine Donath. She was leading this heat last time, and a bit of a mistake dropped her back down the field. She managed to fight her way back to the front of this one as well. Jasmine having a bit of a breakout year. Made a few ETSA finals, won around in the series earlier on in the year. So really good to see a new breed of racer coming through. Plenty of names that we've been talking about for a long time. So good to see a new bunch of racers coming through. Of course, her dad Christian also racing this weekend. He's in the top heat, a very accomplished racer himself. Jasmine leading this one by just over a tenth from Jeremy Delalondre. Jasmine actually had a bit of a wobble there, dropped to second position. Got 1.5 minutes left in the heat. Let's see if Jasmine can move herself back to the front. Still in second position. It's like 3.5 tenths now. So dropping off of Jeremy's pace very slightly. One minute remaining. Running with the second place car of Jasmine Donath. She crosses the line, filters back up into second position. Gap has grown now to around 0.6 of a second, and wobbles like that aren't going to help close the gap down. So that's dropped her down to third position actually. We've got Frederick Hovgaard has moved himself forward into second position. Jeremy Delalondre still leading this one. He was the white and purple car. Let's see if we can pick him up. He is just about to come through past race control under the driver's rostrum onto the main straight now. So last 10 seconds for Jeremy Delalondre. Jeremy makes it through for the additional lap. Jeremy Delalondre taking that one from Frederick Hovgaard in second position. Jasmine Donath in third place. So we're moving into heat number 9.
Hello,
Good point, actually, from Alexandre Duchet. Well, from Christian Steinbrugger saying, "Why is Alexandre Duchet not here?" Very familiar name in this event in previous years.
I don't know, actually. I will endeavour to find out if there's a reason he hasn't travelled here. I'll see if I can find out from Martin Huddy why he's chosen not to make the trip. Because a lot of these drivers are partially funded and would get their expenses reimbursed if they achieve certain results. So, you know, they're expensive events to travel to. So potentially that's one thing. It can be as simple as, you know, we've seen drivers missing events. They didn't have enough holidays left from work. It can be as simple as that. So you know, people have day jobs too. To make things work, so plenty going on. But Martin Huddy is going to lead this heat away from Manuel Wagner, Enzo Russelin, Lucas Ellerbrock, Benjamin Elbisser, Soren Sparbier, Alex Kunkler, Stefan Scholl, and Maxim Ripoll. By the way, Alex Kunkler, he is that tall. He's not stood on a box or anything like that. He genuinely is.
Have you had a tape measure to him?
I've not had a tape measure there, but sort of walked past him in the pits, and it was like, strained my neck trying to say hello. So yes, that's a genuine height. He's not stood on a box or anything.
He could stand in the pit lane.
Probably. It's going to look, you know, if he finishes second on and has to stand on a podium next to a winner, it's going to look a little bit odd. But yes, he's pretty tall. So Martin Huddy set to lead off. So going to start seeing a little bit of tyre strategy coming into play here. It should be relatively obvious, certainly when we get to the top heats now, who is doing what on tyres. Just hearing as well, actually, there's going to be some kind of team managers meeting after qualification round 4, before qualification round 5 starts. So there might be a very small delay. There was already like a 15-minute delay programmed in, but just letting everyone know there might be a slight extension on that. Exactly what the meeting surrounds at the moment, I don't know. Could be around declaring it a wet meeting. I'll see what I can find out. I'll see what I can find out about what the meeting might be surrounding and what it's
intriguing.
About. Yes. Okay, so it was just had a sinking, not a sinking feeling, but had an inkling that it might be potentially discussing running around the finals tonight due to weather conditions tomorrow. But no, that's not happening. So that's okay. It's a discussion about tyre allocation. So stand down on that one. I was just sort of preparing ourselves for a longer stint today. Wouldn't be the first time that's happened to us. Stefan Schultz has got himself to the front with the number 6 car, so let's see if we can find out what where he is on the track. Stefan normally ran a white coloured body shell. Is he the car directly? No, he's not. He is... Where's Stefan's car? It is... Oh, he's running race paint. It's the car with the blue rear on it. That is on the main straight now. White, sort of white front, blue rear. Through the bank turn. There we go. That is Stefan Schultz. He will jump himself up the order. He started out quite low down in the heat. He's running second. He's about 7/10 off now, off of Martin Huddy. But we'll see what happens at the end of this one, if he can start closing. Of course, the problem with starting towards the back of the heat is that you have the potential for... oh, and a spin there for Stefan. So that's he's definitely not going to catch Martin Huddy now. Let's see if we can pick up Martin again, the number 7 car. Stefan's car looking pretty leery. Oh, it's easy to pick up. He's 1 car behind him. So move the focus back 1 car, and that is Martin Huddy. So Stefan exits stage left into the pit lane. At quite high speed, actually. It looked like he was kind of going for a racing stop. Of course, this track here at Türkheim, traditionally a nitro track. Something to watch out for if it does start raining, particularly at some of these slower corners down here in this area of the track. It's really, really oily, really, really slick, and turns into a bit of a skating rink. Not so much the high-speed stuff. That's where the nitro cars are flat out. You haven't necessarily got that puddle of oil where the engine's richened up as you've been off the throttle. But it's still slippery, but the real dangerous places offline are here and here, are the places that they'd really struggle. 30 seconds to go now for Martin Huddy.
25 seconds.
Martin's lead a couple of seconds over Lucas Elbrook.
40.1 for Lucas, 40.4 for Benjamin, 40.4 for Manuel and Guru. Last couple of seconds, keep racing.
So they're on their final lap now. As they come round, Martin crosses the line. So Martin has finished, just waiting for Lucas. Lucas has finished and is just about a second down at the end of that one.
And we go back moving with the victory. Lucas Elbrook in second, Benjamin SC in third. He's doing a pass to Türkheim. Marcus waits for the following marker.
Top heat getting ready then. Simon Lauter looking to see if he can seal pole position. The only driver that can do so this round. Jan Rathajski, Max Mackler, Ollie Bultink, Christian Donath, Gergo Valent, Adam Isay, Jesper Rasmussen and Enrico Young up there on the rostrum with them. Got the overall positions at the moment. Martin Huddy hasn't got a a round win at the moment. He's currently quickest, but that will obviously refresh after this. He might do if it turns out that he's set the quickest run. But yeah, Martin Huddy not in third overall currently until this round is complete. So that we're seeing on screen a little bit erroneous, a bit premature at the moment. Simon leading off then, 5 minutes potentially from TQ. Let's see how it shakes out after a couple of laps. Simon Lauter running in second position at the moment. In fact, he's dropping down the order a little bit. He's currently showing 6th, though no one's caught and passed him on the track. Just a demonstration of the pace of everybody else. Let's give it 3 or 4 laps and we'll look and see who is looking fast. Jan Rathajski looks like he's edging in towards him. So if we move our focus back 1 car onto Jan Rathajski. Jan looking like he is trying to edge forward and pick up some kind of the lead from Simon Lauter. Wonder if we're seeing, and Simon does the right thing, he opens up and lets Jan through. Wonder if we're seeing a difference in tyre strategy coming in here. Potentially Jan on new tyres. Does seem to have quite a big pace advantage. It doesn't necessarily mirror what we've seen over the rest of the weekend. It's making me question exactly whether they've had a bit of a change around on tyres, possibly. If we get our focus forward 1 car slightly. So this is Jan Rathajski, our leader. Simon Lauter just in the back of shot. Jan leading this one. And leading this one fairly comfortably at the moment by 1.5 seconds. Simon bravely hanging on to the back of him, but he's already over 1 second down because Jan has caught and passed him. So I'm almost certain that there is an offset on the tyres that they're running. Whether Simon is on, I can't imagine he'd be on he could be on a 3rd run set of tyres with Jan still unused, but Jan certainly looking to have a fairly decent advantage over the first minute or so where he caught and passed. Of course he knows if he's in front of Simon, that's what he needs to do to take qualifying into the last round. If Simon wins this, remember, Simon has secured pole position. Simon, we already know, will be on the front row of the grid for the finals. Ollie Bultink makes his way up into 3rd position. Simon's made his way up into 4th overall. You see him filter up into 2nd place, but then you see Ollie Bultink and Adam Isay. No, they don't move in front of him. So Simon Lauter now in 2nd position. So this is actually the battle for the... it's not really a battle, to be honest. Jan Rathajski is that far in front. Plus, he started out 1 second behind. So he is a couple of seconds down the road in real terms. I strongly suspect that there is a tyre offset between the two cars, and Jan is on a set of tyres one run newer, because what we're seeing here in the pace doesn't necessarily reflect what we've seen on track all weekend. And Simon's just made a small mistake as well. That could be kind of costly and drop him a little bit down the order. Maybe Adam Ice is going to pop up in front of him. Ollie Baltink pops up in front of him. Adam Ice doesn't, so Simon down into third position. Ollie Baltink second. Jan Rathajski, though, looking really comfortable out in front on this one. Jan Rathajski then crosses the line, 22.504. Let's just check our overall times on the ranking list. And indeed, that is the, I believe that's the fastest time we've seen so far. Let me just double check that. It is the fastest time we've seen so far. So Jan Rathajski taking the round and now has the fastest time. So if he beats Simon Lauter in the last round, we'll have Jan Rathajski on pole position. So battle in the last round between Jan Rathajski and Simon Lauter for pole position. Looks like we've got coming up. So that will be a pretty entertaining battle that we've got going on. Modified, we're going to see out there if we have got, or who we can confirm on pole position. At the moment it's open between Bruno, well we can't confirm it in this round effectively. We've got Bruno and Michael Orlowski at the moment. Michael with the quicker time, but one round win. So mirroring now what we're seeing in stock, with Jan Rathajski having the quicker time. Effectively, if one of the guys who's got the quicker time takes the last round, that being Michael Orlowski or Jan Rathajski, then they get overall TQ. Whew, yeah, trying to do a few different permutations going on. And a bit of fingers and thumbs are everywhere at the moment, trying to work out how this could play out, and various different ways that it could work. And yeah, as we said, after these next three heats of modified, we've got there was a small break in the time schedule anyway, but we've got a team managers meeting in there, which hopefully it won't take longer than the break, but we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. It's whether it's a fairly quick thing. It's to do with tyre allocations for finals, so it doesn't necessarily affect anything today, but it's going to have an impact on how racers prepare their equipment tonight. That's why we need an outcome on it today, and why it's being discussed sort of in that gap before we leave. Tim Koman leading away from Ben Jabira and Florian Wilhelm. First heat and modified, these cars super fast, much quicker than anything else we're seeing out on track this weekend in a straight line. So it is the all-white car, number 2 car of Thomas Koman. Let's see if we can find the car actually of Dai Sakaguchi. He is, I think he's an all orange coloured car. So he is indeed, he's just on the main straight now. So there's a, where are we? Here we go, a all orange coloured car of Dai Sakaguchi. one of the Tamiya racers that we were discussing earlier, and just pops the car on the grass. Not too costly is a grassy moment, but car looks a little bit loose, a little bit drifty. Potentially a little bit better now that he's cleaned the tyres up after his grassy moment earlier. It dropped him down into 4th position. See if we can spot the 3 car of Benjamin Jabira. Three car of Benjamin Jabira is the yellow coloured car with the 2 black stripes down the roof. He is under the driver's rostrum now. He's going to be popping out by race control and onto the main straight. There we go. This is our 2nd place driver. 2.7 seconds back on Coman. Tim Coman then going pretty nicely at the front. Benjamin Jabira we're running with in 2nd position. Florian Wilhelm in 3rd place. Dai Sakaguchi 4th. Tim Coman leading this one. We're running with Ben Jabira in 2nd position at the moment. Florian Wilhelm 3rd position. Traffic falling quite nicely for him. Let's see if we can find Tim Coman again, our leader, the number 2 car. I believe he was an all-white coloured car. There we go, that's the number 2 car. Actually quite distinct, the number 2 on that as well. There seems to be some large numbers and some small numbers at play out on track. Large ones infinitely easier for aging eyes to pick out. Tim Coman we're running with at the moment as they've entered the final minute. We've got this heat of modified. We've got one more, and then we have the top heat of modified coming up. Michael Orlowski, Bruno Coelho. Got Eric Dankel wanting to get himself in the mix as well. So Eric needs to set the fastest time to keep himself in contention. Fastest time in the round to keep himself in contention for the front row. Having looked like probably the main challenger so far over the course of the weekend to Bruno, and then Michael Orlowski just stepped it up a little bit in that last round. New tyre runs for the pair of them, and Bruno dropping back down the field as other drivers ran fresh tyres. So potentially we're going to see Bruno as well. If Bruno goes out with new tyres on this round, his gamble might have paid off. It stayed dry. He's also aiming for a time. We have finished that one, so Tim Coman has taken that. Tim Coman takes that from Benjamin Jabira, Florian Wilhelm, Dai Sakaguchi, Thomas Sova, Chris Briggs, Marek Sova, Jacob Zabrowski, and Thomas Veltzig.
So, hello to Noah Ben Mohammed. Hope you're still watching. Sorry you said hello a while ago again. But yes, we are looking at all the comments and loving the debates that rage and the questions that come in. WAN XD in EFRA, do they need to have a specific weight for each kit, James?
What, when the car takes to the track? Yes, there's a
Yeah, are they
weight.
looking at weights of the cars?
Yeah, there's a minimum weight limit, so the cars pass through scrutineering at the start of each race, for each run that they do. So they're pre-scrutineered before they take to the track. And yes, for various different classes, it's different. There's different weights for each different class that they run out there. But yes, essentially all cars are being checked, teched, scrutineered. Also, motors in the spec class are being checked as well to make sure that they are legal. After the event, the motors of the top three will be taken away and stripped. Obviously, we had last year we had a change of the result after the Euros, post the Euros.
Yes.
As a result of that, didn't we? Motors not meeting the tech specs. In case you're wondering sort of why it changed after the event, it's really difficult at the event. So there's a homologation list. So motor manufacturers submit their motor for checking and are told that yes, that design of motor passes, and then in theory any motor that is bought off the shelf should match the same specifications of that motor. The motors in question didn't match the exact specifications of the sort of original sample motor that was submitted. So that was why they got moved out. It's not really possible at the meeting itself to strip motors down in that detail to check to that fine spec that they are exactly the same motor. So that's why the top three guys get taken away. It tends to be, if someone is really, really obviously that much faster than anybody else, there's a strong chance that it will be pulled beforehand and to have a look at. But yes, expect the top three guys can expect to go home whenever the motor is, or minus their motor. Tim Wahl out in front of this one with the number 3 car. Let's just check we have got him on shot at the moment. Looks like we've got him. 4 minutes remaining. This is the number 3 car of Tim Wahl, who lead in by about a quarter of a second from Marco Kaufmann. Antoine Brunet in 3rd position, Michele Manzo in 4th. And we have got Dimitrios Ioannidis in 5th position. Matthias Knopp running 6th. Christopher Krapp having a bit of a struggle in this heat. He's running in 7th position at the moment, and looking at overall, he is a little bit down the field as well. He's where is he? 12th currently. So yeah, not really coming together. He's got an 11th, a 12th, and a 13th in round, so he hasn't posted a top 10 score. Doesn't look like doing it this run either. He's one of the guys you'd expect to be in the fight for the podium as well, but something not clicking for him. Tim Wahl leading this one from Marco Kaufmann. We're running with Tim's car at the minute. The top heat coming next. That's going to be pretty thrilling. We're going to have Michael Orlowski will lead away because he has got the fastest time. Got Bruno chasing him down. Should have some kind of an idea fairly early on what the score is with any sort of tyre offset between the two of them. Obviously Bruno needs to get to the front, get away, take the round, and ideally he wants to set a new fastest time as well on it. Could leave it to the last round and still do it, but nothing is going to be fixed. Even if Bruno wins this round of qualifying, he's not going to absolutely seal TQ until we've got a retirement then from Tim Wahl. Bruno's not going to absolutely seal TQ until the end of the last round of qualifying, and same situation in stock. We've got Jan Rathajski giving himself a chance by setting a faster time than Simon Lauter. We suspect that was on a new tyre run versus an old tyre run. Drivers kind of keeping cards a little bit close to their chest. You can quite often work it out, and the only reason that we suspect that's the case is it doesn't match the sort of profile of the runs that we've seen over the rest of the week. It could be that Jan's made a change to the car that's stepped up his game a little bit and moved it forward, but tyre offset would be the most logical explanation. We'll get the answers after the last round of qualifying. Marco Kaufmann with the number 5 car is our leader on this one as we've entered the final minute. Let's make sure that we have got him in shot. So we're running with the 1 car of Matthias Knopp at the moment, just looking for the 5 car out there. The 5 car is last of the cars going through the banking. It's the sort of greeny coloured car, solid greeny coloured car. He's behind a gaggle of other cars. There we go, the last of those. That is Marco Kaufmann leading this one. Difficult decision now for Marco because he's in the middle of traffic. They're obliged to get out of his way, but he has now begun his final lap. He's got clear track in front of him now. You're never quite sure when you catch them that late into a run. You know it's that late into a run. It's like, do I go past them? Do I just sit there? What's that going to cost me? But Marco Kaufmann takes that one from Antoine Brunet. Christopher Krapp pops himself up into 3rd position. So that's a pretty good recovery in that one. That's good work from him.
Then we're up to group number 13, fourth qualifier.
Top group up next. Don't go anywhere.
Indeed, apologies, just indulging in a sugar rush from a couple of Haribo. Get me nice and energised for this last heat. Bruno Coelho set to lead off from Michael Olowski, Eric Dankor, Ronald Volker, Mark Reinhard, Alex Hagberg, Robert Peach, Yuri Weisin, Oliver Havranak and Alessio Menicucci.
And you're watching the EFRA 1/10th Electric Track European Championships coming to you live from Türkheim in Germany. This is the top heat of spec, going out for their penultimate round of qualifying, perhaps the final round of dry qualifying. Let's see what the next hour or so brings. But it's going to be exciting either way, and we thank Monaco RC. We're RC Racing TV, and we also thank Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies and X-Ray for supporting this coverage. Go to EFRA.ws, find out more about this kind of racing and other kinds, and find your local federation, even find your local club and get started racing cars just like this yourself.
So cars circulating on their warm-up lap. Fastest time so far then in this class. Michael Olowski, 24:307.535. That's the time that we are looking out for any one of these guys to be predicted to beat. So we'll give it a couple of laps to settle down before we start checking in on predicted times and where they are overall, what that's going to mean. We'll have a look and see what the implications of that are, but no one can completely seal TQ in this run as things stand. Bruno has led away and is going to be pushing hard to escape from Michael. We're running with Bruno. He's pulled a big gap already. I'm pretty certain already Bruno is on new tyres. Michael is on used. Alex Hagberg with the fastest opening lap, though. There would be some irony in that if Alex was also on a new tyre run and managed to pinch from under Bruno's nose the fastest time. But Mark Reinhard hit the front now. Mark also on, we believe, one of the drivers to be on new tyres, and Mark still leading this one by half a tenth from Bruno. So Mark may be putting himself in the picture. Bruno now hits the front. Let's see what happens when Mark crosses the line. Mark is back to the front. I think we need to try and spot Mark. Mark is running his race paint, so it will be white, pink and blue. He is coming through out onto the main straight now. Let's see as they flash through the turn there. He's the last of those three cars. Mark Reinhard, our leader at the moment. Maybe getting himself into the mix. Of course, Mark winning the most recent ETS round a couple of weeks ago. Best possible warm-up for this event. He's chasing down Ronald. So Mark towards the front of the pack now. This would introduce another possible contender. So Mark, we suspect, is on new tyres. Bruno, we suspect, is on new tyres. Michael Olowski sort of dropping down the order a little bit as people cycle through. See, Bruno keeps on moving to the top, and then Mark starting a little bit further down the field. Gets shuffled down. Ronald also not completely out of this. Started just in front of Mark on the clock. Mark leading this one on the split. Bruno now back in the lead by about a tenth of a second from Mark. Let's stick with Mark a little bit longer, just see if that gap grows. It does. So Bruno now is looking like he's edging away. Let's see, with 2 minutes to go, if we can catch the car of Bruno again. He is... Bruno is just... where's he gone? There's a bunch of white cars out there. Okay, Bruno now coming out of the main straight now, the last of the white cars on the main straight. Through the banked sweeper. It's not that one. Back 2 cars from that. There we go. This is Bruno Coelho. Now leading this one from Mark Reinhard. Let's see what happens as they cross the line. Gap now 4/10 of a second. Advantage in Bruno's favour. Predicted time 24.505, so Bruno is predicted to go quicker currently. No, Bruno has put it on its roof, so Mark Reinhard now takes it back to the front. Let's pick up Mark again. So Bruno puts his car on his roof. That was a big moment here potentially at the European Championships. Mark then moves to the front. Mark's predicted time a 24.307.324. We were on a 24.307.5 for Michael Orlowski. So if Mark can continue this pace, we're sat with him now for the final minute of this run. Going to see what Mark can do. Mark will put himself into the mix. Ronald Volker's now hit the front. So Volker now moves to the front. Ronald Volker puts himself into contention as well. Ronald is 1 car in front of Mark. Let's see if we can get him as they cross the line. There we go. That is Ronald Volker now. 25 seconds to go. Ronald been put in slightly in the shade of his teammate Eric Dankel, but Ronald looking now with 15 seconds to go. He's leading by about 1/4 of a second from Mark Reinhard. Alex Hagberg also not a million miles away in the mix. So they are beginning what will be their last lap. So this is Ronald Volker leading this one. Let's watch him round all the way to the line, and Mark Reinhardt immediately behind him. It's a decent lap come together. They charge for the line. Ronald throws it across the line and gets it from Reinhardt. 24:307.257. Volker takes that and sets a new fastest time as well. So Ronald Volker puts himself in contention. That number 3 car that you see, or that you just saw, get nudged out of the way by Alex Hagberg on shot in front of him. So literally everybody there charging for the line in a bid to get the fastest time. So Ronald Volker setting a faster time than we saw from Michael Orlowski. You saw Mark Reinhardt also doing a faster time as well. Bruno Coelho looked like he had it in his pocket, and then a small mistake from him, really uncharacteristic. But him putting himself on his roof, a little bit too much curb in front of race control, and we don't know how costly that's going to be. Bruno's still out in front. Ronald now giving himself the best possible position. You can see there, like 0.3 of a second. Eric Dankel also has a pretty good time. So in contention now for TQ, we've got 3 drivers who could do it. So it's not exactly winner takes all in the last round, but if any one of Bruno, Ronald or Michael wins the last round, they are on pole position for the final. Yes, that's correct. So if any one of those 3 wins the last round of qualifying, they will be on pole position. We have a short break now, and there is a team managers meeting as well. So I'm not sure exactly how long that will take, and if that will overrun at all. But we will be back for the last round of qualifying as soon as we can be.
These are 1/10 scale on-road racing cars, built to replicate the fastest four-wheeled on-road vehicles. And in this championship come in both touring car and formula platforms. Underneath the aerodynamic bodies, the chassis feature the same tech seen on most modern hypercars: carbon graphite, titanium, machined aluminium and smart electronics. When it comes to drivetrain, formula cars are rear-wheel drive while the touring cars are all-wheel drive. And to do the driving, racers stand on a raised platform to let them see the full racing circuit, sending signals to their car to precisely manage the steering, throttle and braking to battle for the race win. At just 40 centimetres long, it takes the quickest reaction speeds when battling door to door. Because on large tracks, these cars can reach speeds of over 80 kilometres an hour, requiring nerves of steel and excellent hand-eye coordination. Every track also features tight and twisty sections which provide many opportunities for passing. Everything on the car is completely customizable, from the aerodynamics, tyre compound and pressures, suspension including shock angle, camber and much more, and of course the electronics. Toy cars? These are not. These are highly engineered racing machines, designed to win international championships across the world.
Nice look at the technical inspection there. Thanks for that, Zach. That was a very nice montage showing us what's going on inside the technical inspection hut.
Absolutely. So just getting set now for heat number 1 of the last round of qualifying. This is the front-wheel drive class. 2 heats of front-wheel drive coming up. We have got Loris Buchholz leading this heat away. Loris leads away quite nicely out at the front then, with the number 1 car, the white front, green centre, red rear car, just coming round through the banking and out onto the main straight. Looking, just trying to work out, we've got fingers, thumbs and numbers everywhere, trying to work out possible permutations when we get to the sort of top end of the stock class and the modified class. Stock is actually relatively simple. I think that we've got Simon Lauter having won 3 rounds of qualifying, Jan Rathajski having taken the most recent round. Jan has a faster time. Effectively, if anybody other than Jan wins the last round of qualifying, Simon Lauter's on pole. And if Jan takes the last round, Jan is on pole position. So that one's quite simple to work out. Modified gets a little bit more complicated. So we've got Bruno having taken 2 round wins. We've got Michael Orlowski having taken a round win. And we've got Ronald Volker, who took the last round of qualifying. Now, where that gets really complicated is Ronald has set the fastest time of him, Michael, and Bruno. That in itself is quite easy. If Ronald wins the last round of qualifying, he's on pole position for the finals. Similarly, if Bruno does it, Bruno stops the other drivers getting a 0 score to add to their 1-0 that they have. Bruno's on pole position. That's quite easy. Michael, if Michael wins it, it depends really on the. He's gonna have matched the 0, but then it depends what time Bruno does. Or that's going to be a little bit. It all depends on exactly where everybody else finishes. So that one could be quite entertaining, and we're going to be sort of trying to keep up with that one a little bit on the fly to see what is going on with that one. But back to the front-wheel drive action. Emily Rathajski is leading this one. She is running the number 2 car. Let's see if we can spot that out there on circuit. Number 2 car is 1 car back, actually, from where we currently are. So let's see if we can move our focus back. There we go. That is the 2 car of Emily Rathajski. She is leading this one by about 0.4 of a second from Oliver Heiser. And last track action of the day for many of these drivers, unless they're running in multiple classes. A little bit leery, bit of a tail slide. So once qualifying is done, then we have got our 3 finals tomorrow. So there'll be a practice final for everybody. Then we will be on air for the start of the finals proper. Practice results, of course, will be available to you to view on my RCM. Emily closing in on the back now of Loris Buchholz. Do with finding a way past. She's already in front on the split. Could do with finding her way past on the circuit.
qualifier for group number 1. 17.2 for Emily, 17.4 for Loris, 17.9 for Oliver.
Into the final 15 seconds. Emily Rathajski still leading this one. She is the second of the two cars in shot now. A slight sideways moment there for second place car of Loris Buchholz. They're both on their final lap now. So it would make sense, kind of. No, Emily slides through on the inside. Emily takes that one then from Loris Buchholz.
Incredibly young, some of those drivers. Fantastic to see.
Absolutely. So mainly Jan Rathajski's progeny that we're seeing up there on the drivers' rostrum. 3 of them in one run.
Plenty of Rathajskis and Buchholz.
Yes, absolutely.
More Buchholz in this one.
Yes, we have another Buchholz coming up in this one, but got interesting thing at the front of stock. Daniel Perlman took the first 2 legs, or first 2 rounds of qualifying, and then hasn't run since that point. So be interesting to see. We've got Soren Sparbeer has won the most recent round, and Adam Isay took round number 3 of qualifying. So again, this one's going to come down potentially to times. Just having a look, 18.305, 304. Right, so quickest run is an 18.301. Soren Sparbeer has the most, or has the fastest time. Oh, does he? No, Daniel Perlman. Let's just check. Back onto yesterday's times, 501.686. No, Daniel Perlman currently has the fastest time as well. So he's looking pretty good for TQ that'll be brave of him if he's sat it out after 2 rounds. So we'll keep an eye on that. Effectively, someone's going to need a 19-lap run, or almost a 19-lap run. Let's see what we have. Daniel Perlman has taken to the track then. So he's potentially got himself a fairly big tyre advantage. So he's out on the track to try and defend his TQ position. Let's see what Daniel can manage. Soren takes the spoils on the opening lap. Car number 6, let's just give it a couple of laps to settle in. Andy Murray also looking like he's had some good pace, but been sort of throwing it off the track at inopportune moments. I think having a quick catch up with him earlier, he said the car was considerably better than the driver. Soren still leading this one from Daniel Perlman. We're running with Daniel at the moment. They're catching another very similar coloured car as well. If we move our focus back 1 car to Soren Sparbeer. So Soren taking the last round of qualifying. At the rear of the car you can see dancing around there. Sparbeer now in 2nd position from Perlman. super close. That's not the car of Pullman that he's just passed, though it looks very much like it. That was some other similarly coloured traffic out there. So Daniel Pullman is leading this one. He is just disappearing out of your shot there. Enrico Jung has got himself up into second position. So it's looking pretty good for Daniel Pullman at the moment, and he's predicting a 19-lap run as well. So that would give him 3-round wins, with everybody else, best anybody else have would be 1-round win. It would also give him the fastest time. That would be a very nice way to go into the finals tomorrow for Daniel Pullman. Take the inaugural EFRA front-wheel drive European Championship. Class has run before at these meetings, but has run as a European Cup previously. So we are at half distance. Race leader is just going underneath the rostrum now, the minty green coloured car. Let's see if we can pick him up. There we go, out onto the main straight once more. Still 19.316.330, average lap 16.631, so he's about 0.3 of a second inside the making the split with 2 minutes to go. Might just drop off to a very quick 18 at the moment. Yeah, he's like 100th of a second of making the extra lap, so this lap he may well drop off onto a predicted 18. And he does 18 in 300.445 now for Daniel Pullman. That's still going to be the quickest run. The time he needs to be is a 3:01. So we'll keep an eye on this as he comes through. Currently predicting a 300.218. Adam Isay absolutely not out the mix. Neither is Enrico Jung. But the pair of them currently 1.2 seconds off of the back of Daniel Pullman. Daniel doing everything he needs to at the moment to hold on to TQ. Give himself the best possible starting position. So really good work here from Daniel, especially having sat out a bunch of rounds of qualifying earlier. He has sat out the previous 2 rounds. So won the round qualifying yesterday, won the wet round this morning. It was wet for front-wheel drive, dried up a little later on for some of the other classes, in case anybody is watching the times. Predicted time now 3:01.249. Just keeping an eye on where Soren's time is as well. Daniel Pullman has done a 3:01.65. Adam Isay 3:01.762. So Daniel Pullman has taken that one. Daniel Pullman is our TQ man for the front-wheel drive class. That is secured for him. So already had 2 wins in his pocket. So it's just what he wanted. It's a 3rd one. So he'll be happy with that. It's good. That's what he was hoping for. Daniel, not quite sure if he's made that, but yeah, he's done it. So Daniel doing everything he needs to secure himself pole position for the finals beginning tomorrow.
Now, true RC racing fans out there, I'm sure you've got 2 windows open right now and you're watching the semi-finals of large-scale off-road, and you're watching the electric touring car or electric track Euros side by side. It's finals day over in the Czech Republic, and we've just seen it's absolute chaos. Pekko Ivanen leading the semi-finals, just lost a front wheel and made it back to the pit lane to have his wheel put back on. We've got people going around with no wing. It's a real slugfest out there. Not anywhere near as graceful as what we see here in Türkheim, thanks to Monaco RC. But yeah, lots of fantastic RC action happening today. And of course, we'll have our finals day tomorrow, which I personally hope will be really wet. But
well, once
sorry,
we've,
James,
I mean,
I kind of do hope that.
I think qualifying.
I mean, you're indoors anyway, so you don't mind.
I don't mind, although that means you get a lot of wet kit back on Monday.
Yeah, I'll risk it.
You'll risk
it will just be fun to watch.
It would. To be honest, it doesn't matter too much. The main thing is qualifying, and despite it, we've had representative results. We haven't had mixed conditions. We had a little bit of rain this morning, but we've had dry runs. Everybody's had an opportunity to put in clean runs in the dry, so the results won't be unrepresentative. Of course, when you get to finals day, if it's wet, it doesn't really matter because you're only racing against the people you're on track with at the same time. So it's a more direct comparison. The problem is when you've got especially in the larger classes like the spec class where you've got 6 heats, if you're out on track half an hour later than someone or half an hour before someone, the track conditions can vary quite wildly in that. So you tend to get a bit more variation in the results compared to heats that classes where you have 1 or 2 heats. You don't get so much movement due to the conditions. The track conditions haven't either evolved or devolved in quite the same way. But watching the first heat of the Formula class now, Michael Mirka is leading. Michael, I don't quite know what he was up to in seeding practice yesterday because he has been comfortably faster than anybody else in this heat all day, certainly over the course of a run. Aidan Gale has popped up there with the occasional hot lap, but just to give you an example, best time so far, a couple of laps in, Michael Mirka 17.088, 18.4 is the next best lap that we've seen out there. So like 1.3, 1.4 seconds of an advantage over a single lap. You add that up over 10 laps, 13 seconds. It's quite easy to see how he's pretty much lapping the field, or the rest of the field over the course of a run, all because he didn't have a particularly great seeding yesterday and never managed to string a couple of good laps together. So just shows you the importance of starting and meeting off on the right foot and getting out there, getting on with it. But Michael, doing everything he needs to, looking pretty good, pretty solid. Car looks a little bit wayward at the, as I say that, he a bit over exuberant on the throttle as he comes out onto the main straight. And again, starting to wag its tail. Is that, I'm just wondering, given a car that's looked relatively stable and it's starting to wag its tail, if there's any sort of moisture appearing. This, of course, being a predominantly nitro circuit here at Türkheim, there's an awful lot of oil in the track. It doesn't take much moisture to bring that oil to the surface. So if it does start raining, you know about it pretty quickly. Even if it's just in the air, the track surface slows down quite a lot, and the track conditions worsen quite dramatically. Lap times still look pretty solid though, despite those sort of tail wagging moments. He's slower than his own previous best lap of a 16.992, but he's still doing 17.3s. So comfortably the fastest car. Darren Gale up into second position. Andy Frattaroli. Andy he'll be doing rain dances tonight. He'll be sacrificing anything he can, trying to make it rain tomorrow, because his car was a rocket ship. His wet car was. He got I think it was fourth in round in the wet round earlier, so he most definitely wants rain, and to try and if he can sneak into the back of the A final, which is eminently possible. We'll have a check in with the overall results. There's 13 drivers taking part in this class. So you've got a pretty good chance of making the main from either of the two heats. We'll have a check-in afterwards, see whereabouts exactly that's put everybody, but there are at least 3 spots going begging in the A main. So if you're running in this heat, you finish in the top 3 consistently, you should be in the A final for this Formula class. It's running it as a European Cup here this weekend rather than a European Championship. Just down to entry numbers. Michael Mirka still leading this one with 40 seconds remaining.
30 seconds.
30 seconds to drive.
Good number to our racing leader, Michael Mirka, staying there in second, Andy.
So into the final 30 seconds now. Should be this lap and probably 2 more.
10 seconds.
So yeah, it will be, well, the car's starting to look a bit leery. He got a bit excited when he heard the 10-second call, but he should just make it over the line. And just misses it. So 17 in 300.889. So just that slight moment of wagging its tail. Dropped him down the field. Darren Gale in second position. Just over a lap down. And Aidan Gale a lap further back from them. So we'll wait and see now what happens with the top heat. Just looking at the class at the moment. Andreas Stiebler has taken 3 of the rounds so far. Michael Lipperheider took the wet round 2. So Andreas, certainly in the dry, looks to have the best car. He needs a win to secure this, but basically he needs to, if he's in front of Michael Lipperheider, then he will have secured TQ. Should be quite easy for him to spot because Stiebler is off first, Lipperheider is off in second position. David Erbar will be away third. So Andreas knows what he needs to do. His one target is beating Michael Lipperheider.
Well, we're on the home straight for qualifying. Thank you all for watching along and commenting all day today and a bit of yesterday. We've still got a full day of racing to come tomorrow, which it promises to be incredibly exciting. This is the EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships coming to you live from Türkheim. It's presented by Monaco RC. Go to monacorc.com to get all of your RC merchandise, all of your RC wares, everything you need to get running. Go to monacorc.com. We're RC Racing TV. We've got James Stewart, who is commentating for us. We have me, I'm Matt McCallum. Zach is making all the sexy videos, and Ash is moving the camera. And yeah, this is an EFRA event. Thank you to Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies, and X-Ray.
Everybody forming up on the line.
Like he's got. Guy on the left looks a bit like he's got a police hat on. But I doubt it.
No, I think that's just a pattern on his cap.
It's my eyesight.
I'm surprised he's not. It's an off-message cap. Andreas Stiebler leads away from Michael Lipperheider. So Andreas knows exactly what he needs to do. He just needs to stay more than 1 second ahead of the car that is following him. As he sets off down the main straight, we'll keep an eye on where he is so far. That's all right, he's second fastest opening lap, but that won't matter to him. There's only one car he's concentrated on, the number 4 car. He won't care if he's second to last, so long as car number 4 is last. In fact, so long as car number 4 doesn't win, he won't particularly mind whereabouts he is. He's already got the scores he needs in his pocket. All he needs is for Michael Lipperheider not to win and not to set a new fastest time. So a real challenge down in everything but name. Andreas Stiebler already had pole position, but in order to completely rubber stamp it, he needs for Michael Lipperheider not to win this round and not to do a new fastest time. Michael's time that won him around earlier being set in the wet conditions earlier, so a very slow round win that he had there. Andreas doing absolutely everything he needs to. He is leading this one by the best part of a second. It's like 9/10 of a second. His gap over Gergo Valent. David Erber running in 3rd position. Lipperheider is currently in 4th position. So Andreas just doing exactly what he needs to, just seeing a car in front of it, using it as a target, drive up to the rear of it, make a clean pass, set your sights on the next car in front, just move your way forward. Flowing nicely, flowing really well for Andreas Stiebler. Just watching this kind of unique line he has relative to the other cars. Takes quite an early apex into that corner immediately after the driver's rostrum. So turns in quite early at sort of a shallower angle and runs a bit more wide on exit. Other cars sort of take a wider line in and exit a bit tighter. So you're seeing Andreas carrying a little bit more speed into the turn. A little bit of a wobble there as he got on power, but just holding on to it. It's clearly working for him. He is just wait and see where Gergo Valent is when he crosses the loop and what his time is showing as. Quite a long way back. Gergo is like 6 seconds back on track, so or 6 seconds back on the clock. And predicting here for Andreas Stiebler a 19 in 3:06. So nice run coming together. Minute and a half left. Car wagging its tail very slightly. These Formula cars, they're quite long for their width, so they tend to understeer a little bit into snap oversteer in the middle of the corner. And the key is sort of trying to get a balance of getting the right amount of slide in the rear of the car that enables you to pivot the car around the corner without it becoming too unstable. Lipperheider has got himself up into 3rd position at the moment, but he is 7 seconds back. So Michael looking pretty good for 2nd on the grid, I believe, with his 0. That should beat anybody else's score that we have out there. What would he have? He would have a 0.33. Yeah, that would trump anybody else's score. Andreas heading round then to cross the line for the final time. So Andreas confirms what we kind of thought and already knew, but Andreas Stiebler on pole position for the Formula class, the Formula Euro Cup, taking place tomorrow. So Gergo Valent in second. Let's just see what that has done for the overall results and where everyone has ended up. Andreas Stiebler on pole position, as we predicted, with 2 zeros. Michael Lipperheider is second. Gergo Valent is third. David Urbar will line up fourth for the finals tomorrow. Chris Grenz will be fifth. Rainier Haller will line up sixth. Michael Friebel makes it in seventh position. Michael Mirka will be 8th. Aidan Gale makes the A final in 9th position, as does Darren Gale in 10th. Andy Frattaroli, if it does rain tomorrow, he'll be absolutely kicking himself, because having had one of the fastest cars in wet conditions, he's pole in the B. So he is BQ. Yeah, that's really unfortunate for him. If he was 10th and had wet conditions tomorrow, he'd have been in with a shout of a podium, I think. So really unfortunate for him. But we're just getting set now for the spec class. Getting set to go. People retrieving tyre warmers from round their neck as they up on the rostrum. Looked like he'd forgotten he had them there. Wearing them like a set of cowbells. Mark DeWitt will lead this class away. From Daniel Bergener, Peter Knudsen, Andrew Walters, Sindrik Demir, Laszlo Kiss-Orban, Vittoria Fenley and Yaroslav Kritz. Everybody off and running. So the spec class now underway. We've escaped the threat of rain for the Formula class. We've escaped it for the front wheel drive class. We're now running with the number 2 gold coloured car of DeWitt. And Mark DeWitt leading. Daniel Bergener actually leading on the clock. He is 1 car back. So if we move our focus back 1 car. There we go. The white and pale blue coloured car out there. This our leader. He started out 1 second behind. As you can see, he's leading that one by about 0.4 of a second. So just trying to chase down that car in front of him. Rear of the car dancing around as he throws it in some of these high-speed corners. There's an awful lot of high-speed corners. It's a really flowing track here at Türkheim. Will be interesting to see what kind of racing it generates. So some traffic gets out of the way quite nicely. So a little bit of a mistake there and sort of cut onto the grass for DeWitt. Bergener closes in and dives straight through. DeWitt also nearly had them both off with his in his efforts to get out of the way. They sort of miscommunicated with each other briefly on the rostrum. DeWitt did the right thing there, but Andrew Walters has got himself up into 2nd position. I think Andrew's car is orange front, green rear. He is going to be heading round towards the race control hut now and out onto the main straight. There we go. Let's run with Andrew for a little bit. Currently in 4th position now in the heat. So Bergener is leading this one pretty comfortably. But Knudsen, De Witt, Walters and Laszlo Kiss-Orban are all covered by, what are they? There's about 1 second covering those 4 cars out there. And there's absolutely nothing covering the 3. Bergener looks like he's made a bit of a break for it. He's 1.9 seconds down the road. 1.5 seconds from Laszlo Kiss-Orban. So Laszlo starting to make some progress and lock himself into 2nd position. He crosses the line. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, we can see gap. It's 1.9 seconds actually. It's coming down slightly. What's his last lap time? 15.121, 14.908. So, okay, Daniel Bergener is still leading this one, still edging away out in front of the pack. But it's not a gap where he can really afford to make a mistake. Let's see if we can find Daniel Bergener. Again, the number 8 car. Looking for number 8. He is the white and blue car on the main straight now, just in front of a pink car. As they head round through the sweeper, that's an awful lot of curb there for Daniel Bergener. Just 1 minute remaining. Andrew Walters pops back up in 2nd position. 2.8 seconds behind Daniel. We've got 40 seconds to go, so this is our leader. He's looking pretty comfortable out there. So last time he's driving on this track today. Then straight into a round of practice tomorrow morning. First opportunity that you'll race with the people that you're in finals with. Race for the line. Is he going to make the extra lap? Yes, he's just snuck through onto this, so this is his final lap as he heads round once more under the driver's rostrum. Really nice feeling that when you just make the split. You know it's going to be close, you know it's going to be tight. You know whereabouts you are on track relative to the buzzer, but he crosses it, makes that extra lap, the 21-lap run from Daniel Bergener. Nice run from him, decent run from Andrew Walters to finish in 2nd position. Laszlo Kiss-Orban in 3rd. Becomes a little bit harder.
So where's all you lot at home watching? Jason says this is great. Kieran Virgo says, where are the timing results available? Oh, we'll put that in the chat. myrcm.ch is where you want to go. Keith Oceana says, let's go, Mark. And Kebab Abbey is saying Orlowski is the most complete RC driver in the world. One off. I wouldn't argue with that. One off.
He's certainly up there, isn't he?
Yeah.
But yes, just doing some more fingers and thumbs calculations, like we were saying the stock class is relatively simple. I've modified, we might be playing rock, paper, scissors, I think. Come the end of that, depending on how that one turns out, we'll see what happens. Skorich gonna lead this one away. So he's finally managed to break clear of Schmid. So Franny van Skorich and Dominic Schmid were kind of getting a little bit tangled up on track together earlier on. This heat number 6 of 13 in total. We run all the way through to heat 10. Will be the stock class. And then we've got heat 11, 12 and 13 will be modified. And that will complete our track action for the day. We are out and running on track now. Fran Ivan Skorich is leading after a couple of laps. We're running with him at the moment. His nemesis, Dominic Schmid, is doing pretty much the same time. Fortunately for the pair of them, they got separated in the last round. A mistake from Dominic Schmid cost him about 3 seconds, and that's kind of all they needed to put 2 good runs together. They're lapping at very, very similar speed and have been all day. They're just generating their lap times in very, very different ways. Schmid actually leading this one. He is a black and yellow coloured car. Let's see if we can pick him up. He's just coming out onto the main straight now, so white, yellow and black. He's the last of the 3 cars just heading through the shot now. Let's see as they cross the line. You can see Schmid and Skorich really, really close together. Oh, a little bit of a wobble there for Schmid. He has traffic in front of him because Franny van Skorich, starting out first, doesn't need to worry about that. Can just drive away from the pack. Still running with second place man Dominic Schmid. 6/10 down now on Fran Ivan Skorich. See if we can pick him up. He's just entered the main straight now. He is directly behind an orange coloured car as they go round the banked sweeper. And through the shot now. This our leader. And pretty generous there. Pulled out of the way quite a lot earlier than needed to. Just see the 3 car of Sinan Kaptan. Pop the car on its roof. Familiar sound of gravel rash. Everybody dreads. And a bit of an airborne accident coming out onto the straight for, that was Philip Lischke. But just cruising on round Fran Ivan Skorich. Charging around the circuit, 21.50 or 3:06 predicted time. Patrick Kolliker currently running in second place. Looking at lap times, best lap is 14.3 for Franny van Skorich, and just seen actually Dominic Schmid. You just saw the marshal returning to his position. That was from recovering Dominic Schmid. We go into the final minute of this run. Dominic Schmid just out in front of the shot, so pretty costly for him. That's some non-compliant traffic now does actually get out of the way, but probably held on there a corner or 2 longer than Fran Ivan Skorich would have liked out in front. final 30 seconds now. Last track action of the day for these guys. For many of these guys, there are a few of them doing both the stock and modified classes. We've seen goes from bad to worse for Schmidt. He was just on his roof there as well. But, we saw a car turn turtle. This the last lap for Fran Even-Skorich. Looks like a kind of Mark Reinhard inspired body shell. Fran crosses the line to take that one. Just going to wait and see who pops out in second place. Looks like Patrick Holliker is going to get that one, unless Michael Zero does anything extraordinary on the last lap. He doesn't, so misses out on that by half a second. Fran Even-Skorich takes that heat. So that's heat number 6. Done and out of the way. On to heat 7 next.
Heat 7 drivers taken to the driver's stand. We keep going right the way through to the end of qualifying now, where it is all to play for, and James is going to have an abacus to try to work out who's TQ'd mod. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be fun.
It might be quite simple. The complicating one would be if Michael Orlowski wins, and then it depends what time he manages. That's when it starts getting complicated. Ronald winning or Bruno winning makes things quite simple, so relatively simple. So Ronald's got the advantage of having the faster time. Bruno's already got the points in his pocket, so one of those two's quite easy. It's Michael Orlowski who has a time in between the two of them, and one round win. That's gonna confuse matters. So we shall see how that one pans out. Who have we got coming up? We have Mark Valent, we have Riccardo Finili, Valentino Maglietti, Boris Siladi, Victor Litvinenko, Flavio Paladin, Darko Meister. We have Roberto Fabiano and Yaroslav Kritz. Mark Valent leads away the Candy Force pink coloured car. Doing quite nicely. Everything he needs to do. Just a steady opening lap. That's the worst feeling in the world when you first lap, last round of qualifying, you need a score, bang, on its roof. Of course, I've never done that much. Mark Valent shows in the lead as he crosses the line, although he is actually in second place because Riccardo Finili with the 7 car is in front of him. I think that is 1 car back. It is 1 car back, so if we can move back to the white front, yellow rear car. Riccardo Finili running in the lead, second on the track. Got the lead by about quarter of a second. Going to get confused now because he's got 2 pink cars directly in front of him. One of them, though, has a white nose and spins quite nicely out of his way. That's worked pretty well for Riccardo Fanili. Mark Valent just in front down the road. There's 1 second gap between them as they started. And Mark Valent now moves back in front by about 1/10 of a second. See, ebbing and flowing. It's like a high-speed game of chess. Watching these two out there. Whose move is it next? Fanili, who we're running with. Leading by a couple of tenths. So the driver is just thinking, plotting the next move. You know, he doesn't need to pass Mark Valent in front of him, he just needs to finish within 1 second of him. This is the point where it gets really, really difficult. Oh, there's a half mistake there, touched a tyre on the grass in his efforts to recover that. Let's just have a look. So fishtailing quite wildly there, too much curb, span the rear of the car out, overcorrected. He had a sort of pretty epic, I've got this, I've got this, I've got this, no I haven't moment, and finally succumbed to the laws of physics, and the car over-rotated on him. Mark Valent now hits the front from Riccardo Fanili. Mark Valent will have breathed a bit of a sigh of relief. You never wish ill on your competitors, but yeah, it's not a terrible feeling when someone you're having a ding-dong battle with sort of takes themselves out of play like that. So Mark Valent now hits the front of the field. We're running with second place man Riccardo Fanili. The two of them had a fairly big advantage. Gap now 1.6 seconds. That will have felt like an awful long time for Riccardo Fanili. It wasn't. It probably cost him around about a second, but it was just enough to drop him out of the way, give a little bit of breathing space to Mark Valent. Let's see if we can pick up the pink coloured car of Mark Valent again, the candy floss pink coloured car, where he's just under the driver's rostrum now. And coming out onto the main straight. That's not that car. There we go, he's just flashed through shot. So 30 seconds left, Mark Valent leading. So last lap now for Mark Valent. Riccardo Fanili's got himself back to within half a second, so charging pretty hard. Let's just check, see what as they cross the line. It was about 0.8 of a second. Little bobble onto his roof there for Mark Valent. It didn't matter. He had already finished. Doing donuts as he... Oh, he's tucked the body at the back of the car. He'll be very, very glad that he did that on the last lap. Heat number 8 coming next.
Just time to say thank you to Monaco RC for supporting this stream, title sponsor. Great to have you on board again and helping us make this stream everything it is. We're RC Racing TV. Why don't you, if you're watching us on EFRA's Facebook or YouTube, or RC Racing TV's Facebook or YouTube, wherever you're watching us, why don't you just hit follow? If you're not following, it'd be amazing if you would hit follow, because that helps us get noticed by bigger brands, which helps us get more investment, which helps us bring better coverage to the sport. The sport deserves better than even we can give it. So we always want to try and improve what we're doing. And with your support, just by liking and sharing, that really, really helps. In an indirect way, it helps the whole. So if you do that, we love it. We really love it. And if you want to go one further, then go to RC Racing TV's YouTube and join us. Become an RC Racing TV hero. And that really supports us and helps us move forward. And we will send you some free stickers. We'll send you a sticker sheet through the post. And we'll do lots of other nice perks for you. So yeah, if you hit join and become an RC Racing TV hero, we will be your best mate for life. And really helps us more than you know.
You almost said that deserves better than us, didn't you?
It almost came out, yeah. It did. It does deserve. It deserves more than it gets. But you know, everything's so expensive these days. Especially James.
Where's my green M&Ms? Orlando Fanili going to lead away on this one.
4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Off. Car 5, 4, 6.
A bright orange car of Orlando Fanili. And that's the way you do a one-colour paint job. Really bright, really vivid, not white. Not plain white. Everybody runs plain white. Delalondre up into second position. Hovgaard leading this one. So orders swapping around all over the place after the first lap. The 3 car of Hovgaard looks like he's got pace. I kind of almost wonder if anybody's played a bit of a blinder and left new tyres. I would suspect that Frederick Hovgaard may well have new tyres. That green car, the amount of traction and like the speed he can carry into a corner compared to other cars. Well, that's one way to throw away a new tyre run. If indeed that was a new tyre run, that's taking an awful long time for a marshal to get there. There we go. That would have felt like a long time. No criticism of the marshal, of course. That's just a function of the marshal. That's the worst place possible to have an accident because a marshal just can't get there. You can't have a marshal step out onto a live track without making sure it's clear, and particularly at the start of the run, everybody's bunched up together. So it's the worst place and the worst time. One of the worst times to have an accident. The only possible worst time is when you're on a new tyre run about 4 minutes in. This run's going from bad to worse. This time he does it on the right side of the track so the marshal can get there easier. The marshal is very, very kind to him and picks him up and puts him down at the entrance to the pit lane so he can wheel into the pit lane, do the step back of shame on the rostrum where he just takes a brief step back, looks down dejectedly at the transmitter as he flicks the switch off and stands there with his arms crossed behind him. Most racers will be particularly familiar with that pose. Jeremy Delalondre is leading. He is the second of those 2 cars that we have on screen, I believe. The number 6 car. We'll confirm that. Jeremy running exceptionally small numbers, it seems, on his car, but pretty sure that is the 6 car from earlier. Yes, indeed it is. Jeremy Delalondre leading this one, predicting a 22-lap run as well. Be quite a handy thing to put in his pocket. Ambient mic picking up noises of Lexon meeting tarmac. As few people, this last round of qualifying, it's there's do or die runs for a lot of people. When you've got one good score and you kind of need another one to bump yourself up a final, you throw absolutely everything at it just to try and get yourself moved up, see if you can bump yourself up a final and potentially improve your result. But really easy to make a mistake at the same time if you're pushing your car beyond its limits. Jeremy Delalondre looking pretty decent out in front though. He's got a 1.6 second lead over David Erbar. Jeremy's car staying nicely away from any of the risky looking bits of the track. Just clipping the curbs nicely, not taking too much of them. It would be so easy to throw it away now. But reached the point now where he knows he just needs to bring this home. He's got a 2.9 second lead over David Erbar. Into the final 20 seconds now for these drivers. Still looking like Jeremy is going to make the extra lap. It's going to be tight. Last lap was a 14.47. I think he's going to make the extra lap by about 2/10 currently. Let's see as he crosses the line. No, just misses the extra lap. So Jeremy has finished. Misses it by 0.05 of a second. Does Jeremy Delalondre? Super, super close out there. Penultimate heat of stock coming up then. Martin Huddy going to lead away from Manuel Wagner, Lucas Ellerbrock, Benjamin Elbisser, Enzo Rousselon, Soren Sparbier, Alex Kunkler, Stefan Schultz and Maxime Ripoll. Martin Huddy launches his car off the line into his final qualifying run of the European Championships here at Türkheim. Quickest opening lap as well from Martin, going sub 14. good opportunity for some of these drivers. If any of these guys have saved tyres, it's a good opportunity. Some of these guys will be thinking they probably should have made the top heat and didn't necessarily string together a completely clear seeding run in time practice to put themselves into the heat they wanted. So this is a good opportunity with a bit of a tyre offset. Martin Huddy leading this one. We're running with him at the moment. He is about half a second down the road from Manuel Wagner. Martin, super experienced driver. Actually heavily involved in the development of the car that he's running as well. Edging up towards some traffic. His lead gap now a tenth of a second over Manuel Wagner. 3 minutes remaining. Just checking to see where Manuel Wagner is on circuit. I believe he is that car we can just see out of the back of our shot. Still only a tenth of a second in it. Let's have a look. That's the 7 car. That's the 8 car. That's correct. So 1 car further back is Manuel Wagner. Let's see if we can just move back our focus. Back 1 car. There we go. That is Manuel Wagner's car. Currently 3 tenths down on Martin Huddy, who we're just seeing disappearing out the front of shot. So seeing a bit of a battle raging between these two out on the circuit. Hoping for some top 10 scores in the round. Neither of them in the battle for the overall TQ, but they will still be looking to make a final. Like we said, TQ has come down to a battle between Simon Lauter and Jan Rathajski. It's pretty simple. Jan Rathajski needs to win. If Jan Rathajski wins the round, he is TQ. If anybody but Jan Rathajski wins, Simon Lauter is TQ. We'll be up there to bring you an interview with the appropriate driver as soon as that is confirmed. Martin Huddy, meanwhile, is now 2 tenths down the road from this man we're running with, Manuel Wagner. The pair of them edging away from the rest of the pack. So as we have about 1:20 left, let's shift our focus back onto Martin. So we're looking to move 1 car forward. There we go. As he pops out onto the main straight, he is closing in on the back of an orange car in front of him. I'll see if I can pick out who that is as they come past us. Oh, and Martin's just put the car on its roof. So that was really just as Martin caught up. That's going to drop him right down the field. Really unfortunate there for Martin. Manuel Wagner then taking the lead on that one. Martin Huddy, a little bit too much curb, and pops the car on its roof and straight in to retirement. We'll be polishing the scars out of the Lexan roof on that one. Let's see if we can pick up Manuel Wagner again. The number 8 car, the white car, is on the main straight now. There we go. He's just flashed through shot. And we'll pop out in the sweeper. There we go. That is with 20 seconds to go now for Manuel Wagner. He will have probably had a little bit of a grin to himself as he passed the roofed car of Martin Huddy, knowing that you've got that round score that you need, or you've got that extra round score. It's one less person that can beat you and bump you down in terms of time. So Manuel will be hoping for a top 10 round score and sneaking into the A final. I think Martin Huddy's chance might well have just gone with that mistake and roll onto its roof. Where was he going into that round? Martin was... I'm just trying to to find him. Martin was third on the list. Yeah, he should still have enough to make it. Looking at that, so he should probably be okay. Yeah.
Is it just me, or I've noticed, I thought it was just because we were watching lower heats, especially now we've got the mic fixed, the ambient mic. In this heat, I'm noticing a lot more crashing down the hairpin at the beginning of the straight, like a lot more. Is it because the conditions have changed, or is it because it's the last round and people are really, really pressuring themselves?
I think it's more. It's the last round of qualifying. People are really pushing it out there, really doing everything that they everything they really need to get that. So just looking at this last round of qualifying, effectively Simon Lauter versus Jan Ratajski. Simon has effectively Jan Ratajski needs to win this to have any chance at all. So Simon's got all the necessary tools in his pocket. We'll see what happens to Jan in this one, but Simon with 3 round wins already, and the only other driver that could have challenged that was Martin Huddy with a 0 last time, putting that on its roof. So Simon Lauter looking pretty good for pole position. We'll probably be having a chat with him after this, but we will see how this one goes. Simon Lauter fires the car off the line. Knows what he needs to do. Just needs to stay in front of Jan. Simon does what he needs to on the opening lap as well. That's Jan's car we've got in shot. Let's move forward 1 car onto Simon's car. Simon Lauter currently holding pole position, doing what he needs to hang on to it. See 7/10 of a second Simon's lead. So as we possibly suspected, the pace advantage that Jan had over Simon last time out, it doesn't appear to have been a step forward in chassis performance necessarily. If it was, he'd have been straight back up there. I mean, of course, he's up there and competing with it, but he's not demonstrating the advantage that he had over Simon last time. So it does look like Jan may well have been on newer tyres than Simon Lauter last round. Simon currently leading this one by around 9/10 of a second from Jan Ratajski. We've got 3 minutes of this race remaining. Simon just wanting to keep the car circulating, just needing to stay in front of Jan. Nothing else particularly matters. He's seen his other potential challenger in Martin Huddy put the car on its roof earlier on, a couple of minutes ago. So Martin from a lower heat. Just over 2 minutes remaining now. Running with Simon. There's just hearing a screeching car go past with a body tuck. Just trying to keep it going, trying to keep it circulating. Jan Rathajski second, Ollie Boltink third, Max Mackler is fourth position. But at the moment, gap is now 1.4 seconds and growing. Looking very, very good for Simon Lauter to secure TQ. Simon has, from the start of practice yesterday, just looked like he had not any more single lap pace in the car. He was just more consistent than anybody else. He just kept on circulating, kept on plugging the times in. So we have just over 1 minute remaining. I am going to go and catch up with, it's probably going to be Simon, but our TQ man after this run.
"30 seconds to go. 20 seconds remaining of spec qualifying for this 2023 1/10 Track European Championship. Brought to you by Monaco RC, Hobby Wing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies and X-Ray. And all cars are finished, still Simon out on top. And let's see if we can have a word with Mr. Lautner, get his view on qualifying and his approach to finals. Sure, there's lots of discussion going off on the driver's stand, but yep, we're ready for James. Over to you, James.
Okay, so well done, Simon.
Thank you very much.
So obviously you knew going into that one that Martin was the person that could beat you, and he made a mistake.
Yeah, I think Jan Rathajski was.
No, but Martin had the previous round.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
So, but yes, Jan was the other one, but you just knew you had to stay in front and edge away. Were you worried the previous run because Jan caught you quite quickly and went away? Did you know that was tyres?
Yeah, he was on you and I was not on you, so it was, yeah.
Okay, so fairly comfortable. I mean, you've looked all weekend, not faster over one lap, but you're just much more consistent than the other guys out there. You just keep on putting in those laps.
Yeah, problem is that at first lap, sometimes you just get the snap oversteer, and I knew I was the only guy on new or with new tires left, and I just wanted to keep it cool, not spin, and then I could control it quite good, I think.
Good. So well done, and let you get out and marshal, but good luck for the finals tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Right, it's good to catch up with Simon there. We've back on the main microphone. So we have modified running now. Ben Jabira looks like he is leading this one from the front. Tim Coman just popping out to the front of the field as well. Just catching up with what was going on while I was away briefly. Catching up with Simon there. Traffic getting out of the way for the car that we're running with at the minute, the number 2 car. This is Tim Coman. Benjamin Jabira is 1.1 seconds back. Still running with Ben Jabira. Sorry, it's Tim Kerman that we're running with. Got a nice clear track in front of him. So, looks like we are going to get away with where we've got this heat and 2 more. If it holds off for another 15 minutes, we'll have got away for pretty much the entire day, save for a couple of heats of the Formula class and the front-wheel drive class in round number 2 of qualifying this morning. Tim Kerman still heading around pretty comfortably out at the front of the field. 1.5 minutes to go. One minute remaining for Tim Kerman. Running with him at the moment. Doing everything he needs to do just to bring it home. Try and pop himself up into the modified B final tomorrow. He'll be joining us tomorrow for all 3 legs of the finals. The time expired. Tim Kerman takes that one.
victory by Sandy Wood in second, Benjamin Rivera in third. Please bring your cars to the pit lane.
Tim Kerman taking that one then from Dai Sakaguchi. Ben Jabira in third. Florian Wilhelm. Coming up next, then, the penultimate heat of the day. We've got Marco Kaufmann is going to lead us away from Tim Weil, Antoine Brunet, Remy Callens, Christopher Krapp, Dimitrios Yanidis, Michele Manzo, Matthias Knopp, and Jose Pereira.
Just time to remind you, this is an EFRA event, so why don't you go to efra.ws, that's the website. Why don't you follow EFRA on social media, find out about more European championships that happen, and then link to your national federation and get racing yourself, get into the national championships. All starts with a club, of course, so you need to find your local club and then race nationally, and then maybe you could be one of these people up on this driver's stand right now we're looking at, having the time of their lives racing against the best people in the continent of Europe. Lots of chat going off, which is fantastic. Gregor KRC says, RC Racing TV, you always do an outstanding job. Thanks a lot for this. Hey Gregor, thank you. That means a lot. That means a lot indeed. So thanks for watching.
Marco Kaufmann currently in the A final, as is Tim Weil. So front two in this heat, looking to cement their places in the A final. Would have kind of expected Christopher Krapp to make his way in, but yeah, he's just not had he's been floating around on the fringes of the top 10 all weekend. I think he's currently counting a 10 and an 11. So even a round win wouldn't help him much. I don't think he's going to be in the fight for that, though. Unless we have a dramatic change in performance. Marco Kaufmann, though, wanting to lock in his place. He's currently 7th, so pretty well where he needs to be. Should be in anyway, but he'd like to just make sure it makes you you're a little bit calmer going out there to marshal. That's probably the worst feeling in the world, knowing that you're on the bubble and you're out there marshalling, watching one of the people that can beat you go out there and construct a good run, and you can't do anything about it. Your time to do something about it, your best run, and you sat there, you're thinking about it, that little bobble that you had on the way into a corner, that little half spin. Where did you gain the time? Where did you lose the time? Remy Callens has hit the front now with the number 1 car. Just see if we can spot him out there. The 1 car is the white front, yellow rear car off the end of the main straight through the bank sweeper, so he's 2 cars back. There we go. Remy Callens leading this one by around 0.3 of a second. Remy Callens still sitting at the front of this one, leading by around 2/10 from Marco Kaufmann. Tim Wall is the one who is dropping down the order a little bit. He was the one, Marco Kaufmann was 7th in the A final. Tim Wall was 8th. Tim's going to be the one who wants a strong score in this one, just to help nail himself in. Of course, some of the other guys, Remy Callens, would like to launch himself into the final. Chrissy would like to try and sneak in somewhere around the back of it as well. It's going to be pretty difficult with the scores he's currently counting. He'd need to be out at the front of this heat and dominating it, I think, to have a score with to go with a 10, his best score currently. He'd be wanting a 4 or a 5, and obviously with the next heat coming up as well, the only way he's going to get that is by winning this heat and winning it pretty comfortably. So not looking like it's going to come together for Chrissy at the moment. Marco Kaufmann now leading this one. Let's go back to him. He is the 5 car on the main straight. He's the kind of the metallic-y light green coloured car. There we go. Got him in the middle of shot for the final minute. So looking to cement his place in the A final is Marco Kaufmann. Marco Kaufmann begins then what is likely to be his last lap. He might it would take an epic last lap. He'd need to go like 4/10 faster. And he doesn't, so there we go, 3/10 misses out by Remy Callens. Does a good job in second position, but Marco Kaufmann will be happy with that. A 23-lap run. That's nice run. Good run come together. So we'll be pretty happy with that. So we have the last qualifier, last track action of the day coming up. We've already secured 3 TQs out there. So we have Daniel Perlman on pole for the front-wheel drive. We have Andreas Stiebler for the Formula class. We have Simon Lauter for the stock class. Modified, we are about to find out who will be on pole position. So again, permutations, we've got Bruno Coelho with 2 round wins. We've got Ronald Volker with a round win and the fastest time. We've got Michael Orlowski also with a round win. So for Bruno and Ronald, it's quite easy. Either one of them takes the round, they are TQ. Michael, it becomes a little bit more complicated, because if Michael wins the round, then it depends on the time he does. If he does a new faster time, he's on pole. If he doesn't do a faster time than Bruno has done as his throwaway time, then Michael is on pole, or Bruno. Basically, I'm no offence to Michael, but I am hoping Bruno or Ronald take this so that I know who to speak to, because otherwise I'm going to be counting on my fingers and thumbs and we'll have them playing rock,
Purely
paper...
for convenience.
Yes, purely for convenience. So we'll be playing rock, paper, scissors at this rate to try and determine who's on pole. It's for ease, it would be Bruno or Ronald will make life easier.
Whoever's on pole, it won't be boring, will it? Whoever's on pole, it's not like they're going to run away with it.
No, well, absolutely
maybe
not.
Bruno,
So I'm going to be I'm like I said, fingers and thumbs, trying to figure out who is on pole position. So they have set off. I do have a cunning plan in that I shall take an iPad with me when I go up there, so that I am able to confirm at the top of the rostrum who has got pole after this, if it is not immediately obvious. Ronald with the quickest opening lap. Oh, and Robert Peach has popped up there just to confuse things. Actually, that doesn't confuse things. That would put it in Bruno's hands. Bruno already has the 2-round wins in his pocket, so the best anybody can do is match his score, and then it comes down to times. Currently, it's Ronald who has the time, and Ronald at the moment is doing what he needs to. He is in front. No, Robert Peach is now in front. Is Robert Peach going to deny his own driver in Ronald the TQ by winning the round? Surely not. We'll find out. Running with Bruno at the moment. Ronald 1 car back from him. The pair of them charging around this circuit. Eric Dankel getting involved. Robert Peach again back to the top. Has Robert saved a new set of tyres for the last round of qualifying? Is he going to try and play spoiler for... How would he work that? Would he try and drop him? I'm trying to work out what the... this would be an extra... It's not going to help Ronald if... It's really not going to help Ronald if Robert Peach takes the round. Put it that way. But at the moment, Ronald is closing in on the back of Bruno. Robert Peach is still there in the lead, though. We're going to stick with this rather than following Robert, because this is actually the battle for, potentially the battle for pole position that we are watching and keeping an eye on, keeping track on. Need to be looking at. We're under 3 minutes to go now. Ronald Volker has hit the front. Where does Robert Peach fit in? Robert Peach back to the front, and he is leading by around 0.4 of a second at the moment. Ronald needs Robert to drop back off the pace very slightly, but he could do with him dropping in front of Bruno still. Problem is the gap is only around 0.2. Bruno's now charging and starting to edge away from Ronald into that gap. This is still anybody's. This is all going a little bit haywire, a little bit chaotic. Robert Peach still leading this one by about half a second now from Ronald. Bruno's now got himself in front of Ronald. Robert Peach now back to the front. Ronald now back in front of Bruno. Eric Dankel in there. Robert's now down into 3rd position, so Bruno in position now. Sorry, Ronald's in position now. Ronald is in the position that he needs. So charging up towards the back of Bruno. 1.5 minutes of this remaining. Who is going to take this? There is like 1/10 of a second. If Ronald takes this, Ronald is pole position. If Bruno takes this, Bruno is pole position. Robert Peach has dropped off the pace somewhat. We're coming up towards the final minute. Ronald still leading this one. I am going to go and catch up with either Ronald or Bruno. It looks like it will be one of them on pole position for the main final.
Seconds.
15 seconds to go. Coelho is edged out in front. Still ahead with a go. Oh, Coelho takes it by the narrowest of margins. Wow. And you can see the reaction from Ronald. He knows. So close. And there you see, Bruno has it. And they're stood side by side. James, if you can hear me, we should talk to Bruno on the driver's stand. Let's talk to Bruno on the driver's stand.
Bruno, can we have a chat? Okay, well, obviously that was pretty close. Looks like Ronald, well, if Ronald took that, he would have it, wouldn't he?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it was a very tough round, and we knew it. Our car on used tires should be better than Ronald. And I was really surprised in the beginning when Ronald was super fast and was like almost catching me. But I know, like, through the hands, my car will get better. So I was just like being patient, you know, like trying to not make any mistake and try to keep the pace, you know, without forcing too much. And yeah, through the round, I started to pull away a little bit from Ronald. And then I need to overtook one car, which I lost a little bit of pace in that time. And Ronald catched me again, and I lost a little bit, you know, of confidence, you know. So yeah, then I get the confidence again. And last laps, I was forcing really a lot to try to get back the time I lost. And I mean, the time is impressive. I mean, it's super nice.
Did you know that for 3.5 minutes, Robert Peach was leading that, actually? He was out in front.
Yeah, I knew it, but for me, it wasn't a problem. Because Robert could win, it will be good for me, because like that I will take the TQ. So Robert was never my problem, you know. Like when I know he was first, I was like, okay, that's no problem for me. My problem was Volker all the time, because Volker could not TQ this round. So my fight was with him all the time and not with Pitch.
Yeah, we knew that it was Ronald and Michael you were fighting with for, and Michael would have needed a quick. Well, he had a quicker time than your best time, didn't he?
Him and Volker. So basically, in this round, both of them could not win for me to TQ, and I had already the previous TQ, let's say, but both of them had best time than my time. So it was a very stressful qualify, because everything could go wrong. Fortunately, it went well, but I mean, last qualify I was also super fast. I made a mistake like 1 minute to the hand when I was like half second in front. So yeah, I'm positive for tomorrow.
Yeah, any changes you're going to make for practice final tomorrow? Anything you want to try?
Yeah, for sure. We are always trying in every qualify different things. Of course, small details, you know, so small things on the car, not to change too much. But yeah, if no rain for tomorrow, for sure we are going to try something more on the car, because of course we are not 100% happy, and we are here to win and not to be in stress all the time. You know, we want to have that comfort zone, which in competition, so it's very difficult to have it. But for sure we are going to improve the car for tomorrow.
Well, thank you. Good luck. Go and enjoy your evening, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it. Let's take a look. And while we're here, we're going to take a look at the qualifying for each of the classes. So we've got 4 classes to take a look at. So that's where we've just seen confirmed Bruno Coelho takes TQ by the narrowest of margins. Absolutely thrilling stuff. Apologies there. We had some issues. Always at the same part of the track as well. So for some reason, down the bottom of the straight, the car was freezing. We will get that sorted for the finals tomorrow. I do apologise for that. These things do happen. There is your modified qualifying. Let's take a look at spec. So we heard from him earlier. Simon Lautner, Jan Rathajski, Adam Issei, Oliver Bultnick, Max Mackler, Christian Donath, Martin Huddy, Valent Gergo, Manuel Wagner, and Jesper Rasmussen will be your A-main finals tomorrow in spec.
So I'm back with the main mic, Matt.
You're back. We just looked at spec. We're just working our way through the standings just to confirm who's going to be in the A-mains tomorrow.
Cool. So, yep, there we go. I think we briefly caught up with the Formula results earlier on. Andreas Stiebler on pole position. We kind of knew that. Michael Lipperheider taking a round win in the wet earlier. Kind of launched himself up the order. He'd been there, but that gave him a bit of a buffer over David Ehrbar. So that will be interesting to see. And then modified. This is the other way around. This is the front-wheel drive. So Daniel Pahlmann on pole and Soren Sparbeer. Adam Issei, Andy Murray, Stefan Schultz, Enrico Jiang, Stefan Kroner, Loris Buchholz, Emily Rathajski does really well to put it in the A final. And Lennart Buchholz as well. So dropping in there.
So Mart. Let's have a look.
Modified. So we know Bruno is pole. I believe Ronald's going to be second. He is. So Bruno on pole, Ronald second, Michael third. 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. Eric Dankel in 4th position and Mark Reinhard 5th. You know, Mark Reinhard was within, he was within like 0.2 of a second of taking that 4th round of qualifying on new tyres from Michael Orlowski. If he'd have taken that, that would have been him sort of sat there up in 3rd on the grid. So really, really super close. Alex Hagberg in there. Marco Kaufmann's done well. Tim Wild did make it in there. Robert Peach, very nearly at the death there. Sort of stole, took that position off of Ronald. In the end, Bruno did enough to hang on to it, and Oliver Havranak did really well to make it in as well. So Antoine Brunet will be a little bit, coulda, woulda, shoulda. To be BQ, as most people. Christopher Krapp, that's not a good weekend for him to end up 14th. So have to find out exactly what's gone on there and why he has ended up quite so far down the field. Just not really come together for him. Best scores are 10 and an 11, and you'd normally expect him up there with at the very least sort of 4s and 5s in there. So we would have expected to see him in there somewhere.
So there we go. Finals. We're up to finals tomorrow.
We are.
I've just looked at the timetable and I don't see. It's not been published yet, as far as I can tell.
No. So I think there's still a little bit going on with regards to team managers and tyre allocations and etc. What is going on for that? So just finding out. We'll as soon as we know anything on that, we will pass on the information on it. But there's going to be a set of practice finals tomorrow morning, and then once we have the practice finals done, we will have we'll then be on live for the main finals as well. So one leg, I would imagine, in the morning before maybe a lunch break. Then we'll have driver introductions before the second leg, and the third leg of the finals will be coming last. And Chris is nicking our Haribo again, by the way. He's,
EFRA, powered by Haribos.
Yes, absolutely. So bringing you or other brands of sugar-free Happy Bears are available.
Well, thank you for joining us today. It's been a fantastic day. It has been the EFRA 1/10th Electric Track European Championships qualifying day. It's been brought to you by Monaco RC, and also thanks to Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies and X-Ray. Thanks to you, James. It's going to be a good day tomorrow.
It should be, absolutely. And yeah, thank you to all the viewers as well for sticking with us, watching the coverage as well. It's always really good to see the interaction from them. And yeah, absolutely see what's going on out there on track. Good to bring it to people.
Good stuff. Right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Thomas Kraus running now 8 seconds behind. Close enough to 8 seconds. It might be 7.8, I think, if I'm reading that correctly. So running order, Van Helmond, who we're on now, Thomas Kraus, Sword Lubelinkov, Cyril Cador, Lars Abez, Luke Vandenberg, Theo Plant, and Sandro Erlenhofer. Early casualty was Alex Schmidt, who had to start from pit lane after calling a technical timeout. And then we also had Kevin Van Medevort, unable to complete the run. Lubelinkov and Cador still almost nose to tail. They're a lot closer now than they were, but we're giving a bit of love to Wesley. You see he's taking that as a double single now. So earlier when he was battling with Thomas for the lead, he was taking it as a triple, very easily clearing it. And obviously taking it as a double single, meaning that it's a lot less stress on the car, a lot less likely to have a crazy hit and potentially break something or bend something, so it makes the car undrivable. Everything's pointing in the right direction. Shiny side up, rubber side down. That's how you want it. 6 minutes remaining in this one. Wesley coming down the main straight once again, finishing his 38th lap. I think soon we're going to start seeing the battle for third really heat up. So coming down the main straight, these two greenish cars, the 8 and the 5 of Lubelinkov and Cador. Oh, and Cador get hung up on a pipe. So we may see Lubelinkov make a mistake in sympathy and bring him back together, or we may not. Actually, what is the number 6 car? He's got nothing to do with either of these two. It's fine. So as soon as we switch to him, the battle kind of fizzles out. 5 minutes remaining. So we've got the 1 of Wesley Van Helmond, the 3 of Thomas Kraus, and the 8 of Sword Lubelinkov. Are we on the 8 at the moment? Okay. So any mistake from him will let Cyril Cador catch up and potentially try to take that third place position. Third place, nothing to sniff about. It's a place on the podium, and it means a trophy and potentially a bottle of champagne, which fourth place wouldn't get. So we're on the 8 of Lubelinkov as Wesley Van Helmond completes his 41st lap, as does Thomas Kraus. So Cador catching up very slightly. He's made his way past the lap traffic. Oh, and there's a mistake from Lubelinkov. Is that going to let Cador catch up? Yes, it does. Lets him make up about a second. Oh, and then big mistake, a big slide from Cador. Gives it all back and then some. So this race, not exactly a barn. So, oh, there goes Thomas Kraus. Let's go to the end. Just off the big jump. He didn't actually make the jump. So Kraus now, oh, he's flamed out. He's flamed out. Engine is cut. Thomas Kraus, it's running again. It's running again. His mechanic very, very quick. That's what you want to see. A very fast mechanic. Oh, and he's collecting the number 6. So let's see where that puts him. I think now Kraus may be off the podium, because Lubelinkov has come through. Yes, in second. Krauts is now running fourth. The car number 3. So, after all that, just at the very end, on a flat tire even, I can see the carcass of the tire through a tear or a hole or something in that left rear tire. All that time running in second with a flat tire, basically. And one just bad catch on a rut coming into the first corner. Throws him off the track. Engine stops and he's able to get rolling again, but now he's down in fourth. I don't think there's much that he's going to be able to do because Kador and Lubelinkov are about 10 seconds ahead. Kador, let's see, yes, 11 seconds ahead exactly. So, a comfortable second place and a solid second place on the podium for Thomas Krauts. Unfortunately, taken away at the very, very end. Let's go to Wesley Van Helmond for this final minute of running. Wesley making it look easy. Can't make it look any easier than this. Wesley Van Helmond taking the pole position off of, I believe it was off of Alex Schmidt in the first qualifier. Second qualifying run out of 2, Wesley Van Helmond takes it, holding the overall and overnight TQ. And coming into today, qualifying directly into the semifinal, taking the pole position as well to start the main final here in the Czech Republic for the 2022 European Championships for large-scale off-road two-wheel drive buggy. He's led from start to finish, pulling away at a consistent pace from Thomas Krauts. And he's about to cross the line and become the European champion for two-wheel drive large-scale off-road. Congratulations, Wesley Van Helmond. Sjord Lubelinkov comes across in that car number 8 in second position. Cyril Kador coming across for third. And the Dutchies go wild. As they're saying, nicely done, Wesley. Good job, Wes. Excellent job. That's 30 minutes of racing. No fuel dramas. And an excellent race. Not a huge amount in the way of drama, but that's exactly the way to run it for if you're Wesley Van Helmond. Unfortunate for Thomas Krauts. Running in second all that time and then just coming off the track at the very end. An unhappy Thomas coming off the rostrum now. So that is our two-wheel drive main final over. We have about another, I think it's going to be another 15 minutes for before we get to the four-wheel drive final. So before I forget, we've got APF, Ultron, MCD, Ultron, MCD, Elcon, Ultron, Elcon, and MCD. There we go, there's Wesley coming down the steps with his trophy. Congratulations to Wesley. His first, I believe, his first European Championship. So 16:50 is when we're meant to be starting. I don't know if we're going to roll straight into it. I hope not. We need a little break and some water. So we'll just do that. We'll come off and we'll see what the schedule holds for us. Okay, so the referees are doing the driver introduction, so let's go through the drivers. How about that? All right, so for the main final here at the 2023 EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road Four-Wheel Drive European Championships, our top 10 racers starting from car number 10, Valentin Puziat from France, running an MCD. Car number 9, from Australia, competing for Sweden, is Callan Gunn, our favorite Australian Swede. And he's running an Elcon. In car number 8, running, I must say, probably a legendary race, Ferry Fernie from the Netherlands, running an Ultron. In number 7, Peter Hartmann from the Czech Republic, running an Elcon. From Germany, in car number 6 is Sven Rodewald, driving an MCD. Driving an Ultron is car number 5, Tim van der Elst, driving for Belgium. And from the Netherlands, in car number 4 is Don Krebaum, running also an Ultron. Maël Boucher from France is in car number 3, running an MCD. And Ken Valkiers from Belgium, driving in car number 2, driving an Ultron. And car number 1 is Roman Velter from France, running an APF. And I believe it was Ferry Fernie who is the top qualifier, but the pole position is Roman Velter. So these guys are about to have 3 minutes of warm-up, unless someone calls a 10-minute timeout, which did happen in the last main final. So while we're waiting, we'd like to just welcome everybody to the EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships here in the Czech Republic. Brought to you by us, RC Racing TV, EFRA, with help from Pull Start TV, with sponsorship from our main event sponsor of Elcon, a very popular car brand here. Callan Gunn is running to the pits, so got an issue with his car, number 9. Hardly anyone going out for their warm-up, but this happened in two-wheel drive as well. Maybe there's already been a 10-minute technical timeout called. So 4-minute countdown timer that I can see, so there's no official 10-minute delay yet. I do see a couple of, well, that's Callan Gunn running back to the pits. Some sort of issue with him. Phil from Elcon telling him, get back up there and we'll sort it out. So also more event sponsors include rc-car-online.de and also RC Fox. So thank you very much to those retailers, or European-based retailers based out of Germany. So if you're looking for an Elcon car or any RC car or hobby appliance or accessory, whatever you might be looking for, check them out. rc-car-online.de and RC Fox. Okay, we have a 10-minute delay. Okay, as I thought. So this is kind of we kind of expect it with every final. So when it does come, we're like, here it is. So we'll just fade down a bit and see if there's anything else that we can sort out here in the commentary booth. And we'll be back, well, at least within 10 minutes, but stick around. Actually, before we do that, I may as well tell you that we can welcome our heroes. We have had several heroes sign up already. And if you'd like to be a hero, we do welcome you to be a hero on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel. Just find the join button, and it's 5 units of your favorite currency, meaning your local currency. And that is per month. You can cancel if you like, but obviously the more you support, the more we can give you. The first things that we'll give you are, first of all, a cool highlighted name in the chat, a cool little badge in the chat, again, in the live chat. Also, you'll get a set of stickers, and we'll give you as many shout-outs as you like, probably more than you like. I mean, like an uncomfortable amount of shout-outs is how many shout-outs we'll give you, probably. But also, if you have anyone in qualifying or practice that you'd like us to follow, we will prioritize your follow requests over anyone who isn't an RCTV hero. And what that does is basically it allows us to continue to bring you excellent live RC racing broadcasts from across Europe, the UK, and around the world. And another way that you can support us is check out our merch. And you don't have to necessarily buy it, but at least just check it out, rcracingtv.com. And you can use the code RCTV10, that's RCTV10, as in 10%, to get 10% off. So how's that? I mean, that's massively surprising, isn't it? 10% off, and the number is 10. So yeah, just like to finish with that. And so we'll be back in approximately anywhere from 5 to 7 minutes, because there's 7 minutes left in the delay, and then there's a 3-minute warm-up. But of course, as we saw in the last group, at the last race, the person who called the delay can obviously just say, okay, that's it. I'm ready now. And then they end the 10-minute timeout. So basically, anytime within the next 6 minutes and 40 seconds, we will be back. So stick around. All right, everybody, we are back. We have a 30-minute race for the large-scale four-wheel drive buggies about to get underway after another 10-minute delay, which not unexpected, to be honest. So 5 minutes of warm-up now, or actually 3 minutes of warm-up, and then with 2 minutes remaining, they're going to be called into the pits. And then they'll sit there for about a minute, and then they'll be called out for their formation lap. So I've already run through the drivers and their cars and the countries. So I'll just run through the drivers and their cars. How about that? So in car number one, in pole position, Roman Walter from driving an APF. Ken Valkiers. Yeah, it's not a formation lap. It's a warm-up. Oh, keep going. Don't stop in the straights. What are you doing? It's not a formation lap. Maël Boucher from France running an MCD. Dan Krabbaum from the Netherlands running an Ultron. Tim van der Elst also running an Ultron from Belgium. Sven Rodewald in car 6 running in from Germany running an MCD. Peter Hartmann from the Czech Republic running Elcon. Furry Fernie, or TQ, from the Netherlands running Ultron. Callan Gunn, our Australian-Swedish racer, running an Elcon. And Valentin Puziat running an MCD. So 3 minutes before the start of the race. So they didn't. They all came in about like they could have had another 2 laps of warm up. So now they've all pulled in, and now the warm up is kind of moot. It's not so warm anymore. I'm sure they all have the reasons. They're smarter racers than me with many years of mechanic knowledge and know-how behind them. So. Who am I to question what they're doing?
Okay, everybody is in the pit lane. Mechanics, please put your cars in the correct order. 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on.
So, minute 45 before the start of the race, so about 40 seconds or so before they're told to go out and do their formation lap, which is a very slow and gentle lap to get out there.
30 seconds to open the track.
Seconds.
Okay, guys, all guys to the starting positions. Formation lap, let's go, guys.
There's their formation lap coming out of the pits. So one very, very slow lap. Okay. Our race director, Voitet, setting the cars. Car number 2 is the one who called the, that's Ken Valkyr's. Car number 2 is who called the technical timeout, 10-minute delays, so he has to start from the pit lane, meaning everybody has to set off and then he'll be released.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
And we are off and running the 2023 European Championships for large-scale four-wheel drive buggy is away. And Roman Walter leading the charge with Ken Valkyr's starting from pit lane. It's already left an instant gap behind him, so I'm sure he wasn't complaining too much about that. Look at this battle for second. It's already hotting up. We have multiple different cars, multiple different countries. We're looking for the battle for second, 3 and 5. And also the 4 and the 6. That's Boucher, Van der Elst, Grabom, and Rodewald. 4-car battle at the moment. Then a bit of a gap to the next cars, 7, 8, and I think that's a 6. Hartman, Fernie, and Puziat. Sorry, that's a 0. And then Valkyr's Callan Gunn running last at the moment. Callan Gunn, we saw him come off the driver's stand. And I thought he may have been the one to call the technical timeout, but it looks like top 3, 4, 5 stretching out now. Let's move to our leader, car number 1 of Roman Walter, leading the way. Last lap, 34.5-second lap time. A bit faster from Van der Elst. Huge gap now. This gap looking like 3.7 seconds already on a track that is 35 seconds around. It looks big because it is, but a single mistake, land on a pipe, catch a divot or a hole somewhere. It looks like Valkyr's, is that, no, it's number 7 of Hartman in a tussle, and now running last behind Callan Gunn. So Roman Walter be chased down by Maël Boucher. Oh, and who's that that's just gone over? That was our 3rd place driver of Dan Krabbaum. Now he's going to be running 8th or 9th if he's still running at all, and he is. He's running one of those Ultron cars. Roman Walker running an APF in the lead. APF, the French brand that I don't really know a whole lot about. I'm told it's a relatively new brand. Ultrons, MCDs, and Elcons making up the rest of the main final grouping. So no real battles out on track. Roman driving well. Let's drop back one car to the blue and white, number 3, and that is going to be Maël Boucher. Starting pretty solid. Nice triple line over triple. Looks like we might have a battle for 4th hotting up, so if we drop back 2 cars, to the, I think that's going to be the, oh, with a massive hit on the pipe from the number 8. That allows Ken Valkyr's past in that red and white car. That was Ferry Fernie running a wing, so it's looked quite unfamiliar to us. And if you didn't see his run in the semi-final A, give that a watch, because even without a wing, he was pulling away from people. Ken Valkyr is moving up into 4th, though, thanks to that mistake from Ferry. Getting up on 2 wheels. Over in the red and white. Yep. So Ken here on camera. Qualified second, called a technical timeout, started from pit lane, and has already worked himself up into 4th position. He's rapidly catching the number 6, and that is Sven Rodewald. Coming around the bowl corner and the flat hairpin. I think we have a broken car. Who's that? That's the number 8. Ferry Fernie. Finally, something has taken him properly off the track. So these cars are repairable in the pits. Great thing about these large-scale cars, it's one of the few RC vehicles that actually require hammers and full-size bench vices. Meanwhile, Valkyrs, who we were following, is all over the back of that number 6 of Rodewald. Look at him coming down the straight now. Nose to tail, Rodewald running an MCD, Valkyrs running an Ultron. It's got that big black thing sticking out the side of it. I'm not sure what that is. I'd be very surprised if it's an air cleaner. Just sticking out like that, the way it does into the dust. But very unique looking machine. This is our only battle on track. It's a battle for 3rd. Ken trying to make his way up at least into 2nd. Meanwhile, we've got Romain Voltaire in his APF, driver for France, leading the way. And a couple seconds behind him, we have Maël Boucher, also from France, but running an MCD. These guys getting massive air off of the tabletop at the back section of the track. Valkyrs all over the back. And so I wonder if that is pushing Rodewald. Obviously it's pushing Rodewald, but he's not running defensive lines really. He's just driving faster, and they're both catching up to Maël Boucher. So let's see what happens here with the battle, when the battle for 3rd becomes the battle for 2nd, and Valkyr's nearly taking it. Almost landing on top of Rodewald's car there. Car's very fast. I don't know if it's anything. Oh, and he flips it. Okay. Well, let's stick with the red and white car because we know he is fast. He's going to be definitely catching up to Rodewald pretty soon. Again, these cars not having any fuel stops at all. It's not nitro. They are allowed tire changes, I believe. But there's no point doing that. Because it'll just cost way too much time. So Valkyrs rocketing down the main straight. So that's taking the pressure off of Rodewald for the moment, and also taking the pressure. Oh, and Valkyrs makes another mistake. Meanwhile, if we move up a couple of cars, we've got a battle for 2nd now between what has happened to. He's lost a shock. The number 3 car's lost a shock. Maël Boucher Let's see if we can focus on him. He's down to 4th now as Valkyries makes another mistake. He's going into the pits. Let's follow him into the pits. Keeping an eye on Walter. He's still in the lead, don't worry. And we've got a little bit of blockage there. So look at that. You can see the right front of the car has lost its shock. It's completely on the ground on that side, and we have a bit of a blockage there. So we'll let them carry on. We'll move back to our leader, the car number 1, as he's coming. Where is he now? He is flying around the L, just about to come over the first of the doubles. He's just passed and lapped Callan Gunn. Callan Gunn running 8th at the moment. I'm sure Callan was under no illusions that he'd be able to put in a serious high-end challenge for the overall championship. I'm sure he's very happy, just like I would be, to be in the big show. After coming all the way from Australia and having the year that he's had, to be in the main final at the European Championships, which is basically, for him, and the reason why he's here, because there's no World Championships. It's basically World Championships. But we are with Roman Walter running the lone APF car in this race. APF, a brand I'm sure not very many are familiar with. But, and good news for Mayo Boucher fans, he's back out and racing. As we are still with Roman Walter. So let's see, let's go ahead and move to our number 2 car and give everybody a bit of love, because Walter at the moment, let's be honest, is way ahead. So Valkyries, has now moved ahead into the 2nd position, the red and white car, coming up the big jump into the Elcon L. He's passed the number 6 car of Rodewald. While we were trying to find out what was happening with Boucher's car. Oh, and Callan goes over. Hopefully it's not broken. It's right behind you, Marshall. He's unable to. He's facing the wrong direction. He's facing the direction he should be. So anyway, car number 2 of Valkyries has moved ahead, but only just from Rodewald, the 2nd place driver, followed very closely indeed by number 6 car, 3rd place driver, Sven Rodewald. So we're going to keep this pretty simple and easy. Let's move to Sven Rodewald, the car number 6, if we're not already. Follow him for a lap or 2, because we have 17 minutes left of this, and the cars are pretty spaced out. We haven't had everyone. I mean, a smart race is a smart race, but let's have some drama. Let's have some action. We did have some, just a bit in the 2-wheel drive main final, short course main final. Ran away with it. Matthew Stokes taking the win for the UK. Wesley Van Helmen making the 2-wheel drive final. A study in clinical driving, shall we say. He owned that one from start to finish, just like Matthew Stokes did. And it looks like, at the moment, as we're almost halfway through this one, both those drivers setting the stage for another clinical masterpiece of a drive by Roman Walter. So let's move to our 4th place driver of car number 5 here of Tim van der Elst, the white and green car, just come over the big jump and into the Elcon L. It's Tim van der Elst. I think it's Van der Elst. It's spelled Van der Elst, but I think there's a space between the Van and the der. Tim van der Elst from Belgium. Not running the Belgium scheme, but we did see a couple of cars running Belgian colors. But they were from, I think one of them was from Lithuania, so it was a bit confusing. This is Tim van der Elst running his Ultron. Valentin Puziat doing really well, running 5th at the moment in the car 10. So there we are. Oh, the very nice multicolored car. So, are we on Puziat from France? Puziat running an MCD. Next car in line is Peter Hartmann from the Czech Republic, and I can identify his car, at least, I believe. There we go, the number 7. Can identify his at least just by the color scheme. He's running an Elcon, one of 2 or 3 drivers running Elcon in this one. 2. The other one is Callan Gunn. And we'll get to him very soon indeed. Peter coming over the triple now. He's doing pretty well for a 2-wheel drive. Whoa, bicycle. Spoke very slightly too soon, but no, he's completely fine. So the next car is the next Elcon, is the number 9, just going over the jump leading to the bright orange car. That's Callan Gunn, our favorite Australian-Swedish racer. Callan Gunn making the trip all the way from Australia. And the reason why he's able to race in this one, again, is because there is no World Championship for it. So basically, he puts himself, or he contacts EFRA representatives and says, hey, Connie, you are the section chairman of the large-scale off-road section for EFRA. I'd like to be on the waiting list, please, for the large-scale off-road for European Championships. And I'm happy to fly all the way from Australia, even though I've had a hell of a year. I'd really, really like to have a spot to race. And so here we are. We've got both of the Elcon cars together. So we have Callan Gunn giving Peter Hartmann plenty of space to get past. They're basically teammates. They're in the same car, so that makes them teammates. So very good job for Callan, and a pleasure to finally chat with him myself. As we see, well, off camera, Valtteri is making another mistake, but still holding on to the second spot. And the blue car that needed a shock replacement, number 3, where is he at? There we go, just come underneath us now. He's actually just been lapped by our leader, Romain Walter. This is Maël Boucher from France, running an MCD car. Not as many MCDs running in this one as I would have thought, with Ultrons quite popular at the sharp end of the grid, I must say. There's 4 of them in this. 2, 3, 4. Yes. 3 MCDs and 2 Elcons, and the APF that is currently leading. That's Maël Boucher. Ferry Fernie also needed some help. Oh, no, it was him that broke the shock, wasn't it? He's had all kinds of issues. Ferry Fernie in the car 8. Who's just come underneath us, I believe. Yes, coming out of the L. And you can see running that very distinctive right end, or right side pod thing that sticks out of the body. Identifies it as an Ultron. And that is all of our drivers out there at the moment. Dan Krabbaum in the car 4 from the Netherlands. Unfortunately, not sure what happened, but Dan having to stop. He was running an Ultron. I see a car in the pit lane, but Dan bowing out of the main final. But pretty good, actually, for as much abuse as these cars take, for 9 cars to still be running. I think Callan has some engine issues because he seems to be running off throttle very slightly. Hang on. Why is car 6? What has happened to Walter? What has happened to Walter? Where is he? He's over here. He must have just had a mistake. So let's follow him because Sven Rodewald is actually listed in the lead, and we've got Valkyrs all over the back of Walter. So here's our battle for the lead. These 3 cars, somewhere in our tour of the 9 drivers still out on track. Walter makes a massive mistake, big roll, and allows the Ultron of Valkyrs to go past. We have seen Valkyrs make a lot of mistakes in this one. Well, a lot meaning like 2 or 3. But that's enough to let drivers get past, just like what we saw happen to Walter there. So this battle for second somehow has developed. Don't know what has happened. The APF of Walter passed by the Ultron of Valkyrs. And who is that? That's Rodewald running an MCD. Currently in the lead, coming out of the Elcon L. 3 cars represented in the top 3 positions on track. So with 8 minutes remaining, if we've got these guys nose to tail for the next 8 minutes, we have got a real race on our hands. So all focus on these 3 here. We've got Rodewald, Valkyrs, and Walter, Roman Walter. So Rodewald running the number 6, the multicolored with the bright green that's leading, obviously. Ken Valkyrs running in the red and white Ultron. And in the APF, the green and white is Roman Walter. The lead car presently is an MCD. So 3 countries, 3 makes of cars, obviously 3 different drivers. So we will see what happens here. We've got 7 minutes remaining. Coming over the triple. Nice clearance. Oh, and Walter makes a big mistake, gets caught. So he's now about 10 seconds down. So it's down to these 2 until Roman Walter catches up. Different lines entirely taken by these guys. Everyone trying to find the smoothest place to accelerate and brake and turn. Trying to find the sweetest racing line after a week of heavy driving on this track. Track has evolved and changed in so many ways. It's no longer the muddy bog that it was on Tuesday. Oh, and Walter's going for the lead. He's got the inside line. Oh, no. He may go for it here. Oh, and he goes over. He catches the back wheel of Rodewald So now he's a couple seconds back. These guys getting amazing drive off of these jumps. And we see Walter off camera goes over again and loses another few seconds. Doesn't need to be rescued by the marshal though, so he's still rolling. Now he's under pressure though. There's 5.25 minutes remaining in this race. He's definitely under pressure. For nearly 25 minutes, he had it all his own way. And now it's down to these two, Rodewald and Walters. Slinging their cars back and forth through the S's. Trying different lines. Oh, and cut off, but driving on the ground. Oh, and Volkiers goes over. Two marshals trying to get to him, and he gets passed by Walter. Oh, he's broken. Volkiers is broken. His mechanic immediately spotted it. Both mechanics out there. You only need one. Watch where you're running. Look at the back end of that car, the left rear completely off. And I think that has put an end to his challenge. Rodewald. Wow. Sven Rodewald, not a name I would have put forward to potentially take this one. 4 minutes left. Where is he at? Rodewald here, the number 6, just going over the big jump. And a few seconds later, followed by the APF of Roman Walter. I don't think any of these guys have won a European Championship in the past. So eagerness leading potentially to overdriving. It's hard to say. I don't know what is in the minds of these guys. Can only imagine how I would feel. Extremely, extremely nervous is certainly a couple of words I would use. So we've got 3 minutes left. We've got Rodewald out in the lead. We have Roman Walter actually very slowly catching him up. But still 3.5 seconds behind. So now it's down to Rodewald. He's got lap traffic. He's coming up, I think it's the number 9 of, no, it's not Callan Gunn. But he's got 3 cars of lap traffic coming up. He's going to have to make his way past these guys. Sven Rodewald from Germany on his 49th lap in this 30-minute race. With Roman Walter waiting, just waiting and hoping to pick up the pieces. What's the gap now? It's a lot closer now. It's less than 3 seconds. About 2.5 seconds. So he's made up about a full second in the last couple of laps. 1.5 minutes remaining. I don't think there's enough time unless, no, first car has let him pass. It's the car 0, good driving of Valentin Pusiat. Roman Walter driving all out, but still needs to keep it rubber side down. Perfect landing off of that triple now, aimed directly at the corner. So now, Rodewald coming up on Callan Gunn, giving him plenty of space, very good. And then Look at the gap now. They're very, very close. There is a car between them. That's Callan Gunn, the orange car. It's Callan Gunn. But Rodewald, 41 seconds left now. Callan Gunn now going to go wide and give Roman plenty of space. The gap now is about, it's about 2.1 seconds, I think. It's much, much closer. Oh, and Roman making a little bit of a mistake, riding the pipe just a tiny bit. But he gets a huge drive off of this, off the tabletop. Look at these. Let's try and keep them both in shot. And lap traffic moving way aside. No, okay, you need to move aside again. There we go, that's it. That's a European Championship win. I was too busy watching the racing. Sven Rodewald taking the European Championship here in the Czech Republic in large-scale off-road four-wheel drive buggy. Congratulations, huge congratulations to Sven Rodewald from Germany, driving his MCD, taking the win. Excellent job, what a race. So that is our program complete. That is the race complete. 30 minutes, actually more like an hour and a half of top end large scale off-road racing is over. A full week of racing. We made it. We don't have to, we're not racing tomorrow because we're expecting a massive deluge. So we squeezed it all in. No proper lunch breaks, no proper loo breaks. And there we go. We see the team MCD super, super happy, taking the championship once again. So while we wait for Sven to make his appearance, lots of happy racers. Sven Rodewald from the 6th position on the grid, taking the win. He's about to come out now. There he is, Mr. MCD. Massive congratulations to Sven and the whole MCD team and Team Germany. So, what a week. We've had a German racer just win. We've had a Dutch racer win two-wheel drive, and we had a British racer win short course. It's been a truly international week here at the large-scale off-road European Championships, brought to you by EFRA. Be sure to check out EFRA.ws to find out about racing in your local area and your country if you're in Europe or the UK. Also brought to you by Elcon Models. Thank you very much, Elcon. And also rccaronline.de and RC Fox. It's been a great week of racing. So again, if you are if you want to support RC Racing TV, which supports RC Racing, which in turn supports RC in general, be sure to check out the join button on the YouTube channel, and also check out the merch availability on rcracingtv.com. And again, we wouldn't be here without EFRA. Make sure to check out EFRA.ws for all of your RC Federation and rules check needs. So I want to thank everybody for joining us, and we hope you've enjoyed the coverage here from Starec in the Czech Republic. My name is Frank McKinney. Next to me on camera, we've had Jim Little. Well, yesterday and today, I would say all week, but a very, very compressed 2-day program rather than a 3-day. And also on the video and photography jobs, we've had Ben Clark here as well. We've been RC Racing TV. Back in the UK, we've had James Perry and Matt McCallum doing all the producing and technical stuff for us. So thank you very much for joining us. And don't forget, there's still more RC Racing TV to come. We're in Türkheim. Well, not we, but the rest of the team is in Türkheim, Germany for the EFRA electric touring car European Championships. So with that, and a very happy Team MCD, Team Germany, and Sven Rodewald in particular, we will sign off and let you go and enjoy the rest of your RC Racing TV weekend. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll catch you next time.